Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, 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 testing. Let me see something here. Is that better? Let's see. I was on desktop mode because I have to be on my phone so I can, you know. Oh, jeez. I always joke with my students. I said, wait till you guys become a grown up. We got Smooth here. Bam! You come here more often, fam. You starting to grow up again? You almost hitting that. Are you early 30s or late 30s, Smooth? I forgot. It's been a while. Yeah, because you millennials, y'all about to hit that 40 mark. A lot of you guys gonna hit that 40 mark. So that's the time for y'all to really start taking over. Start putting things in place. Oh, he's in the mid. Okay. So you gonna have a heyday, right? Gotta plug all this stuff up because I'm at the job. Yeah, it was what I noticed when I go into things like too fast, people come way later and not hear everything. I noticed that, right? And shout out to Platinum once again. I don't think he care much about my elk, you know, on panels, a few panels with him. I can read his energy, but you know, it is what it is. But what he's, the thing that I really commend him on is recognizing, as an educator now, recognizing uh, how they approach boys and girls growing up when it comes to education. Usually the girls are told you need to go to college so you don't have to depend on a man, work hard, all that, and they tell the boys just go out there and play basketball. I'll pay for your uniform. Tell the coach I said hello. He's probably screwing the coach. That kind of stuff, man. I mean, that's just a typical story that we keep running into. So he called that out. I was like, oh shit, Mr. Pimp Daddy, Pimpalicious. I was like, okay, all right. So he gets it, even though, and people he got a nice little fan base. See, like I said, I'm pretty, I pretty much have the less provocative type crowd. And I know people just don't like to relax unless they're forced to. So here I am, right? So some people are looking at the thumbnail, and it's not an attack on politics at all. It's not an attack on the Chicago mayor either. Matter of fact, the thumbnail. I mean, the no, I can't say that because sometimes the thumbnail might have something to do with the title too. But like outright, I can't say it has a lot to do, but could be depending on if somebody explains. Um, Let me go ahead and open my file so I can keep working on my stuff here. But it just, I'm listening to the talking points in politics, and usually people are using their politics to decide if they're going to take a shot, and they're also using politics on the direction of education. Well, just health in general, politics for as far as health in general. And let me start with the health part. I should do a screen share. I think I should. Yeah, I might as well. You know, because I was really thinking about the whole critical race theory that that debate between that politician and Mark Lamont Hill. Let me see, what is it called? Black News Channel, BNC channel, and then I'm like, damn. I mean, this dude was like, I mean, I'm just gonna say he was tap dancing on the behalf of his light complected constituents. I just couldn't. I'm just sitting there like, I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen real quick, and then you guys be the judge. Let me go ahead and skip the ad. It's just gonna be a little bit of a part in there. Let's see. And then I'm going to do some comments on that. Hope this dude brought his cord so he won't take mine. So let's see. Here we go. I'm gonna share this screen real quick. Uh-oh. Echo, 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 echo. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing. So I have to put this here. And then bring this down. You guys should still hear me. All right, so I'm gonna share the screen real quick. I know the flavor of the month is Kevin and what's the other dude's name? Oh, Tasha K. That's the flavor of the month. So we're gonna be inundated with those type of things. So let's see. Here we go. So Black News Channel. All right, so I'm gonna move it here. And it was amazing. Let me see. If I said I'm against creationism, I would say creationism is X, Y, and Z, right? If I said I was against the teaching of sex education, I said, well, sex education is X, Y, and Z. Got lost. People are already living here. But there are those had nothing to do with it. So that's all. I just think it needs to be redone, revamped because of the contents of it. I think that it clearly needs to be reevaluated. What it is doing is just creating an environment that is hostile towards one race or another. And I don't think we should be in that posture. I think there's a way that we can strike a balance where no child is feeling like, hey, because of my race, I'm paying for something I had nothing to do with. So that's all. I just think it needs to be redone, revamped, and amended. Okay. What is critical race theory? Well, actually, I think it's different depending on who's teaching it and how they're teaching it. I think you can agree with that. We were taught that Christopher Columbus discovered America. Well, you and I both know that Christopher Columbus got lost. People are already living here. But there are those who are using their own ideology and their own party affiliation to go to the extreme. And that's all I'm trying to address here. But what does that have to do with critical race theory? Let me pause for 1 second. I'm trying to understand, though. You oppose critical race theory, which I understand. I'm just asking, what is it? What is the thing you define it? Like, for example, if I said I'm against creationism, I would say creationism is X, Y, and Z, right? If I said I was against the teaching of sex education, I say, well, sex education is X, Y, and Z, and I'd have a basis for it. What is critical race theory? Well, first of all, again, I can tell you, but it's left up to you to understand. I can't make you understand. Fact of it is, the critical race theory, even on its basis, should not be taught in our schools, period. Now, if you can't understand, but what is it? If you want to debate, well, to me, what it does, to me, my interpretation, as well as many others. No, not what it does. What is it? How do you define it? I mean, I asked you to define critical race theory because my audience may not know.
Well, obviously you don't know. And you haven't, I said, obviously you don't know, and you haven't told your audience. But again, how I see it and how I don't know received. Well, then what is it then? No, what is it then? Okay,
well, I'm happy to answer that for you. But you're saying
just answer. I'll tell you what. Just I will. Let's absolutely. Not get into debate. Okay, I'm waiting for you to answer. Go ahead and answer.
I will. Just hold on 1 second.
Just answer.
You're saying that on day one. Answer
the question first. You answer the first question.
I promise I'll answer your question.
Well, I want you to answer before you move on.
That's fine.
What is it? You can't tell your audience what it is.
I think
if you can't tell your audience what it
is, I'm going to answer.
Is that what you're saying,
sir?
Right. In order, you tell me you can't tell your audience.
In order for us to have a conversation, we can't talk over each other, brother. I'm happy to answer your question, but I want to finish my question on my show. So what I'm saying is, on day one, you've made a statement that on day one you're going to have an executive order to ban something, and you have yet to define what the thing is you're going to ban. I'm happy to answer it. I happen to have expertise in this area, but I would think because you are going to make as an executive order a ban of something, I would think that you would have a definition of it. You told me what it does. You mentioned Christopher Columbus, which has nothing to do with critical race theory. Critical race theory. You asked me to answer your question. There's plenty of time. We can go 3 segments. We got all night, so we'll have all the time in the world, brother.
I didn't ask you for an editorial. I asked you to answer, and you went through editorial. And let me say this. First of all, I'm on your show. So critical race theory. I didn't ask to be on your show. Let's be clear. Now, I'll let you talk and allow me to talk. You dial into me and ask me
to come on your show.
That's not correct. So don't pull that card that this is your show, because I got drafted. I didn't try for your team. You asked me to come on your show. So let's be clear. You have not answered what is the critical race theory. Because no matter what I said, I told you I was banning it. That's it. Now you tell me what it is. Tell me, since you're the expert.
Sure.
Because you need so-called experts. Did you write it? Did you write it? Did you write it? You're the expert. Did you write it?
Okay. So
what makes you expert? What makes you an expert?
What makes me an expert is that for the last 15 years, I've been a trained scholar with an Ivy League PhD who has written and studied race. What makes me an expert is that I've lectured widely around the world on critical race theory.
PhDs come a dime a dozen. So because you have a PhD, you're an expert. But what county?
No, I don't actually. Actually, the PhD does make you an expert.
Don't pull that PhD.
Actually, sir,
what it says is that you walk around like you got a PhD, but you know what? You're just as dumb as 2 left shoes because you're a PhD.
Whoa. We're not academic. Hold on, sir. Here's what we're not going to do. Here's what y'all got to mute his mic. Y'all got to mute his mic. Y'all got to mute his mic. This is what I'm saying. If you talk over me and call, we're not going to name call on the show. I have not name called you, sir. You have come on the show. You're a black Republican. I have not called you a name. I've not called you Uncle Tom. I've not called you a handkerchief head. I've not called you a Sambo. I've not called you a shine. I've not called you a ham bone. I haven't done any of that. So you're not going to come on my show and call me dumb. What I will tell you is that critical race theory is a theory that actually emerged out of critical legal studies. It is a theory that makes an attempt to understand the law through the lens of race, and it's founded on some fundamental presumptions. One is the intractability of race and racism, meaning it's an intractable problem in America, and that we have to use the lens of race to make sense of things. It also is based on the use of counter stories. Listening to as Derek Bell, the critical race scholar, said, the voices at the bottom of the well to make sense of the world and to make sense of the law. These are 2 big theories, 2 big pillars of it. And so what we want to do, if you want to ban it, you have to explain to me why. But the problem is, all these Republicans, all of these scholars, all of these Republicans, all of these non-scholars, they say, I'm going to ban critical race theory, and they can't answer it. Then he says, well, if you can't answer it, then you must not know what it is. It's almost like he who smelt it dealt it kind of logic. The fact of the matter is he can't define it because he don't know what it is. They look for things to ban to signal to white people, hey, I got your back. They ban things that aren't even an issue. There is no public school teacher in America who is attempting to put critical race theory in schools. Critical race theory isn't even taught in high school. It's not even really taught in college. It is taught in law school, and it is increasingly been taught in graduate school, because it is a set of theories and understandings to make sense of our lived realities through the law and through everyday life. Those are the things we should be talking about. So if you want to be a black Republican, your first day in office as governor, which you ain't going to be because you ain't going to beat Stacey Abrams as a black Republican, you only in the line because the line is short. But if you want to do this, your first thing, not to ban bullying, not to try and do something against the violence and LGBT
teach students not to do something about.
Okay. So this is what's happening here. Let me switch again here. This is what's happening. Do not adjust your dial. Okay, I hope everybody can hear me now. Now, what he is saying on this, critical race theory is taught in administrative credential programs, which one I am in. Yes, that's true. Critical race theory is taught in workshops, professional development type things. So this is mainly with teachers, has nothing to do with students, right? So it's supposed to be in a way to where you're supposed to have a heart, have an understanding on what students of color, quote unquote, are going through, so that you'll be able to find different methodologies to put them on the right path. Okay? But for some reason, this politician, I think right and left do the same stuff sometimes. And the sad part, this politician was using the fact that, since it says critical race theory, then this is an unfair thing to, I guess, his white supporters. And that's what I'm saying, is that people are using. Can y'all hear me? All right. People are using education as talking points in politics, y'all. I don't get it. I really don't get it, man. Um, when you're dealing with students, they got nothing to do with politics. Okay, is that better? That's better. Cool, cool. All right. We got AB Media. Bam. It has nothing to do with politics, man. It kind of bugs me because while they're trying to play political football with the children, our children are getting effed up every day under these cheap teachers that don't give a crap about them. So let me put something in your mind here. You got students that have to wake up in the morning, have to go to school, have to make sure they're on time for every class, well behaved, try to understand what's going on in the class. A lot of things are culturally at their disadvantage. That's why it's kind of hard for them to understand what's going on, right? And a lot of teachers' mindset is, if the Asian students can understand, why can't the black kids? Or if the Indian kids understand, why can't it's that kind of rationale. So I'm sitting there like, I don't think people get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people get it. Like when you have a language program for kids, we got BMT in the building, bam. We got Lionel in the building, bam. Um, the thing is with the language program, these kids already have culture. So the language program is supposed to help them to keep the culture, but go ahead and add another element of your language to communicate with the teacher, do your work, but keep your culture. Black children, they supposed to knock out the culture and stick with the program in the classroom. Point blank. When you don't have culture, meaning, see, I know they say black people, black people have culture, but the thing is, the culture that we have, it's a unique situation because it's tied in with your oppressor, right? It's tied in, and the thing is, it's unique in the sense to where it has somewhat of the oppressor's blood in there, DNA in there. And in order for you to really shine and do all the things that you want to do on a high level, you can't have any kind of boundaries and limits, right? So the issue now is that when you have this kind of outlook and culture on a regular, and I think most of you guys went to school, you kind of know, not exactly, because some of this stuff is kind of instinctive and expected. You know, we got Cleveland Goodman here. Bam. Kind of expected. We, but for the most part, for example, our music, the way we see art, the way we speak, eat, all these different things. As far as bad habits, I wouldn't count that as a culture. Bad behavior, I wouldn't count that as a culture. That's if you're thinking that. Some people often think that that's pretty young. That's not what it is. But some of those things that kind of bring you up, you try to shut that down when you're in a classroom environment for the most part because you don't want to be seen a certain way. Oh, he said, "What's my email?" My bad. Let me put it in the chat, fam. What's my email? Okay. Here you go, fam. Um, what I'm looking at, they tried this ebonics thing, and some people feel different ways about ebonics. They want this. They had this thing to where if you're able to, if you allow students to split their verbs and mess up the English language, then that's a way to understand and identify with kids, black kids, and that didn't work out, right? And that was shout out to Dr. Ernie Smith. He meant well. Um, Let me see. People are typing in here. Exactly, brother. Negative things portrayed in blacks is not our. Thank you, fam. I love when you talk that way. Um, they often have to shut it down. And so here's the thing now about our culture. When kids have a culture to bring to class, it's Cardi B, and she's not even a black American. So I said this the other day, I think, or maybe yesterday. When I talked to a couple of ninth grade girls a couple of years ago, they told me that Cardi B has a philosophy. That's worrisome. If I was a dad of a daughter, especially in that generation, as far as listening and enjoying music per se, I'd be worried, man. You have a whore culture spokesperson, has a philosophy behind the stuff that she does that your daughter may be listening to when you're not around. And that is the culture. That becomes part of culture to where you already had these good things about yourself. Now they're going to try to replace it with things that got nothing to do with your upliftment. So how are you going to solve math and English problems with Cardi B philosophy? How does that work? Right? So we're that is the problem that you're supposed to be solving. That is the issue that you're supposed to be getting out of the mind of your children before they even sit in class in front of a quote unquote non African American teacher or non African American minded black teacher, right? Let's see. It says my daughters are 19 and 14. Card they say Cardi B is trying to teach women. Thank you, man. That's what she said. That's exactly what she said. I remember now. I said, "What is her philosophy?" And then she was saying women have to get theirs and be empowered and don't let nobody. It was some BS, right? And I was like, "Can't you get that from a woman that don't strip?" But some people might say, it don't matter where it come from, but shit in this country, yes, it does. It does. Watner, bam, shalom to you, shawala. Uh, let's see, we here, Mr. Reliable, bam. Yeah, so I'm sitting there like, because usually the hard talk with these students are like the birds and bees, and you got to be careful out there. But when you are in, if you notice, if you have majority black school, BMT would tell you, because he has that kind of school out there in the Carolinas. I think is it South Carolina BMT or North? I keep forgetting. I think it's South. But when they happen to be around their own, around black teachers, they do better. It's a no-brainer, man. You have a black educated leader at the top of the class give you all the stuff that they need to learn. Then for some reason the culture of those children they tend to light up. They tend to express themselves more. They still have to be disciplined. They still have to be on their P's and Q's. They still have to do the work correctly. They still got to learn English, math, science, or whatever. Matter of fact, it doesn't even necessarily have to have some kind of drum beats and African stuff in there. But the whole thing is that the culture is being motivated to do great things instead of what is it, money moves and strip culture and all that. So the problem is that's not being exercised in regular schools. So I spoke with one of our superintendents out here, not at my district, but another district, and he implemented an African centered curriculum in the school, and it brought the students' grade and scores up there, like way up there. And and so it can be done. It's doable. The problem is people are trying to again insert their politics to decide what's good for our children when it comes to education, right? Just to please somebody. That ticks me off, man. You know. And don't get me wrong, white kids are not doing so well in school. Latinos are not doing so well. I mean, black and Latinos are at the bottom of the barrel. But as far as black children, if you see like a lot of rates in your area, it's like they don't even have a chance. They have a chance. Um, Let me see what Wagner's saying. Cardi B is a bad role model for young girls. She teaches girls how to be hoes by way of her songs. She just repacking. She just Lil Kim and Nicki Minaj. Yeah, that's true. So when you're doing the political thing, like that dude that was on the video, some of you guys that probably came in late. There was a guy that was trying to he's running for governor in Atlanta, I believe, or Georgia. His name is Vernon Jones, a black Republican. He's another Allen Keyes, right? And he was really trying to kowtow to a lot of his white voters to really prove that, hey, if you vote for me, I can. The first thing on the list is to get rid of critical race theory. Critical race theory has nothing to do with curriculums in schools, but he used that. And but you never know though. Critical race theory could be in there because the part I don't like about Mark Hill's delivery, that he's like trying to be the spokesperson for trans. I'm like, dude, trans can speak for themselves. I'm sorry. I mean, they got plenty of spokespeople for them, and they got good money. Let's keep that in mind. Trans stuff is not cheap. In order for you to get in that trans lifestyle, you need some money. That stuff is not cheap and it's not free. So there is a machine behind that, and they know where to go. So let them represent them. Matter of fact, let them tack on to the Latino stuff. Leave black people alone with that, and then let the Latinos work with the trans and see what happens. You know it's gonna be a shit show. They're already trying, by the way. It's called Latinx, so they're trying, and they're giving them hell from what I'm hearing of my students. They're giving them hell, but that's the thing I'm looking at, y'all. Because I mean, let's stick with that, because not just what the Republican dude is doing, but you got people on the left trying to bring in this education for same sex in elementary schools. At first, I remember in 2009, a Jewish white dude brought in a curriculum for his philosophy class, and one semester was dedicated to homosexuality. And he claimed that he wasn't homosexual. And kids were like kind of on the hush hush because he was a quote unquote cool teacher. I think that was 2009. And it was already approved by the state that you can do those kind of things. That was high school. And then years later, I found out that it was supposed to have been okay for elementary. You can go way in deeper in detail of what is and all that kind of stuff. And that's not on the right on this one. This is the left. So I'm saying is that people are using politics. See, the thing is, people can say, like, for example, they would throw the microphone in a politician's face. Matter of fact, the microphone has a rainbow on it. And they'll say, hey, what have you done for our community? Or what are you willing to do for our community? The politician would say, I championed and was on the board or the commission of approving gay lifestyle and education, lifestyle and education in schools. That was me. So you're using those things, you're sacrificing people's children to get some votes. I don't, man, that's crazy. And I know it's been going on. People try to give me this whole birds and bees thing. No, this is not a new discovery for me. I'm just complaining um, about this. And the thing is, you're looking at, okay, give me the number of students most on average in these elementary schools. Sometimes my phone freezes up, so I don't get to see the comments. Oh, okay, we're good. Um, like usually elementary schools are like what? You got 301. Sometimes it's four. Sometimes it's two. You know, you got a large number of little babies in there. They supposed to be the future. They're supposed to be the ones that would be able to take on some of the good legacies and you know carry things in a different direction based on their outlook on what they learn based on the seeds you planted. But the only seeds that you keep planting are things that you want to put in your political agendas. And you would hope that a lot of students know the difference, but they don't. You would hope that a lot of parents care about it, but they don't. I had a assignment, that's what I was working on, that had to address um, teachers complaining about parents that don't even spend time with their students. Oh, I'm sorry, they don't spend enough time to walk the kids in the school. They just drop them off on the street and just keep rolling. Keep your head up, gotta go. Right? But back in the day, parents used to get out the car, take their kids into the school, say what's up to the principal, look at the kids while they're walking to the class, and go back to their car. That was usually the normal routine. Now just drop them off just like NASCAR. So the teachers were complaining about that. So if you're an administrator, how do you explain that to the teachers? Because basically, teachers are not supposed to be judge and jury. But at the same time, they got eyes and they have experience. So they does give them a strong impression that, okay, they don't care about their kids. And according to the quote in that assignment, their position was, if they don't care about their kids, then why should I? And if you think about that, that's kind of like the growing sentiment in some of these teachers. You got to remember, we get paid for this. So if I go to a school, all I have to do is just do the bare minimum. I don't even have to worry about their future. I don't even have to worry about their future, right? You do the bare minimum, give them the work, keep them busy for an hour, get a paycheck, go home. It's some bullshit, man. Or give them some work and make failure the norm. Parents don't call and complain. Parents don't try to say, "Hey, I noticed my child," because when my son had a D, I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna call your teacher." I'm like, "What can we do to fix this? What programs I need to do?" I went all out. A lot of parents don't do that. So this is what I'm saying is that it's everybody. It's the parents, the politicians, the quote unquote innocent bystanders, teachers. You know, like BGS said, why would you put them in the pressure school system? And you complain about them. Malcolm X said that before that. Elijah Muhammad said that before Malcolm. Why would you put them in a school system that teach them the stuff that you don't want them to do? Why would you put them in the school system that gives them the bad habits that you don't want them to have? I take my vegetable juice right now. Yeah. I gotta get me a refrigerator because I don't like when it's warm. So that's one of my thoughts. I know I probably can expand on it more. And as far as the health part, man, you believe a lot of people are taking these shots based on their political beliefs? I'm gonna let that sink in for a minute. People are taking shots based on what politician they like or dislike. Let that sink in. I want you to let that sink in for a minute. I'm going to take this shot because what you call it said it was a hoax. Or I'm going to take this shot because they care about me. I trust him. Let that marinate for a minute. Really let that marinate. I'm like, wow. So if you don't like the politician, you don't have to read about the stuff. You just take the shots. Or you don't take the shot. Right? You got people on the right. I ain't gonna take the shot because the liberals trying to kill us. I'm like, really? I'm not going to take this shot because the liberals have an agenda. And I'm like, I'm looking at both sides, man. I'm really looking at both sides. You know, and the thing is that you can't really say much because you got doctors that don't. You got some doctors for it against it. You got some people that are in science that are for it and against it. So it's no hard line in the sand with this stuff, man. You know, I'm even taking a chance picking about it now. You know, I'm looking at, okay, you got a lot of people dying, right? A lot of people getting sick or what have you. Numbers are going up, cases going up, things like that. But then again, you got the side effects of it. But on the other side, you're getting an incentive to get some weed to get the jab. Or you get a 1 year, um, I think you get a donut a day from Krispy Kreme to get the jab. Somebody, I don't know if this is true, but somebody was saying that if you're a felon, um, that would be considered time served or something like that. I gotta find, if anybody had that information, can y'all send that to me? Cause I haven't read that. But I'm like, if you time served, anyhow, this whole political thing on health, I don't know what's gonna kill you more, your ignorance or your laziness. I don't know what comes first. What is it? What do some people have against? What do some people have against reading? Oh, we got a hood conservative here. Appreciate you, fam. Bam. Oh, I must have said something right. Um, what? I mean, reading and asking questions. I mean, I asked, do you wouldn't believe? And I'm talking global experts, experts in my frat, experts in different organizations. I know I have a German chemical engineer on speed dial. He's 70 something years old. He's doing experiments right now. I ain't gonna give you all the results, but I talk to these people and I just sit back and listen to people. I say a few things that's on that's what do you call it? That you can find, you know, you can research, but for the most part, y'all have at it. I've seen kids in schoolyards at 7 o'clock in New York. School begins at 9 p.m. Yeah, man, it's weird. I mean, the whole thing is weird on politics, and that's another thing too. Let's just make this make sense. I said this before on my channel. These kids, because it's quite obvious that the kids haven't took the shot. Most of them. I don't mean. I mean, at this point they haven't. But yet schools are opening up. Um, you know, we have all these different, you know, what do you call it? Protocols. There you go. Protocols about distancing and all this stuff. And me, like in my class, this is a class where I don't have students. That's why I can talk more. Um, you know, I'm right by the door where the door is open, and they're right by the where the window's open. And you know, most of the time I give them instructions from a distance. But it's just one student that always needs help. I'm like, dude, you gotta learn how to hold your own nuts, fam. Because he wants that intimate help. You know, I gotta be all. I'm like, bruh. I mean, I got all the stuff on the screen. I gave you all the handouts. So I showed them these things or whatever. I think I have to come up with different ways to give them step by like title stuff. So I'm taking notes. So it's kind of interesting. And I try to avoid having these kind of conversations about the whole COVID and what's the other one, vaccines and all that. Is because it's a sensitive top. It's a sensitive topic. People are really afraid of this stuff. They're really afraid. And another thing too is people want to feel safe when they take the shot too. So you don't want to have this kind of talk around people when they already took both shots. Think about it. If you took both shots, you're hearing all this bad stuff about taking the shot, that can be very depressing. You took it. It just takes away your confidence. Like, man, did I really make the right decision? You probably start looking in the mirror and opening, putting up, bringing your eye open to see whether or not if there's something different about you. Every little thing that happens to you, we probably blame it on the shot. Like, damn, could it be? You know. Um, but at the same time, your politics helps you to make your decision most of the time, which I don't understand. I'm gonna start calling him Mr. Interesting. If he said this could be this COVID stuff is feeling like a scam every day. Fauci just said you can stop masking up if you got your shot. Yeah, I heard him say that. He's right. I heard him say that. I don't know about. I can't use the word scam, but I heard him say that. Matter of fact, our governor said that the mask mandate will be removed June 15th in California. I think there might be some stipulation behind that. It might only apply for people that can show their mask card. I don't know. I have to see. Cause I just saw the headline. I didn't read the whole thing. But obviously, this doesn't get the. I wonder what would happen if Kevin Samuel talked about the shot. I'm curious if he talked about the shot. But anyhow, kudos to that brother. Him. He's part of the standoffish crew. Um, Kudos to him. That's the funny thing about that thing too, because there's a lot of people that he could have gave shout outs to, but he didn't, and he probably was probably strategic. And sometimes when you are like, sometimes your mind is not really there totally when you're on a big stage. So I kind of understood what went down for those people that are complaining. So we haven't reached full vaccination or herd immunity yet, but we can drop the mask. Plus, many states are open already. Yeah, but your cases are still rising in some places too. I don't understand it. Um, I don't. But hey, for those people that are really into this taking shot thing, go have at it, man. I think we're at 300,000 now, or 300 million, aren't we? I think we're at 300 million. Said Kevin Samuel. Make the vax high value too. So we must take it to talk. High value vax, huh? I can see it now. If you want a high value man, you gotta take the shot. Why should I take the shot? Well, high value man wants women with the shot, so you're just gonna have to go for it. I wouldn't lie to you. I know I'm telling the truth. You can't make this up. Yeah, that's kind of deep. That's some funny stuff, man. Um, I think the other part about politics and health is the money. That's the main thing. I think education too. You still got to follow the money. It, you're not. People are not just doing these things for free. These talking points have money behind it. See, scary. You joking about that's what's. Uh-oh. Another one of these. You joking, but that's what I don't like. They wish they could make it mandatory. Make what mandatory? The shot? He's probably talking about the shot. Yeah, the money though, man. Pharmaceuticals, hand over fist. Money. If I was in pharmaceuticals right now, I'd be making some serious money, dude. Serious money. And and the overall thing, y'all need to check out Kamala Harris's husband. Let me see. Matter of fact, I got you guys here. I do it myself. Let's see. What is that guy's name? Kamala. Yeah. Oh, it came up. Quick. I guess everybody looking him up. Doug Imhoff. Right? So let's check this out for a second here. His profile. Because I know he's a lobbyist. I know that part. Let's see. I'm glad the shot isn't required for the military. Said they already mandate them for the mass removal for kids. Same here, BMT. Got my second dose Monday. Hmm. Okay, his career. He used to be with Pillsbury Winthrop. Okay. So yes, I can't make any connection with any kind of. I mean, he does work with Walmart and Merck. Okay. Yeah, I can't get any. I can't get any. I have to. Usually, I would have to see this kind of stuff here. When you're doing Wikipedia, this probably pretty limited. So that means I have to get my information from somebody else on that. But if I'm a betting man, I think he's tied to this. This is my tinfoil moment here. I think he's tied to this for some reason. They said got mine. Said if you're getting deployed, you will get the shot. Mm, yeah. So I just say tell people just be careful out there. I'm gonna go ahead and finish my work, and you know what? I think people are waiting to see if I put a link in the chat. I'm gonna put it in there for like 5 minutes, and then go ahead and go back to my routine. Here you guys go. But you already heard my piece. That's one of my concerns. Is mixing politics with health and education. And people are not looking at the big picture, you know. And then you got a Hood Conservative. You should come up here, Hood Conservative, so you can prove my point. Um, oh, I hear a voice in the wind. They got BMT in the building. What's going on, fam?
Hey, what's going on, Art? That's a long time, man, since we sat down. But
Yep. Yep, I'm the same person, same place, same bat channel right here. Uh,
I usually
frowning,
call
drinking. Go
I
ahead.
usually like to think of your room as the late night shack, or like if you want to go find like listen to a band, you would like have to go down the dirt road to go find the boom boom room where they have moonshine and make their own cigarettes and play their own band. Yeah, that's how I think. That's how I like to think of your spot, the late night shack. There's only a few of them still out there, but they're pretty damn good.
I'll try.
That's a
Yeah.
compliment, y'all. So I don't want y'all to think.
Right.
I'm sorry. That's a compliment. That's a high compliment. But you
Well,
have to find those places.
I appreciate it, man. You know, as long as I contribute something. This is one of my first come, first serve lives here.
hmm But I think that is it is I look at it as dangerous um for politics to be mixed with health and education. I look at it as very dangerous.
Yep.
Um, because the sway of influence um, that it has, and what it has done. Um, well, we already know the history of what it's done to our people, like you were putting out there. It has a
Hmm.
very vicious history um, versus, what it's done towards health. Um, how they've done the healthcare programs, and as well as education. Where they know like certain educational programs that they put out there just to make some people look good has actually hurt and hindered the progress of certain people or certain types of stuff getting put out there. Certain there's medical redlining. Um, a lot of people don't understand where they'll look at it as certain demographics live in this group, so they might have a clinic that's only barely that might have the bare necessities versus where it might be in another area where that person or certain people may live, and because they have a certain type of influence or they might put some stuff in the pocket, guess what? They get more advancements, they get more access. So, you kind of put in a rock between a hard place. And I'm pretty sure you've seen it. We're having where a lot of black kids are divesting from the black schools. They're divesting from the black schools and moving and integrating into more so of the white schools or the schools that have less urban, like black teachers.
Hmm.
So the black teachers, like in where I'm at, are starting to dissipate. They're going down. You know what I'm saying? People don't know about that. They're like, "What? I ain't never heard of that." Of course, you wouldn't hear about that. It's not going to make the news. But there is a shortage of, especially black male teachers. There's a big
Yeah.
shortage of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now the black female teachers, they're starting to either leave into other occupations, or they're losing their jobs. It's going to other places. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
there's not a lot of black children. Because they can't get the funding. You know what I'm saying? Well, why can't we get the funding? Well, guess what? Because you're in this district and the test scores are so low. Well, I'm only limited to so much. So you're asking me to turn this water into doggone soda or into wine. I can't do that. And I mean, don't get me wrong, these kids are trying. These kids are definitely pushing. You know what I'm saying? My daughter has dyslexia, you know?
Hmm.
And it hurt me because if I go 20 minutes down the road, the other school, the white school, they have a class for dyslexic kids. They have a whole
Right.
class. The black school don't have that. They have a teacher that stays after school for like 20 minutes, 20 or 30 minutes that will do that. And I'm like, wait, what do they have over there that we don't have? Oh, right, they have nice facility, they have X, Y, and Z. And I know some people will say, well, maybe if you black people pay the money. Wait, we paying the same amount of taxes. What are you talking about?
Right.
How is that possible? We paying the same taxes. People don't understand. Same thing going on since back then with my granddaddy and my grandma. It's what's going on today. It's just that with the narrative that would be put into, what you'll see out there on politics, black people are the most dispersion and this. They'll say all these things about, they'll talk to us when it's time for voting time.
Right.
See what I'm saying? But when it's time to get in the office, they forget about you.
They gone.
Now, and like I said, like I'm very ingrained to what's going on. That's one of my big fights. You know what I'm saying? A lot, and we're only so limited.
I want people to pay attention.
Yes, sir.
I want people to pay attention to Governor Newsom out here. This man is being recalled. I mean, they're still working on it. And the funny part about that situation, since he's being recalled, this dude is like Santa Claus. Think about that for a minute. He's in a situation to where he may be able to lose his governorship. And then on top of that, he hardly made anything mandated out here just to make sure he keeps his position. I mean, I ain't gonna say that's the reason, but for some reason, he's doing a lot of things that he didn't do before his recall was getting stronger. So that's my thing, is that we don't see how our vote is powerful and where it should go.
Right.
Because think about Cuomo in New York. This dude got mandates all through New York.
Every goddamn thing you do is a mandate. I said, dang. Do you would let them think of mandates?
Even where you pee, everything, bruh. It's like you can't do anything over there. So that's why I'm like, over here, ain't that many mandates over here. I mean, anybody can Google it, look it up, fact check me, but look it up yourselves. And this dude gave a stimulus. Y'all know that?
Yeah, he did. He did.
How many states gave stimulus to the state only?
Tell me about it.
I'm curious.
Tell me about it. I said, what kind of pool you got, buddy?
Bruh. I mean, I don't qualify because he kept it under like 35. I think it's 35,000.
Right.
So he was smart on that one.
Well, the question you gotta ask yourself is, here's a big question, Art. If he always could have done that. If these states always could have done that, how many times as blacks we've asked for funding or we needed money? Wait, so y'all always had this pocketed wallet under the mattress that y'all never bothered to hear out any of this? Well, we don't have the money. Our state don't have the funding. Yep. So where y'all getting these state stimulus checks from?
Yep. That's my deal. That's my deal.
All right, I gotta take off your tinfoil hat, bro. I can't get caught with you. You too deep. I can't drink that moonshine with you, bro. You too deep.
That's what I was telling people, man.
That's when I left from being a conservative. That's when I left. When I heard black men up there arguing for reparations and got denied, everybody said, hey, y'all need to move past that. Then all of a sudden, an imaginary stimulus check came out of nowhere for white poor people. I said, to hell with all this politics shit. Because nobody gives a damn about the black man. And so when everybody, that's when I left art. That's when I stopped claiming politics. But I understand at the end of the day, there is no man or nobody for the black man. That's it. So people can argue about what side is more just and jubilee. At the end of the day, you still a black man. And that's the only truth. You only can get something if you attach another group to it and you coming behind them through the back door. That's the truth that all black men and women need to understand. You're not getting nothing unless you go through the back door with another group. If it's you going through, there's an there's a reason why they're letting you come in the front door of the restaurant. There's a reason why they're letting you come in. That's how I see it now. If they're letting you come in that restaurant and sit down and eat, is it for a photo op? It's for a talking point. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, and that's the reason, and they still going on with this whole redlining with that sister that got the appraisal. She went did two different appraisals, and when they knew she was black, they gave her a low bid, and then when she took when she took her black identity off and put her white friend's identity there, it went up 100K. We got hood conservative up in here.
Like I said,
What's
you get no the notion that black people think that they can walk through the door
and get a
is
fair
foolish.
treatment?
And yeah, that's the foolishness.
Well,
That's the
hood
foolishness.
service think that we can.
Right. And you
Explain
see
that,
how
hood conservative. How do we get fair treatment when we just walk through the door? Give us some wisdom.
Smile, nigga.
He said, "Smile."
Walking in that bitch like you own the place. Go in there and be nice. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, obviously. I don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. I dipped off for a few minutes while I was trying to log into the chat. So I don't even know what the conversation meandered something else.
No, go ahead, man. What's on your mind, fam?
No, I actually just come up to talk about the whole political angle to the vaccine thing. And I mean, it's kind of hard, bro. It's baked into the cake already. Like, this has probably been the most politicized global pandemic ever. So it's kind of
Let me
hard.
pick your brain. Let me pick your brain for a minute. So, say for example, if the Senate or if the Congress got taken over by Republicans again, would that make a difference on this whole vaccine thing?
Probably not, because Trump pushed the vaccines out. And you kind of started mentioning that whole thing earlier about Trump supporters don't want to take the vax. And that's a weird irony of the Trump base. Most of Trump's base still love Trump, but we ain't fucking with that vax, even if Trump cooked it up himself.
Why is that though? Dude, I don't understand that. Could you explain that?
General distrust is the basis of it. So it's regardless of Trump or not. It's just general distrust. Because how long does it take for a vaccine to get cleared?
Shoot, damn near 5 years.
And we got this in 4 months.
Yeah.
That
So I'm just,
alone is reason for hesitancy, bro. Just the fast rush time schedule is enough reason for hesitancy for any rational person, in my opinion.
I hear you, but why does it have to be down political lines?
I can't help that. It just is what it is. The facts aren't political, bro. 4 months is not a political number. 4 months to make a vaccine has nothing to do with politics. Now, if only people on the right are looking at that evidence, it speaks to something different. But I mean, I can't explain that. It is what it is. The numbers are what they are.
Dang. I still don't understand the whole political angle and why people make decisions. That part
Well,
is asinine to me.
another element, and I agree with you, to make decisions on purely political, like to make a medical decision based on your political stance is very
Yeah, that's
weird.
not.
I
It could
totally.
be cancer. It could be anything. Your politics help you determine any kind of health leanings.
Well,
That's crazy.
not necessarily, bro. Once you start looking into um the other corresponding factors in certain demographics, like that whole R selection versus K selection, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that people who vote Republican or conservative probably also do and believe some very similar things, just on the strength that they vote conservative Republican. Like there is
So,
a body of knowledge to explain that.
so in your opinion, let me ask you this. Okay, say if Trump did win and he rolled out these vaccines, do you think that more Republicans would take the vaccines and a lot of Democrats will not trust it?
I can't even call that. I think more Republicans would have not taken the vaccine just because. Listen, Republicans don't trust government, no matter how pretty the smiling president is. No matter if it's Trump, Biden, whatever. We may like a president, but generally speaking, and let me not say Republicans, the conservative ethos is relatively anti-government, and so it's hard for people to trust something just because the government said it. If you're on the conservative wing.
Whew, Lord have mercy. Now, did you see
And
the
don't get me wrong.
clip?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question real
Mhm.
quick. What I find fascinating is all the black people who are typically anti-government when it's white people in charge are suddenly pro-government when it comes to this vax thing. Like how are black people so like anti-oppression and all this shit, but we're pro-vax when they're kind of like trying to force you to get vaccinated. They're trying to close all avenues to not be vaccinated. It's a weird
Can you
level of
repeat?
oppression.
You said when white people were in charge?
No, I was making a point that when the government, when you look at the government as being white people, you have no
Okay.
problem fearing the government, right? But now that Democrats are in charge, you look at the government as being friendly to black people. But I'm like, no, be just as suspicious of the government no matter who's in charge. It's a weird position for black people to be anti-government every other 4 years.
Are you referring to the fact that they're not high in numbers as far as taking the shot?
Well, no, I'm looking at like black people in the Democrat Party, and then there are a lot of black people on the ground too who see nothing wrong with the shot, and I'm like, so now you trust the government. It's a weird position for me.
Black people aren't trying to get the shot. That's the first thing. Like black people aren't trying to get the shot like that. Like
And
I could tell you right now, like I got the shot, and like there are not a lot of people getting the shot like that. The second thing
we
about
still
it is,
under 10%.
yeah. Like I'm saying,
True, you're right.
like the narrative, like black people are like more government than ever. No, if anything, you're seeing just now. They're like, yo, like we've been telling y'all about the wrongdoings of the government. Now y'all just now talking about it. Like that's like we're not. It's the thing about it is it's the I told you so kid. Now all of a sudden everybody, oh, that's what y'all talking about. Like white people like, I can't believe the government's doing all this. And the black kid is like, I've been saying this for like umpteen years now. So now all of a sudden you saying it now because your behind is getting pushed to the side by the Latino kid, the Arab kid, but now you want me to care. Nah, hell with that. Like you won't have to hear what I gotta say now. So it's a problem when the black kid was saying it, but now all of a sudden, oh, we need to come together as a country, but you haven't been doing right by me, and that's a problem. So I don't think it's black people are now more so government. It's now more so like, yo, I want my check. But I've always been telling y'all this, and y'all haven't been compensating me. So we looking at it now like it's like every pandemic or skirmish going on, like you know what I'm saying. It's like it's like it's just everything that's been going on. The black child has always been saying these things, but now it's always been you're complaining, you're complaining, you're complaining, you're complaining. Now all of a sudden, the white conservative child, the all American blue white, now all of a sudden they down there in the ditch with us, and it's like, well, Tom George, what do we do? Nah, get your ass out the ditch with me because you didn't give a damn when I was trying to get out the ditch. Now that I'm trying to climb out the ditch, there's a problem. No. It's just that they starting to see a shift that some that old white power is right now starting to fluctuate, but either they're getting too old or they're trying to hold on to something of a system that they can't hold on to. That's what we're watching. But for black people, we gonna survive. That's the thing about black people I love. No matter how crazy this country get, somehow we always find a way to survive. And everybody trying to figure out what's the algorithm for the black survival. No, we don't need to tell them shit. Just wait till everybody die off. That's the only way we're gonna get our stuff. Wait till everybody die off, and then also that's when we'll probably get something, whatever might be left of this country. But that's the only way we're gonna get something out of this. Like this Pfizer shot, nobody's getting it until I promise you, when the government start making people get it, that's why they're interested in the melanin of black people. They try to figure out how the hell every time there's something go out, we be surviving that thing. That's why they were trying to push black people to get it, because they wanted to see how it was going to react with us. But black people ain't trying to get it like that. We don't. We just ain't. But they'll find a way. They'll find a way to get it into some kind of system for us. They'll find a way.
who's to say that we haven't really people were saying that we probably already have it in our system but don't know it. But
That's
go
probably
ahead,
more
Mike.
true.
Yeah, I mean, foods, the air, everything is all kind of different things. But I mean, I don't have any what do you call it, facts on it. But that's what I'm hearing.
And before you jump in, Mike, let me just clear up one thing, because BMT and you are both right. The average black person is a little bit resistant, but the leadership class, the elites, the rich niggas on TV, all of them are for it. And I'm like, that's who I'm really looking at. Like, what's wrong with y'all? But you're absolutely right. The regular black people are really suspicious.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, okay, so when it comes, this is the thing about it. I think we have an issue with is we separate our black success from being black when we've all wanted to be black and successful. I think the
Hmm.
only way how society can ever see a black man or a black woman or child is poor. So whenever we hit successful, and I saw this on Facebook, can a black man like LeBron ever understand the black plight, being that he makes so much money? I'm like, what the hell? Did he stop being black? Like, why do we do that? Why do we every time a black man is successful or doing something, notoriety, he stopped being black?
Good question.
Like that doesn't make no sense. It's like, so you have to be poor and destituted, and in that deters anybody black from wanting to actually claim being black, because then they're like, yo, now that I'm somewhere, I gotta gentrify myself just to be up there. No, hell no. I want you to know I'm black. I want you to know my plight. I want you to understand I came from that dirty backwood country road and I made it here. And I haven't stopped being black. But when you start saying that, it makes other people feel uncomfortable. They found out that one child beat the odds of the system, and now you got to hear what the hell he got to say. Now he get to talk his ish. That's you know what I'm saying. So that's the problem. The ones who do make it, they turn off their black card. They turn it in, so that way they can fit in and don't cause no ruffle of feathers. Hell with that. I like making people feel uncomfortable when I go into a goddamn room.
But
I like
When
didn't
to
we
you
be
say
have?
they turn, I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna wait for Mike to jump in, because God, you're saying some shit right now.
we just talking. I'm just talking. This is health and
No, it's
education.
questions, not an attack. It's questions, but I don't want to be rude to Mike. What's going on, Mike V?
Go ahead,
What's
Mike.
going on, Mike? What's going on, bro?
Hey, peace. Can anybody hear me?
You can be heard, fam.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just now jumping into the conversation, so I'm not sure exactly where you guys started off or where it's going.
Well,
So
my whole thing, the premise of this whole live was uh, like I think people making a big mistake, often making their decisions um, about health and education, lacing with your political leanings. So some people are saying I took the shot because, you know, while on the other side, I ain't taking the shot because, that's not it's a political leaning type thing. Like what you call the hood server that came up here, and he's saying the same stuff I'm hearing at my job, saying like, hey, I don't trust it. I ain't taking it. You should have listened to Trump. Trump was telling the truth. All these different things, even though that was what was it? Project Warp Speed was his thing, but still, it's political. Even down to the thing with the guy over there in Georgia trying to put out this promise that I'm going to make sure that we get rid of critical race theory when he didn't know what it was, but yet he was using that as a talking point to get some votes.
yeah, so Trump was the one who politicized it in the first place. He called it the China flu. He called it all types of. He labeled it as multiple things, but he basically politicized it. And when the ish hit the fan and was time to lock down, he then politicized it again and basically allowed Republican states or Republican held states to be open, while more blue states were first ones to lock down. And so they politicize it themselves, and they politicize a lot of things because that's the only thing that they can do. They don't really have an absolute response to a pandemic like this. Remember, he shut down the Office of Pandemics himself I think in 2017 or 2018. That was their doing. And so the politicization of all of this is coming from the right. It's not really coming from the left. However, the left did take advantage of that. And so Black people in this context of vaccinations, the type of jobs that Black people work, they're in close proximity and they're essential workers. So it's essential for them to actually be vaccinated in order to continue working and actually functioning in their environment. Most Black people who live below the poverty level are in close proximity to other people. So you're talking about people who live in housing projects or housing developments where they can't social distance. So we saw that at the beginning of the lockdown, that Black people were the first ones to really start contracting COVID. And they were the first ones to actually start dying at high numbers, especially Black men. Remember, in New York, there were several Black men who, contracted the virus and actually were sent home and died in their home. And so, yeah, a vaccination for Black people is actually political because they don't, the lack of access to quality care is a problem in predominantly Black neighborhoods. I think I heard BMT referring to medical redlining. It's more of medical apartheid, where white people have had, white people have had access to quality care for a long time, and it was because of the racism that Black people don't have access to quality care. Because people voted against it. Remember, they called it the Obamacare. The Affordable Care Act was meant to actually aid those people who did not have access to quality coverage. But if you let people on the right they'll tell you that it's socialized medicine, when in fact, this is the only country in the world that does not have a quality healthcare system because of historic racism against a particular demographic of people, which happen to be Black. They were talking about the Affordable Care Act or a system like that back in the 1930s and back in the 1940s. The only reason they didn't have it was because racist white doctors said they wouldn't work on Black people or Black patients for that matter. And so that sort of initiative got dropped back then. That was damn near 50, 60 years ago. So it's always been politicized, historically in this country.
Right.
Can I address one or two things that you mentioned there? For one, labeling everything racism is very much out of the socialist activism handbook. So that's just a typical thing. Not everything is racist. Some things are, some things aren't. I think you got to go through it with a fine-tooth comb if you're going to start throwing a racism label on things. And that aside, though, the first person to call it the China virus was not Trump. The news media, the liberal news media, MSNBC, CNN, ABC News, CBS News, they were all calling it the China virus. And once Trump started calling it the China virus, for some reason, they all pivoted. So to say that Trump politicized it by calling it the China virus is just, it is historically incorrect. The timeline does not support that narrative.
Well, here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about conservative. For a while, we can pull up in history the man that discovered plasma. You want to know why he died? Because they refused to treat him in the same treatment that he discovered for hospitals that they were using. They refused to treat him and he ended up dying. Like they have multiple cases and reports that a Black person on an ER table, they will least likely resuscitate versus a white person they will try to resuscitate. I did a show with Gav where they were trying to kick a Black baby out of the hospital to make room, all because they didn't think the baby was gonna make it past 5 months. Now the baby's 3 years old. But these kind of things that keep happening over and over, and you have people in the medical field that have reported these things, like we could have kept that person alive. Y'all didn't have to cut them off, but let them be an organ donor. They have no problem chopping them up. They have no problem harvesting them. These things, these ain't theories. These are actually been proven. These are things that
That's
why
a misdirection, bro. This is a misdirection, bro.
Wait, how's that a misdirection? That's political.
Because Mike V made the argument that we don't have universal health care because of racism. All your stories and anecdotes can be true, and I'm not saying you're wrong about anything, but he made a completely different argument that racism.
Wait, hold on. First of all, look what Mike V said. Was he poked that when I brought up the redlining of the healthcare access for Blacks versus for other groups, and we know that's true because if you look at it, where's there Black family practice in the Black community versus you go to a suburb or a white area, predominantly a white area, they will have a whole facility, if not more. We don't have that. You have to travel, and
To the suburbs and the white areas.
Well, hold up, bro. Like, so, where's the Black General Hospital in the Black area? Where's the Black General Hospital at? That amazes me. Most Black people have to travel out of their community to go to a facility that could probably pay them the amount of money or actually accommodate them.
To your point, BMT, the way how they fixed that problem here was they put a clinic in every single neighborhood so that you wouldn't flood the ER to get care. So that was what was driving up the cost, is what they found out. Most Black people did not have, proper healthcare coverage, so they would actually abstain from going into the hospital and wait to the last minute. And so when they waited to the last minute and went to the ER, it actually just drove up the cost 10 times more. So the idea here was to actually create a system that would actually be able to cover people collectively rather than, partially in other areas. And so these major hospitals, these really innovative hospitals, especially some of the ones here, are in predominantly white areas. And so Black people, typically didn't have access to that. And so coming up with clinics, these urgent care clinics and some of these other more robust general clinics actually help alleviate the backflow that was going into the ER. And so when I talk about the racism aspect, meaning that there were policies put in place by a certain group of people that decided that they did not want to fund healthcare in these areas. So it was all a part of the redlining.
Can I ask you guys a question? And shout out to the Village Arsonist down in the chat. This is one of the rare moments of agreement we probably have here. But why is it surprising? And it seems to me, let me ask this directly. Do you think that white people not valuing Black babies as much as they value white babies is racism?
No, let me take this one. Let me take the one. Dude,
Wow.
if your job is to serve the people, then you're saying that it's okay to favor someone over someone else when your job is supposed to serve the people?
Bro, you're answering the question with a question. I will happily engage you, but you're answering the question with a question.
I mean, well, go ahead and indulge.
Repeat it again. Let me actually hear what you're saying.
I said, okay, because you said something about is it okay for
is it racism that white people care about white babies more than they care about Black babies? Is that racism in your opinion?
Hell yes, it is.
Fair enough, but
but the thing is not just. But I don't want to.
Then do black people care about white babies?
But hold on, I don't want to say about people. I'm talking about doctors and people in the medical profession, because
we're not talking about the same thing. Because look, hospitals aren't built by doctors, bro. Hospitals are built by the government and the state, so it's like it's not quite the same.
So you
they're
wait a minute.
A lot of them.
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't have my tap dancing. You tap dancing, dude.
Like that's another narrative.
No, all right.
A lot of hospitals.
Let me smooth it out,
bro. A lot of hospitals.
Yes. So where did all the Black doctors go? You say there are no Black doctors to serve the Black communities? There are none. None of the Black doctors give a fuck about Black babies.
Well, a lot of Black people that wanted to go into medicine were not admitted into the institutions. That's why you see a lot of Black people going to Cuba to go get their doctorates in medicine, because they offered it for free.
And it's funny that the funny thing about it, hold on. We can actually pull up again that it's interesting because we've had a lot of colleges. We have a lot of colleges that we actually can pull up in history that were not allowing Black people into their institutions, and they found out that people. So we had to with the same set of instruments.
You're Morgan, fam.
What
Y'all hear him?
Yeah, I thought it
one
was
of the
just me.
biggest
All right.
things we had to do. Okay, can y'all hear me?
BMT, you're Borgen, brother. You're Borgen.
Okay, I'm gonna come back. I'm back. Come back.
Good Lord, it's real bad. Sound like he in Inglewood out here. But what I was saying, man, is that, if it's in the context of, when you said white people care about their babies more than blacks, that's almost like saying, do I care about my son more than somebody else's child? If it's
Technically, it is.
But the thing is, if you're talking
Do we
about
love ourselves more than we expect black? Do we love ourselves more than we expect white people to love us? Do we care for ourselves more than we expect white
but
people to care for us? I think it's a
but
challenge.
you're moving it around. It's because we're talking about the medical profession, fam.
Well, now let's talk politics though, because it's not so much the medical profession. The medical profession doesn't solely determine where hospitals go. That is a city and a municipal issue as well. That is your elected officials. That is your administrators.
Who serves on the board?
I'm assuming there are medical professions there too.
Okay.
But the fact that you actually have input and power as citizens, as voters, to actually have leverage over these things if you care to do it. And so that's kind of what I'm putting on black people. Why do we have black neighborhoods and black businesses and black universities, but we forgot about hospitals?
Oh,
it's not that they forgot about it. It's more of an institutional issue. It's not so much black people don't have any power to determine that. And so that's the whole huh?
I think we do, Mike. I think we do.
Mike,
well,
Mike,
I'm saying, I'm saying,
shout out to New Stall, but brother, we have a lot of power. I got to disagree with that. I'm sorry. Salute, brother Mike, but I got to disagree with that.
Well, break it down, fam. Let Mike finish.
Yeah, I'm saying the political power that black people have is not in the institution; it's at the ballot. And so that sort of initiative is not at the ballot at all. They don't determine whether or not a medical institution is going to be voted on. It's always determined by whoever the public municipality is going to be to engage that offering. And plus, you have to look at the land aspect. Who owns the land and things of that nature? Black people don't have any control over these areas.
There are cities where the elected officials are at 85% up black people. If we wanted to fuck somebody's shit up, we could.
But go ahead, Village Arsonist.
I mean, I have to, by natural law, brother. I understand institutionally, legally, constitutionally, yes. White doctors and white nurses should have the same amount of empathy for black babies as they do white babies. But let's keep it motherfucking real, okay? If black people are going to get out of this rut, we got to stop bullshitting ourselves and be honest. We cannot expect white teachers to care about black babies more than white babies. We cannot expect white nurses to care about. I don't give a fuck about the. Yeah, it's their job and whatever. At the end of the day, we understand that in this country we have a history of being abused by these people. So I honestly do not understand how, in 2021, we are still shocked by any act of racism from these fucking people. These are the same fucking people that use black babies as fucking alligator bait. How are we still surprised? So at this point, continuing to send our babies to these white teachers, and keep in mind, I graduated from a 95% white high school. I understand the passive aggressiveness that these white male teachers have towards black male students. I experienced it. I experienced the fucking stares and the mean looks from the white boys when I was spitting to the white bitches because they were curious. I understand this. But at the end of the day, we are our own fucking responsibility. We can't expect these people to give a fuck about us more than we care about ourselves. And I have to disagree. I have to agree with Hoodservative on that. I can't expect a white nurse, a white doctor, a white teacher to care more about black babies than we do. This is our responsibility.
But that wasn't
how is that relevant?
Yeah,
how is that relevant to the conversation? Because that wasn't the premise that we were discussing this from.
Well, we were talking about medical racism, guys. That's why.
Yeah,
No,
I was speaking on that point.
yeah,
I
but
was
you have
just
to
speaking on
understand. You
that
have to
point.
understand that racism transcends all areas of human activity. Right?
I understand that, but Mike, at the end of the day, whose responsibility is it to stop the racism? Is it white people's responsibility, or is it our responsibility to stop the racism?
Who
It's a
created it?
it's a that's what the purpose of the government is for, is to look out for the
Mike,
constitutional rights.
but Mike, brother, you're being very idealistic right now, and I
No, it's not
salute you.
idealistic.
No,
I'm a
How
wait
do
a
you think
minute.
they
listen,
fought?
brother.
I'm curious though. I'm very curious. So you're saying, I mean, I'm just throwing this out here. You're exercising the fact that it's the black people's responsibility to get rid of racism.
It is our responsibility to make ourselves as least vulnerable as possible to the racism. We can't stop white people from being racist, but what we can do is stop, for instance,
Okay, now you don't
shooting
understand what we're
ourselves in the
talking
foot,
about.
making ourselves more
That's why I had to
vulnerable
ask you
to the
that question.
racism.
I had to ask you that question. It's
Okay, yeah.
because you're addressing the actions or you're addressing how people are versus the system that is placed. You're addressing, the fact that I feel this certain way about somebody, so I'm going to do A, B, and C to them. It's not that simple. This is a team sport, fam. This everybody's
Yeah.
in on it. That's what I'm
The
trying
the
to
se-
say is that it's
I just want to
it's
say the
not something.
secret. The
Go
system
ahead,
you're
man.
talking about is probably capitalism. It's not just racism, and
I
that's
mean,
I
where the
brother, pick
rubber
a
respect
hits
that
the
it's
side,
road.
I
man.
respect that it's a team sport, brother. That's why I'm saying that black babies are our
Right.
responsibility.
But let me address that one too, man, is because while we here already, then your children are already in the system, along with the system that is not in their favor. So you have that already. So when you say, well, we need to care more about us, yeah, that's fine, but still, there's still a system that you have to address that people are a part of. So when you are, even when you're caring more for your black children, or if they're caring more about their white children, you still have jobs behind that. You still have doctors, police officers, teachers, all these kind of things. So you have that. So yeah, you're laying out an ideal, just like you said Michael had an idealistic type thing. Yours is as well. Some people are doing things like the Nation of Islam and all this kind of stuff, where they have a Muhammad University. You have King Drew Medical Magnets. You have all these different places where they have these things. But again, they're doing this. They're doing this while a system is trying to make sure it's hard for them to do it. And we have more people that look like you and me, just as much as white folks, saying, why I got to be an all black school? Why I got to be this? So you fighting that dynamic, and you fight a dynamic that's trying to make sure that you don't make it. So how do
But
you
brother,
win?
brother,
How do you approach that?
that's always going to be there, brother. That's all. They are always going to want their babies to excel over ours. At the end of the day, that's always going to be there. As long as they are the dominant group in this country, that's always going to be there. So now the
Right. So that
question
means you're
is,
acknowledging it. That means you're
right?
acknowledging
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I
That's all we're
acknowledge the
saying.
system is
That's all
there.
we're saying, dude. We're saying that it is that. We're not saying
Okay,
that it isn't, it isn't or it's a problem. We're saying this is right. This exists. While
Well,
your boy's
here's
trying
the
to
okay,
say
thing.
it's not.
so then, but I'm not understanding how
There's
people are
an issue with
complaining
this,
about
Mike.
things
Though
like, again, the institutional bias, because that's to be expected as long as this particular group is the dominant group in this country. So the question should be not, well, how do we get them to stop doing this? The question should be, I believe, for black people should be, what is our response to it? This is always going to be here as long as they're the dominant group in this country. What is our response as a race? What are
We
we
had
doing
we had a response, Village Arsonists, and that was the civil rights movement.
and I would argue that was an improper response. And
That wouldn't
So
be
look, I know I'm speaking as a young motherfucker. I know I'm talking
Mhm.
shit. I know it's probably disrespectful to others, but in my opinion, sitting in diners, getting spit on by white people,
No,
begging them to give
that
more
was
stuff.
the tactic, Village Arsonists. That was the tactic. The end result was to force the government to uphold the Constitution for everyone, including black people. That was the main goal.
They haven't been doing that since, though, brother. They haven't been doing that. So the civil rights movement was arguably a failure. They haven't been have they been doing that?
Do you still have Jim Crow?
That they stopped doing Jim Crow, but have they been fully acknowledging our constitutional civil rights as a people since that movement? Have they been doing? Because from my what I'm saying, we're still complaining about the same problem. We're still complaining about cops killing us.
Yeah, but who's ultimately responsible for obstructing the civil rights and the constitutional rights of Black people? Who's ultimately upholding that? We see right now in Georgia
the institutional racism. Yes.
No, but we see right now in Georgia policies being passed, laws being written to prevent Black people from voting. Right?
Okay, brother, I understand that, but let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
Do you recall the recent district attorney election in Atlanta? Why did that Black woman that sides with the police unions win over that Black man that openly came out and said, look, I'm going to prosecute these bad cops. I believe in accountability for police unions. Black people in Atlanta did not show up for him, bro. Come on, man. Look, listen, the institutional racism is going to be there. It's going to be there. What is our response, though? That's where I bring in the Black accountability. Why did we not show up to the polls to support this Black man, this district attorney in Atlanta, this recent election that stood up for Black people? He came out, he put his career on the line, Mike. And you know that's what that's do. When you come out against police unions, speaking out for Black people as a district attorney running for office, you are putting you're putting your job on the line. You are putting your career on the line. Because these police unions, they fund these district attorneys. That Black woman in Atlanta, she won. The one backed by police unions, she won, brother. Why? Because we did not show up to the polls. Listen, I will acknowledge racism, brother. I am not one of these Trey NBD, other type hood conservative. With all due respect, brother, I salute some of your views. But hey, man, I can't get on that white ass kissing train, bro. I'm not on that. Ain't no racism train. I'm not on that. So if you think I'm on your team with that, I'm telling you to right now on this panel, I am not on your team with that. Racism exists.
Do you understand?
I will call it the fuck out.
Institutional racism.
Yes, institutional racism exists. Yes, and it's listen. Even your white conservatives will admit to that, bro. Even your white conservatives admit to institutional racism. They admit to that when they point to Planned Parenthood, for instance. When they point to Planned Parenthood, for instance, they are pointing out an example of institutional racism that I agree with. So if your white conservative buddies can point to Planned Parenthood and say that's institutional racism, they can't say that I'm an SJW. Because I say that institutional racism exists.
Wait a minute.
Make up your mind. No. I need your white conservative buddies to make up their mind. Does institutional racism exist or not? But does it exist or not? Does it exist or not? Because your white conservative buddies will look at you. No. Your white conservative buddies will look at white liberals and call them racist. Your white conservative buddies will look at white liberals and call them racist. But then say racism doesn't exist. Which one is it, dude? Which one is it? Make up your mind. Need you to make your mind up. Is racism a fucking figment of Black people's imagination or not?
It's for you, it is.
No.
Now, the issue is this.
This is why I call him
racism.
This is an example of a fake-ass Black conservative. I've been waiting for this fake-ass Black conservative nigga for a long time. Thank you, Mustafa, for letting me on. This is a Black conservative fucking fraud. He is a talking point Black conservative.
You just mentioned
he is a talking point Black conservative. He is a fake white-ass kissing fraud. He is a Larry Elder, Candace Owens, Black conservative.
Use racism as a weapon, then cry about racism.
Does it exist or not?
What you do on the list.
Does racism exist or not?
To the degree that institutional racism is a thing, that's how Democrats operate. Every plan you have
So
is a
wait,
racially fucking institutional plan.
but I can give you 2 Republican administrations that say that institutional racism exists, admitting that white supremacists are infiltrating law enforcement agencies around the country. Donald Trump and George Bush, 2 Republican administrations, FBI reports coming out admitting to this problem. No Democrat. Barack Obama is not even a fucking thought in 2006 when the first report came out.
They quitting. Police quitting left and right. Stupid. Where all the racist cops at?
What's your point? What's your point? What's your point? Well, how is that a response to my point?
We're fucking, first of all, just because the FBI said it don't mean it's true. We up here arguing about
okay, so as a so-called black conservative, do you so as a so-called black conservative, do you support civil forfeiture?
No, fuck no.
Okay, do you support what is it called? Immunity? I forgot that. What's it? Immunity?
Qualified immunity.
Qualified immunity. As a black conservative, do you support that?
I'm not against it. No, I actually do.
So as a so-called constitutional conservative, you support a government agent having no accountability for their actions?
No. The city is accountable. You sue the city. You don't ruin a man's life. You sue the city. That's the difference.
But he's the one that but he's the one that did it. He's the one that did it, though.
If he commits a criminal act, he goes to jail. But he is acting on behalf of the state or the city.
That's not, listen, you don't understand qualified immunity. Go read it. Listen, all I'm saying is this guy's a fucking
acting
fake,
on behalf of the
and
state.
I've been waiting for a long time to call you the fuck out, dude. You're a fucking fake conservative. Stop representing black conservatives. That's all I wanted to say.
You sue the government. You sue the fucking government, and you never lost the right to do that. And
you don't understand qualified immunity.
You don't want to understand it.
But you're making the taxpayers pay for his mistake. You're making the taxpayers pay for the officer's mistake. How is that fair, sir?
Because the taxpayers hired the fucking officer. He works for the taxpayers. He works for the government.
So we hire you, you fuck up, and we have to pay for it?
That's government, dumbass. That's what a government is. It's taxpayers' money.
I don't know. Okay, this guy's. Okay.
Can we table this for 1 second? Because I think we.
I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Off topic. We went off topic, and I just want to make sure that we're not, derailing the conversation from what it was. So I think we were talking about. I think we left off at institutional racism, right? And so I think conservative wanted to get in, and he said he didn't believe that institutional racism existed. I think he said it was only on the left and not on the right.
One too. I'm curious.
And you've got all kinds of government reports under Republican and Democrat administrations saying that that's bullshit. So what is his response to that? I got Republican and Democrat presidential administration saying that institutional racism is a problem. What's your response, dude? How is this a left-wing conspiracy when you got Republican administration saying the same shit?
Men mean shit to me. Fucking quote somebody else.
I'm quoting the FBI. What are you quoting?
I don't quote niggas without a backbone, bro. Institutional racism
is what investigation under 2 Republican presidential administrations. What you got?
No, go down the list now. Go down the list. Point to the institution and point to the institutional racism. Go.
So
I'm giving you 2 Republican administrations, FBI reports saying that it's a problem. What you got? What do you have?
Still institutionally racist.
What reports do you have saying the opposite, that it's not a problem?
Go through the list. Let's go through the list. You naming nameless people. Let's go through the list. And what institution? We're talking institutional racism. Name the institution and point to the racism.
Okay,
and let's talk about
it. Listen. I've got 2 Republican presidential administrations, FBI reports saying that white supremacists are infiltrating law enforcement agencies around the world.
Ass nigga. Institutionals, bro. Talk about the institutions. Let's go.
So law enforcement around America is not an institution? American law enforcement is not an institution.
You got all the cops to quit.
American law enforcement is not an institution.
You did that. Black power, my nigga. We did that. We got all the racist cops to quit. All the cops still there. They want to be there. They like black people. All the cops.
Okay. Well, according to the FBI under the Trump administration, it's still a problem. So what you got?
Okay. Well, one.
What you got?
Racist cops under the Trump administration.
According to the FBI under Donald fucking Trump, white supremacists are still infiltrating law enforcement agencies around the nation. What you got?
All right, so they infiltrated, and what do? They sitting there chilling, but they having coffees in the
They
back office. What
violate
they
the
do?
civil rights of American citizens. That's what they do, and it's a fucking
Where?
problem. And as a
Where? You gotta
so-called
prove this to me. You making
constitutional fucking
arguments.
conservative,
You
you
basically
don't have a
like a woman
problem with
making
that.
rape allegations, my nigga.
You're
You like a
fucking
woman
fake,
throwing a
dude.
rape charge around. Give me some credibility, bro. Give me some evidence here. Take out some actual evidence
He's
here. If you
trolling.
prove your
He's
case, I will
lost.
back
He's
off.
done. He's
If you
exposed.
prove your case, I will
can we
back
table
off.
this?
If you
Can
give
we?
me actual instances, I will back
Go
off.
ahead, brother
You're
Mike.
not
I'm
giving me
sorry.
instances.
I
You're
don't mean
giving
to
me
disrespect
fucking
your platform. All right,
vagaries.
I apologize, brother. I
Vagary
don't mean to
ass
be off
niggas. I
topic.
hate you vague ass niggas, bro.
No,
Be distinct. Be descriptive.
this is
Wait,
interesting.
I'm fake. I'm fake, but you are not consistent when it comes
Vague.
to the Constitution,
Vague.
brother. You are
Nigga,
not,
do you
dude.
understand what vagary means? You know what vague is?
Well, the
Brother.
interesting part that I've been noticing, I never heard a hard stance between people that supposed to be conservative or Republican. So this is kind of new to me.
Well, this is leftism creeping into the
He's not
conservative
a
movement. This is
conservative,
what I
Art.
call
He's
Hotep
not, dude.
conservatives.
Well,
These
listen,
are the
Listen,
Hotep
brother, the thing is
conservatives.
like,
TVA.
They
go ahead,
coming up
Mike.
with these
TVA. I
racial
want to make
fantasies and
sure.
shit.
Yeah, I
Prove
want
your
to make
case
sure.
is all I ask, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to make sure that we understand that Tim Scott said, only a few weeks ago that,
There's no racism.
he gets pulled over as well, and he dealt with racism too. So I'm trying to understand where Hood Servant is saying that.
Listen, as far as America being a racist country, no, I don't. I personally do not believe it's a racist country. I don't.
How do you factor
But
that in?
is there racism
It's
in
not a racist
America?
country,
Yes,
but
there
all
is.
the institutions are racist. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's not racist, but all the
No,
institutions
I
are.
didn't. No. Listen. I
God.
did not say all of the institutions. I said there is racism with it. Listen, you've got people like
So, but you
nurses.
talking about institutional racism.
You've got people like doctors, nurses, cops, judges getting outed on social media all the time as racist. That's what we're talking about. Do we have people within these institutions that have these fucked up views? Yes. However, come on, at the same time, are we going to deny that there's lots of opportunity in this country for black people? Are we going to pretend like this is some third world hellhole and we're all in chains? Come on, listen, I've said this before.
Can I
I
ask you a
call
question
out
about
both
that?
sides.
Well, can I ask
Okay,
you a
let's
question
break
about
this
that? Is it
down.
more opportunity than racism? That's a fair question, is it not? Do you believe that for the black man
The
right now in
opportunity,
America?
yeah, there's opportunity, but the opportunity we had to fight for. Now you can't deny that.
Yeah, absolutely. But the civil rights movement you said, hold
So
on.
then,
The civil rights
No,
movement
now
that you
today
said
too,
failed
man.
was the fight, bro. That was the fight.
But
You said it
let's check
failed,
this
and I
out
think
here.
that's a little odd.
Hold on. Now you see what's the scrolling across the board here. Let's go down the list here. Name any place where black folks are not being treated unfair. Economics, government, war, military protection, education, law, politics, sex meaning family, uh, entertainment and labor. Where's our opportunities? Go. Anybody.
okay, I'm gonna throw this at you. We are dealing with oppression in every single one of those categories. However, let me throw this at you. Every single other non-white group in this country, in some way, deals with that as well. Because at the end of the day, white supremacy is white supremacy. They don't want to see brown Hispanics over them. They don't want to see Asians over them in this country. So every other group at some level deals with that. Now, my issue is our response to the shit. Okay, our response, are there whites in each of those categories that hold those views? Yeah, you got white racists in the military, you got white racist politicians, white racist judges, white racist human resources people, motherfuckers hiring. Yes. But those same people don't want to see Asians over whites, don't want to see Hispanics over whites. We got to keep it real on this. When we talk about
So
this,
you're
is
saying
why
it's
I
equal
support.
across their racism is equal across the board?
No, absolutely not. Now, this is where I support Dr. Claude Anderson. I support Dr. Claude. When he talks about race, it is a race. It's a competition. Whites are going to want whites on top in America. That's just how it is. And at the end of the day, it's how it should be for them. They should want to be on top. Black people should want to be on top. Okay? So Dr. Claude Anderson says, look, somebody's going to be on top, somebody's going to be at the bottom. And that's why I salute that brother, because he is absolutely correct. At the end of the day, Brother Newstall, Brother Mike, Brother Hoodservative, at the end of the day, in each of those categories is going to be somebody at the top, somebody at the bottom. So the question we need to start asking ourselves is not when is this going to stop? Because it's not going to stop. Every other group wants us at the bottom. Let's keep it real, guys. Asians want us at the bottom. Hispanics do. Whites do. Nobody wants to be at the bottom. So as long as those niggas are at the bottom, we're all good. Right? So the question has to become, what is our response to this shit? What are we doing to make ourselves less vulnerable to the shit that will inevitably come to us in this country?
How about denying that it don't exist? Does that help?
I don't do that, brother. Denying racism doesn't exist. I don't do that.
Yeah, so
I don't deny racism exists. I acknowledge racism.
You guys are missing the point that even we TVA and I both agree on this point where I think you're wasting a lot of valuable energy aiming at racist things that aren't necessarily worth building. You should be building up your defense force and your team rather than
Will racism ever stop? Will racism ever stop, guys? No.
Why should you stop building up your people? Because racism will never stop. So stop making your people weak.
I think right. I have to agree with what he just said.
But wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Stop making your people weak. But how do you do that when you keep being on the other side of your people? I don't get it, fam.
Well, that's where I disagree with
How is the person arguing that you, as an individual black man, that we as black people have the strength and the ability to do all the shit you're asking white people to do for us?
No. But you want to do that, but you want to link us to these white conservatives.
No.
You want to tell us that these white conservatives are going to deliver us, and that's a lie too.
So the person that's telling you have the power and ability to take your own life into your own hands is against you.
That's not what you coons say. You coons want us to link up with these white conservatives.
TVA, cut the bullshit. We've been talking about one thing on this panel right now, and that's what I'm describing to them. And the one moment we actually agree on some shit, you running off the point, bro. Don't let them make black people weak because you're mad at white people.
I disagree with you on some shit, bro. That's just how it goes. It is what it is.
But you do agree that you're never going to get rid of racism. But we have to understand.
It will always be, Mike. Do you disagree with that? It's always going to look. To disbelieve that is idealistic, in my opinion. You're always going to have ignorant, racist motherfuckers. It is what it is, bro.
No. What I'm saying here is, America as a capitalist society creates these inequalities that creates the racism that underlines.
So create stronger black people. That's my answer.
But here's the thing, fam.
The issue isn't about creating stronger black people because we had that already, right? We had
black. You will always need stronger black people to achieve whatever goals you're talking about. You can't you cannot ignore the fact that the kids are fucking not reading at proper levels. Families are disoriented like a motherfucker, but you want to have an army. Get the fuck out of here. This is not enough to build an army with.
20% of our babies are graduating with proficient reading, math, and science scores, bro.
Right.
But you want to challenge some power structure with some shit that's not even organized properly. Like, come on, bro. I don't even care about you wanting to start
But you don't want to challenge it.
Bro,
you don't want to challenge it. You don't want to challenge it. So that's why I call you conservatives out. You don't really want to challenge it, bro.
It's stupid. It's stupid to walk into
niggas like you want to get your white girl and go to the suburbs and just chill. You don't want to solve the problem, bro.
No, I'm talking about building up a people that can actually take on conflict.
But you want to build up the people lining up with these white conservatives acting like these white Republicans are our buddies, and that's a lie.
How about we have policies that actually make black men and women individually stronger and more capable? Then if you want to go
I
and
can
start a
Because you're
respect
leftist
not,
that.
thing, go do that. But
because you're not,
you're gonna get people fucked
Go.
up by trying to engage in conflict when they're not built for it yet. Our
no,
communities are fucking disoriented. We are in disarray. A lot of our kids wouldn't know the first thing about being organized or collective, but you think it's just gonna happen because you want it.
That's
But go ahead,
true,
Mike.
but
but
just voting Republican is not the way out of that, bro. Come on, bro.
Let Mike go
I
in.
can
Go ahead,
accept
Mike.
that. I can accept that.
yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah,
Mike.
the point that I was trying to make was that black people's place in this society was designed to be at the bottom. So whether you actually organize or not, they basically cultivated their society to be against you. So it doesn't
That's
matter
their whole
whether you're
purpose.
right. It doesn't matter whether you're Tim Scott as a Republican or you're Dr. Skip Gates as a Harvard professor. They're coming for both of those people.
But
That's
Mike,
the racist. That's the institutional.
did we not help build this country, brother? Did we
No,
not help
Yeah,
build this
we
shit
all
on our
know
back?
that.
Is this
And they know
okay?
it too.
So this look, one of the reasons why I refuse to say America as a country is racist is because my ancestors built this shit.
Yeah, but what is
So
race?
I
What
understand
is
that the
race?
white people currently in control of the system right now, some of them are racist. Yes, many of them are. But the country in and of itself, I love this country. We built this shit. My ancestors' blood built this shit.
But that is your
Ain't no
that is your
immigration
answer.
build this country.
That is your answer on a different context.
Yeah,
You know, I
because
mean,
if you
we
I
look
all
at the
agree
understand
with
it
you
was
on that.
slavery. I understand it was slavery, but at the end, I still claim it. They still
Yeah.
built this.
yeah, but if you look at the banner scrolling beneath the screen, economics, government, war, education, law, politics, sex, entertainment, labor, those are all the areas where racism transcends, right?
Granted, and the people currently in control of this country right now are going to continue to perpetuate the bullshit racism that keeps them on top.
And
That's inevitable.
Key word is control.
I think that's where you and I part ways, right? Because what I'm saying here is on our side, we're saying let's hold the government accountable where it matters, which is the Constitution, equal protection under the law. That's all we're saying.
I mean,
You're
we
saying
can, but do you think there will ever be a time to where there was genuine equal protection for all people under the law? Come on, Mike. That's
I don't understand
idealism.
the basis. I don't understand the basis of your
My
question.
argument is waiting on the government. Listen, I'm
It's
a
not
constitutional
waiting. It's not
conservative.
waiting.
It should be that way, brother. But at the end of the day, we have to empower ourselves to force that.
It's not.
That's reality, bro.
I mean, we're doing all these things,
waiting.
though, fam.
It's not. Yeah, it's not waiting on the government. It's putting pressure on the government to uphold the Constitution and the civil rights of Black people. You're not waiting on
is
anyone.
that a bad thing?
Okay, so what? So then we're in agreement. Then we're just having some miscommunication because my idea
That's
of
what I'm
putting
trying to
pressure
tell you,
on the
fam.
government is empowering ourselves economically. If we
Yeah.
empower ourselves as go ahead.
But
No,
you're
I think you're kind of
empowering
talking
and
past the
you
point,
hold them
though.
and you got to hold them accountable. You got to do all of it.
The
But go ahead,
Constitution
Jose.
How
isn't.
can we hold
There's
them accountable with no power, brother Art? Come on, brother. You can't
Yeah,
hold me. How
because
you gonna hold me accountable with no power? How you gonna
He's
be
right.
a 5'2" mama and I'm a 6'2" 15-year-old with no
Okay.
dad around and you holding me accountable? Come on
Okay,
now.
what is okay in your terms, so we can get an understanding about accountability? How do you hold one accountable in government?
I mean, but you have to have the power to hold someone accountable, Art.
Like, give
I
me
mean,
some
I'm
steps.
sure you
Give me some
respect
steps.
that.
Even if you have the power, give me some steps.
How do you hold someone accountable? And what do you? It depends
In
on who
government, the
violated you.
stuff
If we're
that Mike
talking
is
about
saying,
it
the stuff
depends
that
on
Mike is.
it depends on the elected official. But you see, for instance, the alphabet community, the conservatives, the people that are going against Trump right now amongst the Republicans. Shout out to Liz Cheney. That bitch is gone. She didn't bow down to Trump. She's gone. So if you have the power and the unity as a community, you can hold your politicians accountable.
Well, that's
Yes,
the
you can
main
do
thing,
that.
though.
See, the
Removal
thing
from
is that
office is the
this is
main
what I'm
step.
asking you, fam. See, because I'm looking for steps, and you're talking about the end result, but you're not talking about how do you get there. And
You said,
so,
okay, well,
obviously, well, hold on. They
steps.
didn't, according to Liz Cheney, that was a process to do that to Liz Cheney. They didn't
It
just
was a
say, "Hey,
backroom
get out of
process.
here." They
It
had
was
to go through some things, man. So
Okay,
that's
but
why I'm
Well,
Art,
saying
are
that
it
it
you
wasn't a
wasn't just
Art?
the
backroom
Are you
power.
going?
process.
Wait, wait,
It
wait.
was a
Are we
much
going to
long
deny that they didn't have grassroots Trump supporter pressure to do
fact.
that?
What is
In her state,
Come
grassroots?
bro,
on, bro.
in her own home district, they hated
You,
her. Get the fuck out of
Come
you're
on,
here.
saying
bro.
all look,
That
look,
was
look, look.
grassroots pressure. That's
You're
grassroots
saying
Trump supporter pressure,
you're
bro.
saying all the stuff that I'm trying to get you to say is that you had a group of people to try to put this together. It wasn't just this one iron fist that just said, "Hey, I got the power. I'm gonna do this." It was organization that got this chick where she in that
So
position as far
what's
as getting
stopping
out.
us from doing the same?
we
Well,
have
you
done that. That's
said
the point
you
that we're
said that
making.
you
Well,
said
what
how
are
do we
we
hold
Okay,
doing
people
now,
but
accountable?
Gabriel?
That
Right
was the
now?
Art,
Wait, no,
Art's
question.
no,
question,
what are we doing
Art's
right
question
now?
was how would we exercise political power? That you just answered. I mean,
Listen,
that's how.
black people right now have more political power than we've seen probably since the civil rights era. What are
We
we
just
doing
don't
with it?
use it. We just don't use it.
How do
We
you
don't use
figure
it.
that? How do you figure that? How do you figure that?
Bro, how many black women are at elected officials right now? From federal to local government.
No,
Like this is
no,
a record era for the black women. I can't believe these
Well,
women aren't out
no.
here
What I'm
celebrating more
you
asking,
often.
can't.
what I'm
Most
asking
black
is,
elected officials are not. They're not backed by black people. We got to keep it real.
no.
It's beside the point though.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, you say that black people have more political power than they did in the 1960s, and what I'm saying here is, how do you figure that?
Oh, look at the
I have
move,
to.
the
I don't know where you're
wavering.
getting.
Look at the wave we're in right now. I mean, even though I disagree with all of the BLM shit going on, you can't tell me that that's not the political wave right now.
But you already know about Soros and all these other kind of people. But the
Yeah,
thing is
But I
that
see black people in it. And so, like, you're in it. That's on you to now do something with it. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got power. You're
no,
in
see, this is
position.
the part that I'm not getting from y'all.
So are you saying that the black people in power are pawns?
No,
no,
that's the
that's not
thing.
what we're saying.
Oh, come
No,
on, be honest. What are
I
you
mean,
saying?
okay.
that because of it.
I wait for the wind to go by so I can
People that
respond.
want to blame
Everybody
people
keep
that want to
calling me.
totally blame racism, you got to make a choice too now. Just like the coons, like who's conservative, you got to make a choice. Are black
Yeah,
now,
people
now,
too
here-
stupid to make our own
no.
decisions? And no?
go
Well,
ahead,
hold on.
Art.
Let me
I eat
fill in
that,
some.
bro. We
Let me fill
good.
in some space with my rhetoric. All right, because the stuff that we've been talking about for a while is how do you organize and put things together to hold people accountable. And so that all comes in that, and not just holding people accountable, but putting your people in office. So you have all these different things that are available, but the issue is when we have people that's always trying to come up with ways on why you shouldn't, or there's a boogeyman out there, and you guys are making this stuff up. It's not productive to the black collective. That's the part that makes people like, wow. Because I heard, like, for example, people were talking about the whole Tommy Sotomayor against Kevin Samuels, and they're like, what's wrong with Tommy? He started all this, but people are forgetting that damn near every chance he got when it came to talking about black injustices, he made mockery of it. So it's like when we going into black injustice or whatever, I'm gonna throw this to hood conservative, dude. All this stuff that's been happening, all the way from Trayvon Martin or whoever to George Floyd. Can you name any of those cases where the black person was really innocent?
I don't want to make this about. We're gonna get sidetracked if I go deep into that.
No,
So
answer the man's
let me.
question, bro. Answer
Hold
the
on,
man's
Just
question.
one. Could you name one? Because you're gonna help me make my point.
Bro. You're proving that there is no black collective because
Answer the
black people.
man's question.
You got to go through individual because I probably disagree with a lot of the stances. Yes, and
Okay,
you asked me
name
my point. You
one.
know
He
I
just wants
disagree with them.
one, bro.
Like which
He
one
just
you
wants
saying is
one.
innocent? Because
He asked you for one.
Just one, fam.
dude, you're naming you named them all jumbled up. Like what are you asking me
I just
specifically
Asked
said
about
you
from
any
for
individual
Trayvon
one
case?
Martin to
case.
George
Which
Floyd.
case
From
where a black
Trayvon
man was
Martin.
innocent?
Yeah, what was one of the ones that was done wrong
This
by
what I'm
a
saying.
cop or
Name the
white
actual
or
case,
which
bro, because
one?
you're kind of vague. Name the actual case, and
Okay,
I'll give you an actual
you made my
statement on it.
point already. You made my point already. This is what I'm talking
He's a
about.
coon, dude. He's a
These
coon.
There
these
is no
things
black
these things you
collective.
can't
That's the
forget.
fucking point. You're never gonna get your dream of a collective unless you got a gun to people's head, my nigga.
No, but what I'm trying to tell you this, man. I mean, I can't say you're right or wrong and all this stuff, but what I'm trying to tell you is it's kind of hard to move forward. We have people
without a
that
gun to
say the things.
people's
Well,
heads.
hold on, fam. You know, it's hard to move forward when you have someone like yourself that say these kind of things when we're trying to get progress and
I
justice.
don't
It's
say these
hard,
things. I believe these
bruh,
things. I think these
bruh,
things. This is what I think, and this is what people
bruh.
You
think.
completely
And
deny
your
racism, bro. You're
solution to
just as
people thinking
delusional as these nigga liberals are,
whatever,
bro.
bro, whatever. It's
Bruh.
not the point. Listen, your solution to black people who disagree with you is to basically
It's not,
excommunicate them.
dude.
And so it's like
Is
now
it?
that's the only way to have a black collective.
Is
That's the
it
only
down
way
to
you're
a
going to get
simple?
your
Is it
black
down to
collective
a
is by
simple?
some kind of force. That's why I'm against the whole dream of it.
Hold on. Is it down to a simple disagreement though? These things I'm mentioning. Is it
Bro, it
really?
doesn't matter if it's a simple disagreement. I'm making the point that when it comes to disagreements of this magnitude, your only solution to black people who actually have like assume that's no racism, no cooning or nothing. These are legitimate disagreements coming from an honest place, and your
Bruh.
only solution is to
So
just
let me get this straight,
excommunicate
man.
those
So
black
we're on a
people.
basketball team, right? It's
Mhm.
5 of us, and I'm trying to, I'm dribbling or whatever. Then all of a sudden, the ball gets in your hand. I mean, isn't it kind of crazy that you would take the ball and go to the other side of the court and make the basket for somebody else, but we're all wearing the same jersey? I mean, isn't that kind of
One,
crazy?
a sports analogy. So every single black person is a
Okay.
fucking Nick. We're all New York Knicks, is what you're saying. Every single one of
Yep,
us is a
that's
New York Knick.
according to newsflash. Reality to every other group, yes, we're one big nigga. Yes, yes, nigga, yes. They don't
Why?
differentiate.
So
They don't
Well,
give a fuck
whoa.
about your culture,
the,
your tribe, or any of that shit. You're black.
Fair enough,
Reality check.
but I asked Art what he says. That's what the white people think, and I'll accept that. But are you saying that black
That's what
people are
every
all
other
a
group
monolithic
thinks,
group,
nigga.
and
Man,
we
all of
must
them
Reality
do,
all
check.
man.
Village
think
Arsonist, he
black
needs to answer.
thoughts? We all have. There's a such thing as black thoughts, and we must all think the same black thoughts. Is that what you believe?
Well, you know what? No, not at all. It's not about the same. It's about the goal.
So we all.
It's the
But
goal.
if we don't all think the same black thoughts, how can we all possibly have the same black goal?
No,
This
you
is
don't
why I'm
have the
saying this
same.
collective
No,
shit
it's
is
the
such a
goal.
tricky argument.
Because, like, for example, you got your Michael Steele's, right? Michael Steele is a
Hmm.
Republican, but yet he's for the goal of black people improvement, black people achievement. He's
Period.
for
Yes,
that.
yes,
You would
yes.
never
But if
deny
you
that.
But listen, you can't have people saying stuff like if you disagree with XY policy, then you're anti-black because Michael Steele would
Well,
disagree
it
with a lot of
depends on the
XYZ
policy. It
policy.
depends on the policy. If you disagree with black people having equal voting rights, then yes, nigga, you
You
Yeah,
are.
do.
but then but don't
Well,
call but see that's the thing. You will not you guys. I don't want to make it an attack on you because what happens
Mhm.
here is people coming on the left will say this particular thing is a black thing, and if you're against it, you're against Joe Biden himself. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's the fucking position of
Man,
the left in general on
I'm trying
whatever
to avoid
policy.
saying tap dancing, but you're running, fam. You're
Yeah, I
Running
think.
from
I
running.
what?
think.
I'm pointing out to you what you guys are
You
engaging in and the
have
reason
just
why
as
it's
much bullshit with
counterproductive.
Republicans, bro. When they pull out
Fair
these
enough.
coons like Larry Elder and Candace Owens and these coon ass niggas to say
And
their bullshit racist talking points, the white liberals and the white conservatives do the same shit. They
And
do
then
the
you
well,
talk
I'm
same
not
about
going
shit.
to
black
fight you on that.
progress.
I'm not going to
I'm
fight you
like,
totally on
I'm
that.
like, dude,
Republicans suck
bruh.
too.
My whole thing is this. I don't think you understand what I'm trying to get at. It's like you talking about black progress. Black people need to do this for themselves. Don't depend on blah blah blah. But at the same time, you shooting the ball in the other court. You know
If
how
we
are we supposed to listen
disagree,
to you?
if we
It is not about
disagree,
disagree. It's not. It's not.
hold
It's
on.
not about disagreement, fam. That's why. That's why I gave you that test. I was asking you all
There's
these
no black
different.
test. That's the point. There's
No,
no black
no,
test.
fam. The test that I was giving you, because out of all these, I mean, would you agree? Let me ask you this: would you
Mhm.
agree? And this is just on video. This is just in the news. Now, this ain't talking
Mhm.
about real life, but just in the news. Would you agree that there are several accounts where a black man was taken out by a white police officer, racist or not, or a white assailant, from Trayvon Martin to George Floyd? Would you say that has been going on for quite some time?
There was a case where a couple of, I guess, some young black kids pulled up in a car, maybe like a convertible. I don't know. They pulled up in a car with some loud music. White dude just shot him for basically nothing. Don't even understand why. He just killed him. This shit
No, he said he
happens.
didn't like the music. The incident that happened that
Bro,
you're talking.
did I lie? What the
No,
fuck,
no,
my
no,
nigga?
no.
Did I lie?
Yeah, that was
This
there.
shit
That was
happens.
Jordan, right?
Jordan. That was Jordan Davis.
This shit happens.
No, what I'm saying, sir, is it because people who may be listening to this may not understand what you're saying. I'm trying to give some context. He told them to turn the music down. He didn't have a right to do that. And number two, he said he didn't like the music. He was playing hip hop. Okay, because of that, he shot them. That's what I'm saying. Like, people have to understand that they don't care if you're on the Republican side or you're on the Democrat side. They only see you as that. As black.
That's the thing between people, though, and there's a problem.
Wait.
The
So you're
law
saying
can never erase that type of shit. All you can do is punish that type of shit.
So would you say? I mean, according to the optics and what you see, will you say that's a racial injustice?
No, that's not a racial injustice. That's a racist man that killed.
This nigga's a fucking code. This nigga's a fucking code. You are not a conservative, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Stop. Racial injustice is when you do not get justice because of your race. It's not when somebody kills you.
So what do you call shooting someone because of their race, nigga? What do you call that?
That's racism, stupid. That's fucking racism. What do you think racists can do? That's racism. But what happens when you say injustice?
You got more patience than me, bro.
No.
I gotta salute your patience
of the law.
I gotta salute your patience
of the law. Justice is a function of the law. You are fucking retarded. If the law doesn't give you justice, that is a racial injustice. Just because a nigga shot you is racism. It's not injustice.
Speaking for black conservatives. Stop speaking for black conservatives. Period. That's what I'm tired of.
Basic logic. You have feelings.
Stop speaking for real constitutional black conservatives. Stop it.
And let me give
Where do you get justice from, TVA? Where does justice come from, TVA?
Justice is not shooting someone because of their race. That's not justice.
No, that's racism, nigga. That's fucking racism.
Justice is not putting your knee on somebody's neck for 10 goddamn minutes and they're telling you repeatedly they can't fucking breathe.
You're gonna be a bitch about it now. That's not fucking justice. That's not injustice. That's the racist white man. And all of a sudden your brain stopped working when you think about one. No, that's not injustice. Wow. That's not where you go to get justice, stupid.
Like Kevin Samuels said,
just give him more rope.
You can't make this up.
Just give him more rope.
TVA, where do you go to get justice then?
So I start as a real conservative. I'm gonna start with the Constitution. Niggas like you don't give a fuck about the Constitution, dude. You don't care. You don't give a fuck about the Constitution.
Ad hominem shit. It's a simple question for
the Constitution is a talking point to you, dude. You don't understand it. You don't understand it.
Do you go to your baby mama to get justice? Do you go to your aunties and them to get
out of all of those cases that New Style just named, you can't name one where there was an injustice?
Where do you go to get justice? It's a simple question for a simple nigga like you. Where do you
As an American citizen, I should be able to go to the courts and the Constitution for justice. And regularly, black citizens are not able to do that. And that's a problem. And it's proven.
So thank you. Thank you. So the court is where you go to get justice.
What do you mean, thank you? Niggas like you deny it. Go ahead, Art. I'm sorry.
That was my point. That was my whole point, slow nigga. The court is where you go to get justice. So when a racist man kills you, that's not the injustice. When the court ignores you, that's the injustice. When you have to
okay, so but if you have proven institutional racism in the courts, then what?
Say that again, bro.
If you have proven institutional racism, and here's the thing. Because your white conservative buddies will admit that the courts have bias because they'll complain about anti-male bias in the family courts, right? But then when black men complain about racial bias in the criminal courts, all of a sudden it's a figment of our fucking imagination, right? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Go ahead, brother Art. I'm sorry, man.
It's always a figment, but it's hard to prove, and you have to prove it. All I'm asking for is to prove an individual case, because what happens is you'll give me a blanket accusation that racism is in the world, and we all agree about racism being in the world.
I think Art was trying to say something.
Cover everything, and it doesn't work.
Okay, so the glorious one, appreciate your super chat. Says bingo, Art, good question, peace in the chat. That's probably some of the questions I asked. And he said the other one that says we can empower ourselves and we are still in the same system. Who knows or who knew, right? And shout out to I'm listening for the Cash App. Appreciate you, fam. But the thing that I wanted to put out there, man, I'm gonna keep driving this home, man, is that you're saying one thing, but you're, you know what I'm saying? You're saying one thing and saying another, and it's like, okay, I probably have to, and this has probably been asked to you before, but do you care about black people? Conservative.
Dude, everything I'm talking about is for the betterment of black people. And thank you. Somebody in the chat gets what I'm talking about. You go to courts to get justice. You're calling that a racial injustice. And I'm like, you're misdefining shit because it makes people feel bad enough to agree with you.
You
That's a
deny the
fucking trick.
existence of racism in general.
I'm not
Niggas like you
denying
say
it.
there is no
Bro, how did
racism.
I deny it when I give examples of it?
I've heard you say
I'm
that
sitting here
before,
debating
dude.
the
Stop
finer
it.
points. I'm debating the finer points of it with you right now. The problem is I don't think everything is about racism. And then when I ask you to nail down the argument,
Nobody's saying everything is about racism. Straw man. Straw man. Nobody's fucking saying that, dude. No one's fucking saying that.
Get specific, and you won't. Anytime you ask me to get specific, I make the attempt. And when I ask you to get specific, you name call.
Okay, I got specifics. 2 Republican fucking presidential administrations saying that you have a problem with white supremacists infiltrating law enforcement around the country. One of which was in 2006. Obama was nowhere in sight. Go, explain.
And my answer to you is, well, what did those people do? I mean, since the
He's got no fucking response.
They do. No,
this nigga's a fraud, bro.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. They're in there. What they do? The racists were just sitting there chilling, drinking coffee. They could have been out racism in this shit, but they wasn't. They was just chilling. They could have been doing racism all day.
Now, the other question is this, fam. Do black people deserve the benefit of the doubt of any kind of innocence?
Everyone deserves the benefit of the doubt in front of the court. That's legal.
When has you gave one of us the benefit of the doubt in any of these situations?
Dude, you're asking for about black people as a group. There's no group benefit. I give individuals the benefit of the doubt. An individual man has the benefit of the doubt.
Which individual has got the benefit of the doubt from you, fam?
What the fuck are you talking about? We haven't even argued individuals up here. We've been arguing fucking theories and philosophy shit.
I'll make it even broader. I'll make it even broader.
We argue Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis? And what? Hold on. When the fuck did Jordan Davis come exactly?
He doesn't even know his name. He doesn't even.
We're talking about the brother who was shot in his vehicle playing the loud music.
It's not law based on philosophy. What is jurisprudence based on?
Right. This is what I'm just saying. We're debating philosophy.
Like
we're not. We haven't got down to individual argument cases.
Y'all.
Hello.
Go ahead.
But I got a question directly for the server.
We can hear you, fam.
So law is law for everybody, right? That's
why for a second. I missed.
That's why
your question.
Law trumps state law, right?
Your mic is breaking up a lot, Mr. Ingram.
It's for everyone.
You might need to reload.
I'm sorry, I put my headphones on. No, I gotta put my headphones in. I think it'll work better now.
Okay, we good now. I can hear you.
Yeah, can you repeat everything you were saying? I really lost everything you said, bro. I couldn't understand.
We good now? Okay.
Yeah, we're good, fam.
I'm gonna put my headphones in anyway. I think
he's still lagging. He might need to reload. Still lagging.
But the point now. Oh, what I'm saying. Wow. Okay. What I'll do is I'll.
The cyber god don't like you that much.
Yeah, just go ahead and reload, brother. We hear what you said 5 minutes ago, brother. Go ahead. You sound like a smart brother, but reload for us, brother. You might need to do that, man.
Hood service and get everybody's attention, boy, don't he? He's a legend. Yeah, I'm like, wow, man. I'm just baffled a little bit. You know, it's 2020 or 2021, and we're still scratching our head. What is racism and what is not racism?
Yeah, and I think Art, that's a good point, because it seems like when it comes from the right, there's a very misconstrued understanding of what race is, right? And so that's why I was trying to get Hood Conservative to actually identify, how do you identify race if you're saying that race is, if you're saying that America is not a racist country.
Yeah,
I don't think I don't think I got a chance to even talk about that, because that's the terms itself are
I'm the
where
one
the
that said
rubber hits
that.
the
I
road,
think I
bro.
said
Yeah,
that
I
first.
didn't really get a chance to comment on it because it's tough. I don't even know if I have an answer for that, to be honest, because the terms they start to lose meanings in certain places. And what do you do about that shit?
What is race? Is what I'm asking you, Hood Conservative.
Well, I mean, do you mean like Negroid from African or Caucasoid? Like that's the
How
most
do you
basic.
identify race in America?
Skin color is the only obvious way. Skin color and phenotype.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, then the answer. Listen, bro. I don't claim to know. Answer. The answer. Tell me. Educate me on
But you
this. I'm
have a
willing to
lot to
listen.
say on it, though. That's what I'm saying. Is
Yeah,
you
that's what we're
said,
When
trying
have
to.
we argued
you doing the
fucking
shoulder
race and you
dance.
explain to me what you mean? You explain
You
what
said
you mean
race. You
before you
said
proceed with all this ad
institutional.
hominem shit.
You said
But the thing
institutional
is, how can you
racism
say
comes from.
racism doesn't exist if you can't even define what race is in this country?
How can you jump on me about it if you're not willing to define it right there
You're the
now?
one that says racism is
Define
not an
it.
issue. So
Define
how
it
can you
then,
say that if
please.
you can't even define what race is in America? You can't even answer this man's
You are
question. But
proponents
you
of the
say
argument, so
racism
you
doesn't
define it
exist.
yourself.
You
Then
say racism doesn't exist, but you don't know what race is in America. That's bullshit.
define it, bro. Define it. Define it. Help the conversation move forward, please.
He asked you the question first. I'll ask you. I'll answer next.
I failed to answer it. I acknowledge I
Stop
do not have an
deflecting. Okay,
answer.
well then,
It's no
how about this?
deflection. I
Since
don't
you
have a
failed to
fucking
answer
answer.
it,
I'm
stop
now
saying that
asking you to
racism doesn't
define it.
exist. Fair enough?
Define
Fair
it. How
enough?
about you define it while you say
Since
racism
you
does
can't,
exist? Define it.
stop saying racism doesn't exist. How about
You
that?
stop saying racism does exist because you won't define racism. You won't define race.
Race is a status in America.
Okay, continue.
No, Bill Johnson, is because it's important that people.
It is a socioeconomic status in America, in my opinion.
It's a social.
It's your opinion. It's not an objective fact, though. It's not like 1 + 1
It
equals
is
2.
a fact. It is a fact.
How can it be a fact if it's in your opinion, my brother? Like, come on, stop. This is what I'm trying to point out here. It gets fuzzy on the edges.
Okay, well, you couldn't give us an answer at all. So I mean, we're gonna go with
I acknowledge my failure to give an answer, but I also want you to acknowledge that your answer is insufficient.
Don't speak
your
on it.
Your answer is fucking insufficient.
Okay, how?
It's only your opinion.
How?
Can we make a
When you couldn't give one at all, bro. You couldn't give one at all. So it's not right. Whoa. So white is not a status in America? It's not a status?
No, white is the color of people. White is the history of some people who came from Europe or something, but it's not just their status.
I can okay, so then why do you have why do you have brown Mexicans and brown Africans over here classified as white then? If it's a skin color.
Are they white or are they Mexican?
On paper, they are classified as white. Why do you have that? I can show you a brown Mexican that's classified as white.
He doesn't know.
This is my point. This is my point. It starts to get too confusing, and it's not even my rules that make it confused.
But you're criticizing my definition, but you don't have one at all. So, I mean.
Okay, so I see what's going on. Do you know the difference between nationality and race?
Yes, absolutely. There is a difference. That's why Elon Musk is African, because he was born in South Africa.
So
Elon Musk is a white African because he was born in South Africa. He was born in Africa, so technically that makes him a South African. So by nationality, he's from South Africa, just like Nelson Mandela, but he's a white man. Yes, they're completely different phenomena.
Okay, so now when he told you about, when what's the name, Village Arsonist gave you the definition, it was pretty much close to him saying a social construct. Would you go with that? A cultural social construct?
I don't know. No, he didn't. Well, he didn't say social construct. He said it was a class, a social class.
All that.
Yeah, class is construct.
I
don't even know if I accept these definitions or not. Like,
well,
so what the fuck is your definition, though, bro? Do you have a definition at all? Then why do you speak on it? Why do you speak on racism if you can't define it?
You know why? No, I'm not worried about the finer points of race because it's a fucking dog chasing its tail argument. You can be doing this until you're dead.
Now, who created this system, fam?
don't fucking matter. Let's achieve in the
Oh
system.
wow.
That's the
It doesn't
problem with the
matter.
whole.
Okay. See,
Are you black? Is your race pure shit? Are you gonna win or not? Do you want to fucking
Now,
learn
if
how to
you,
win or not?
dude, if you created a game, wouldn't you be the one that always make the rules and do all the
Nigga,
stuff
learn the
to
rules,
control the
bro.
outcome?
Learn the rules. Who created dice? Like, learn the
But the
rules and play
per,
the game. You will
but the
win.
person that created the game, don't they the ones that make sure that they control the outcome?
You would like to, but that doesn't always work because not
No,
everybody's
no, no,
dumber
no,
than
no,
you.
no,
Sooner or later,
bruh.
another person's
If you
gonna
create
win.
the
You have to get
game,
in the game.
so name me a situation where someone has created a game and someone defeated them in their own game.
Name
I'll
a
wait.
situation where someone's created a game and someone I don't know who invented basketball. I'm sure sooner or later he lost the game of basketball.
No, but that time has went by, fam.
But that time has
Plus the
now
money,
went by.
and plus the
The
and plus
time
the money is
so the
and
time
the
for
money
black
is
achievement
going.
has went by.
Excuse me.
The time for black achievements have went by. I don't really understand exactly where we're going with this.
The concept black achievement. What?
Yeah,
Well,
I think
I don't get it.
I made a case, and you said the time has went by as if it's not
Yeah, because
applicable anymore.
you going by the guy that created the game. You know, he's not
That was
around
your
anymore.
fucking scenario, my dude. That was the whole point.
hey,
yeah, but
Art,
No,
can
but
I
what
ask Mike
about
a
when he was
question?
living?
Can I ask Brother Mike a question real quick? Brother Mike, I've been wanting to ask you, man. If
yes, sir.
Art doesn't mind, are you a socialist? Do you believe socialism is the way out for black people? Like, is that your real quick? If you don't mind answering, because I've been meaning to ask you that. Is that your
Yeah,
perspective?
yeah. It's important to understand socialism as a bottom up economic construct, right? So, black people's problem in this country is class struggle, right? Because they've been
Right.
placed at the bottom economically, and so socialism is a response to the inequality of capitalism that capitalism reproduces. And so, when you ask me if I'm a socialist, I'm saying that's only one social political identity to add to the conversation, but it's not the ultimate form.
Okay, my reason for asking is because of white poor people's history of repeatedly stabbing us in the back. Why should we as a race tie ourselves more to an economic
You wouldn't have a
ideology
race.
than
You
saying,
wouldn't.
hey, go ahead.
Yeah. You wouldn't have a race if you had accepted a more fair and equitable horizontal system, which is what socialism tries to address.
You said we wouldn't have a race if we what?
We would.
If we had
have
socialism, we wouldn't have race.
we wouldn't have a hierarchy and inequality that capitalism is based on if we had accepted a system that was more fair and equitable, which is what socialism tries to address.
So socialism addresses racial inequality, not classes inequality. Because I thought socialism addressed class inequality, not racial inequality. I don't understand how
race and class are inseparable. Race and class are inseparable.
How when you have, like I said, when you have a history like in this country, for instance, of white poor people consistently to this day. Now you just said race and class are inseparable. But we have a history in America of poor whites consistently turning against us, voting against even their own interests for the sake of race, Brother Mike. So that's where I don't mean to take over. I'm sorry, Art. I just wanted to throw that at the brother. He's a brilliant brother. I really want to throw this. I hope we can maybe debate this on a night, man. I think that he's a brilliant brother. I just want to throw this question at him because I'm not understanding how socialism is going to save us. I don't get that.
Well, because it removes those class structures to begin with.
But class is not the same as race, though. You don't. For instance, you had racism in the labor unions. Did you not?
For that, no. But the issue is the system is created in that.
Yeah.
Even though you saying that, the system has it to where race is connected. Because the Italians, remember the Italians. The Italians were the last ones to the party to be accepted in that class under the white race.
Bastards of the party.
Right.
That's them, the Italians.
But for his theory to be correct, and go ahead. I'm sorry, BMT, but real quick, for his theory to be for him to say I'm sorry. For what he is saying to be correct, it would need to be the case to where in socialist countries there's no racism. You've got plenty of racism, for instance, in South American countries where they have huge government, they've got large socialist programs and all kinds of shit, but you have a racial hierarchy. You can go to places like Venezuela and all kinds of South American countries to where it's a socialist nation for the most part, but you have
which country is this? Which country is this? Which country is this?
For instance, like Venezuela.
No, they so to understand Venezuela, Venezuela was a capitalist country. You know,
so you don't you don't have racial hierarchy in South American countries that are socialist?
Which country is socialist though? That's what I'm trying to get you to understand or get you to explain.
I mean, well, okay, I guess okay, so here we go with the and I'm used to this when I have this argument with socialists and communists and whatnot. They'll argue with me about whether or not this government is actually socialist because, well, look, I mean, I don't know. Venezuela, I mean, are you going to deny that Venezuela, is that in your, do you have an example of a South American country that's socialist? Do you believe any of them are socialist?
They've only recently become socialist. They haven't always been socialist.
Okay, so okay, that's kind of loaded. So I guess you're going to say that capitalism is basically tied to racism. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, and if you look at BGS's comment in the chat, he kind of explains that capitalism is based on race. He's actually right about this.
Exactly. Like
so there's no racism at all in countries that are socialist. Is that what you're implying?
The idea behind socialism is to get rid of the class structure to begin with.
Yeah,
but class is not necessarily tied to race.
What?
Okay.
What? Yeah. You talk. Okay, it's the have and the have.
And again, if class is tied to race, then how come you have a history in America of poor whites consistently siding against their fellow poor blacks?
Because the power is in the identity of being white.
If I'm white,
so what does that have to do with capitalism or socialism, though?
Because capitalism was based off the exploitation of black male labor.
Okay, and let's get it an understanding. Everybody's not invited to the party, man. And you know, everybody. There's white folks you're gonna have disparity of all different types of people, but the ideology and the power structure remains the same. So just because you have a few people that didn't get tapped on the shoulder, don't mean that they can't wake up and say, "Hey, I finally arrived. I got the identity here. I'm ready to go." They have that. That's why Tim Scott he sticks out like a sore thumb. He doesn't fit no matter what he says.
So,
but go ahead.
I'm hearing the stuff about socialism and capitalism. If you want to look at it when it comes to black, we're engineered on tribal-based socialism. And what I mean by that, when we say we shall overcome, notice when we say we shall overcome, and everything that as blacks we've done, we predominantly, when we were being successful, we were doing that so the next blacks after us would have a stepping stool over the blacks before them to get to the next level. That's
guess
not
who wrote that song, DMT?
Hold on now.
A socialist wrote that song.
Hold on now. Keyword, like that's the thing about it. That's why I said that, because understand when we're saying that, when we're talking about doing stuff for the advancement of black people, you're doing things because you understand that, I'm not going to make it to the promised land. The people after me, they might have a better shot. So when they're talking about civil rights, so that way your kids will have the right to not get a crappy textbook, but probably get an even better textbook, so that way they can get an updated education. Or you know what, we don't have X, Y, and Z in our neighborhood. But guess what? If we put the money up, yes, I know I'll be old and I can't do school no more. But the kids that come behind me, they'll have that chance to have a better shot than I did. That's where the socialism come into. Mind you, it amazes me that America's biggest pocket is off the welfare system, of how they make their money off of the poor. Wait a second. That was something that came from the blacks, about free lunch, free programs for those who don't have. So wait, If the whites believed in classism so much, why did they take that same system from the blacks and give it to their poor white people? And they didn't give it to us immediately. They had to think about whether they want to allow black people into that. But the black people that developed that, what did they brand them as? Terrorists, problems to the country and the nation? Like, you got to understand. Notice whenever a black person, like I said before, or like you heard me before, Mike, whenever a black person makes money, what do white people automatically try to do to that black person? They try to separate them, right, from other blacks. To say, you can't understand the black experience. You don't get that. Why are you talking about politics of the black disenfranchised? Now, mind you, you have no problem with a white politician going to them poor white trail of trash like Trump did and saying, hey, I'm here for you guys. I'm backing you guys up. Vote for me. But the minute a black person that is financially actually doing something in their life starts to reach down, now they get called into question. And not only, it doesn't just happen amongst our own, but that was something that was taught to us by the white man that look at that high steady black fella. He thinks he's better than you. No, that was the whole point of black reach one to teach one. I reach back and I reach for him to teach him that, yo, there's a better way. My daddy couldn't always be in the school, but he sent me to school. So guess what? My son don't always have to be in the field. My son might be the guy who might build the tractor. So the son after him, he can just actually engineer and make the tractor to plow the field. So guess what? Now the generational wealth, which we've been cut off multiple times in history for black people, has been cut off. Either through redlining, politics, stealing of homes and property. We've had a lot of things happen to us by socially through classes because they didn't feel that blacks needed it. But then we'll hear it later on, pick yourself up by the bootstrap. Well, hold up. Every time we did that, we lost decades after decades of time and resources and lives trying to keep up. It's like running the race, but every time we run a race, we get stopped and told to take 10 steps back and then continue the race. Other races that have come here have not had to do that like we've had to. But we're here and we're steadily having to do. That's why I find it interesting whenever blacks start talking socially or about social justice issues, that's a problem. All of a sudden, they're an enemy of the stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why some black people, their managers or certain people that are PR with them, and you've heard of this, their people, when they start making money, start to tell them, don't talk about that black issue. That might upset your what? Your promoters, your people that give you money, politicians are told, like, they start off with blacks, but as they start to climb higher, they start to get separated from blacks because they're told that, yo, if you keep on doing that, you might not get reelected because you might upset some of your people. So you gotta understand, it amazes me that when blacks are trying to do stuff socially for other blacks, there's a separation game of separating them from other blacks. Or they'll try to economically say, hey, you can't understand being black because you make such amount of money. How is that possible? Did Robert F. Smith stop being black? Did Shaquille O'Neal stop being black? Magic Johnson, Ice Cube. We have a lot of black successful men and women that have made money, but the minute or literally have done things. And sometimes, here's the thing about it. I learned when certain black people start making money, they don't move openly because they understand the mass media will turn that against them and contort what they did and say, well, how can they make such amount of money and they live in a white neighborhood? Notice when they said it, they live in a white neighborhood. Wait, hold up, bro. I just chose a neighborhood for a better opportunity for my kids. If y'all stop putting all the good stuff and taking out of the black community and putting in other communities, I wouldn't have to leave my black community. See, they don't tell you that narrative. So who's
taking what out of the black community though? Because from my understanding, we are the ones that don't circulate the black dollars. That's our responsibility.
Wait. You're saying who's taking stuff out? My guy, they have no problem shutting down black schools. They have no problem not funding
Okay,
black clinics,
brother.
black education.
Brother BMT. Let's keep it 1,000, brother. Do we or do we not have a serious problem with anti-education as a culture in our community, brother? Come on, man. Come on.
No.
I'm not sure what you're referring to, Village Austin. Is
Meaning, for instance, these schools that they're closing down in these poor black areas, are we going to pretend like these are schools to where the black parents, for instance, a lot of them which were single mothers, they were going to the PTA meetings, they were engaged in their kids' education, they were going to the schools, they were making sure the kids were, doing their homework. We're going to pretend like these are the schools they're shutting down, where the parents were engaged, where the parents actually gave a fuck. These are the. I mean, come on, dude. Let's keep. We're going to acknowledge the problem of single mothers in our community, but we're not going to acknowledge the.
Notice how you went straight to single mothers. Notice how you went straight to single mothers. But
dude, they're not closing these schools in affluent black communities. They're not closing the schools there. So I mean, where are they closing the schools?
First of all, a lot of black schools, and I can tell you, but I went to a black school.
Are they closing the schools in affluent black communities or poor ones?
They are starving them out. They are starving them out. To
them who? Are they the affluent black communities or the poor?
No. You asking them. So when you're talking about a district redlining, where you're paying the same amount of tax dollars, but to get a TI-83 calculator, guess what? All the kids have to share them versus in another school that is predominantly more white.
Right. And we're talking about the same homes with single mothers that are spending hundreds of dollars on weave and nails and shoes and bags. We're going to pretend like that's not a problem. We're just going to blame race. It's all racism and redlining, right? These single mothers are spending every dime they can on education for their baby, and they just can't do enough, right? That's what's happening, right? Come on, brother.
So I got a question. So why is redlining illegal?
I'm not saying redlining is not an issue. What I'm saying is that the choices that these single mothers, which let's keep it real, in a lot of cases, the communities where these schools are being closed, these are poor black communities. What do we have in a lot of the poor black communities? We got single mothers raising shit. Okay, so now, are we talking about, so now, are we going to pretend like these single mothers are the ones that go to these PTA meetings? They're the ones that actually care about these schools being closed down. They're the ones spending money on books. They're not spending money on weaves, bags, and clothes and shit. We don't listen. My argument is this: racism is a problem, but the nigga shit is a problem too. We have to acknowledge both. We can't sit up here and complain about redlining, but then pretend like we don't have a problem with anti-education in these same communities, and we do, because we complain about these same. Go ahead, brother.
This is what I'm hearing. Hold on. This is what I'm hearing. We gotta tackle things one thing at a time. So what would be the priority?
I don't know. We don't have the luxury of waiting one thing at a time, brother.
I'm talking about in this discussion right here. What is the priority in this discussion and what we need to address? We say because for example, one of the main reasons why a lot of people take issues with Jane Elliott, because when they were talking about reparations, she said, "Oh no, before we get into reparations, we got to talk about the Native Americans first." It's like, huh? My whole thing is let's prioritize on what issues that we want to discuss and go into the next one. I think everybody
that's some other shit. Bringing in a whole nother group, that's some other shit. My argument is simply this:
you jumping all over the place.
Jade Elliott is a whole nother group herself.
My argument is, if we as black, if we're going to attack what's going on with us, and we're going to progress as a people, we have to acknowledge the institutional racism. That's a fact. It's proven. It does exist. I disagree with the coons that want to refuse to acknowledge that, but I gotta disagree with the Hoteps too that want to blame just redlining, just racism. That's bullshit. Our boys graduating at 20%. 20% of our boys graduating with proficient reading, math, and science scores. That is not just racism.
Now let me
And
ask you
we
this.
know that.
Let me ask you this on. I'm gonna ask you this on BMT's
This guy right
behalf.
here.
Let me ask you this on BMT's behalf. So, are you saying that if he got the people to stop doing the redlining and making sure that the resources are there, he's not going to address the boomquishas and the ratchetness when it comes to education or in our what do you call it, in our communities? Are you thinking
Brother
that he's going in
Newstall,
that direction?
brothers like people like Brother Umar Johnson, and they do. They want to just blame the redlining. We
Yeah,
have
but you're
to
talking to
acknowledge
BMT
both
though.
sides. That's my argument. Now, if BMT was saying both sides, my apologies, brother. My bad. If that's your argument, but that's got to be where we come from. We can't just say racism and we can't just say black dysfunction. It's both. And both can be proven
Dude,
quantifiably. Both can be
dude,
proven. You can prove quantifiably that we experience racism. You got report after report talking about hiring discrimination, white supremacists in law enforcement, the military, political positions. This is quantified. And you can also prove quantifiably that we are engaged in a lot of nigga shit that is making us vulnerable to said institutional racism. It's quantified. We can prove that we got little niggas out here shooting 1-year-old babies out here. These little niggas
oh,
out here
here
with
we
no
go.
fathers in sight, terrorizing the communities. We can prove that. It's quantified. We can prove that black women, these single mothers out here spending more money on hair and
And
shoes and purses
so
than they
do
are on
white
their books for
women.
their babies. So
So
when
do
you
white women. So
blame
what the hell is the point?
redlining for the state of these kids in these poor black communities, and you refuse to acknowledge the neglect that's going on in these single mother homes, that's disingenuous. That's all I'm saying.
So this is the thing that be getting me, Art. Because see, them white men don't mind using their single white women and throwing them in front of a camera to go get that funding for businesses, for doggone minority funding and all that other stuff. But I don't understand these black dudes that be doing that stuff and be like, well, we got to address weed. What the hell does weed have to do with disproportionate funding
What
of
what
black
does
and
what you
doggone
said
stuff?
have to
What?
do with what I said? You said
Hold
white men will put
on.
white women in the camera to get money. Okay, well, black
White
women are
men.
spending that on weave and bullshit. So how is that
Why are you
beneficial to
talking about
us?
weed? Dude, why are you talking about weed when we're talking about disproportioning of funds in health and education?
Because we're
How the
talking.
hell does that
Listen,
have to do with it? That you're taking away from the argument, bro. Like, stay on one thing. We're talking about education,
but the
healthcare, and
problem
the
is not just one thing. The
what the hell does
problem
weed
isn't
have to
just
do with
one
this?
thing. That's my argument,
This
brother.
no,
That's all I'm
oh
saying.
my God, bro. No. That, like Art just said, stick to one problem. We
But the
got this
problem is that we
no,
don't just have one
this
problem, though.
dude. Oh my God! Then
You're
listen,
not
I'm
gonna you're
focused.
not
See
gonna
that?
fix everything at one time, though. I mean, Village Arson, it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna fix everything
Right. But
at
okay.
one
But again, if we're
time. So you
talking
may as well
about lack of research, if we're
focus
talking
on one
about
thing so you can set an agenda. That's the point. Focus on one thing so you can set an agenda to change the
okay,
disparities
so
in that.
if the
And then you go
agenda
on
if
from
the
there.
agenda is improving the state for these young babies in these poor inner city communities, then we have to address why they're in that situation. Yes,
We are.
redlining is part of that, but it is also this single mother bullshit. We have to acknowledge that as well. This dysfunction
I
is
agree.
also has a lot to do with why these babies are dealing. 20% of our sons are graduating with proficient reading, math, and science scores.
Yeah, but there
This is
has
a
to.
fucking problem.
Yeah, but there
It's a
has to be.
problem. And I mean, I don't understand how just talking about one side is beneficial. Beneficial.
But
It's not just.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know
but
that's
it's
not
called
pop.
order.
art works in the academy itself. So he can tell you firsthand as to what's going on in the classroom rather than to just put
I'm
all
not
the
questioning his expertise. I'm not
what I'm
questioning Art's expertise
no
at all. I'm not questioning.
what I'm saying here is to say it's only single mothers, it's it's misconstruing the point of
No,
what
that's
it
not.
actually
That's not
is.
what I'm saying, brother. I'm saying it's both. But what I'm saying is, listen. My issue is either side that wants to talk about one end of the spectrum. You got the coons that only want to talk about the black dysfunction, and you got the hoteps that only want to talk about racism.
This is this negativity right here, bro. Like,
So I'm gonna
when
put
we're
I'm gonna put
talking,
the. Oh, go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, when you have it where, listen, if we came into a meeting to address about the appropriation of funding for our district, and somebody wanted to start talking about hairstyles, I would simply say, sir, could you please leave the room? We're talking about trying to reappropriate our funds.
Right. I get you. I already know where you're going. Here's what if you're going to talk about appropriating these funds, but appropriating these funds would be completely ineffective if you don't address another problem, which is what is the point? What is the point in spending more money on books, computers, all desks, all this other shit when you have this whole other issue, which is this anti-education culture at home? You can spend all the money you want to on computers. If they go home to a hood rat mama that doesn't care about education, what is the point?
Real quickly. Let me give y'all some tools. You have the central problem and you have the secondary problem, right? So usually the central problem is the overall arching issue that's happening. The secondary problem is some of the things you can pull from the, as a result. You can pull. So, for example, the fact that, there's a leaking faucet or something. The central problem is a leaking faucet, right? But later on, the secondary is that, okay, well, the water was running too much, or you start you layer like your secondary problem. So usually the central problem is one thing that I was asking. The secondary is like an item of things that you would have to tackle in order to help solve the central problem. Okay, so that's why I was saying is that when you start doing it in a structured manner, no matter what problem it is, we still hit it by bullet points. So as far as that, we can't do things without the other. I mean, that's all well and good, but you still got to do it in order. So that's what I'm saying. We got to speak it in an orderly fashion.
All right, my question to you is this, though. Real talk. My question to you and the panel, everyone listening. Salute to everyone on the panel. Brilliant brothers on the panel. My question to you is simple. I don't understand why we would prioritize putting more money towards education, putting more money towards the school, putting more resources towards the schools if the families are destroyed. So as a race, I believe, as a community, I think we need to address the families first.
Okay.
Are you sure about that,
Before we address the institutional issues. That's my
You push the families and family
are you sure about that?
Family counseling then.
That's a bad mistake on that one. Let me let you know why. In this point in time, probably later on in the future, you can put things in place to help, because that's called community community outsource and community partnership. That's what you're addressing, right? But the thing that we have to look at is while the kids are there, what do you do with them? And so I'm hearing noise in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, Eric has to mute himself.
And so
I think
is that me?
Happening?
Are you sure?
No, I don't know who it is, but
no, that was me. I give a brother $5. Go ahead.
I was talking.
So the issue is, like, for example, when we're talking about state of art equipment and things like that. Let me give you an example. Marcus Garvey in Los Angeles is in the hood. It's in the hood, and it's an all black school. And yes, shout out to Dr. Ian Palmer to put that together. He's part of the HOTEP community, as you always say. But those children leave that school like 3 or 4 grade levels ahead of where they started. So they're already ready. And they have nice equipment, they have nice computer labs, they have all these different things. Nice. But the issue is that And yeah, a lot of single moms put these kids in these schools. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is that even if you have the dysfunction or whatever, the kids, when you still be able to give the kids the things that they need to learn while they're away from the dysfunction. That's the issue.
Okay.
The function
Well, what specific?
dysfunction, you're going to have to deal with that. Yeah, but when the kids are growing, they can't wait. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You have to get them
So,
something. I don't care.
in
I
your
agree.
opinion, putting resources towards the school would be take priority over fixing these families. In your opinion, that's
No,
what
I
would.
You
think
get
I
As
think
far
what
as
I think.
time wise.
Okay, I
Art
respect.
so,
I can respect
but
that.
Art knows TV. I got a question for you. Okay. Um, would it not be logical and wise to learn how this brother has the school that he's heading, um, how that school is structured, the teaching is structured and everything, because that's going to affect directly the education of the children attending the school, right? So what's it? I mean, in other words, what's his game plan for educating the children and getting them focused on learning?
Now this where it goes back to village arsonist, where he was right on. A lot of people in our community does not feel that education is a priority. They just really don't. So even though I said they have the state of the arts, they have to work hard to get that. They have to really
Yeah, of
work hard
course.
because the issue with them, is that they're trying to make sure that government stay out of their affairs because usually when government is in your all black schools, then all of a sudden Mimi, Ray Ray, and not Ray Ray, Ming Ling, and Habib, and Mr. McGillicuddy, all those people wind up being in your all black schools to
Yeah,
change the whole thing around.
but
I hear
That's
what
when
you're
you
right.
start
saying.
having government in your stuff. So what we do, we give money. They have donors and all kinds
Hmm.
of things, but it's getting lesser and lesser, but still they're maintaining it. So that
Hmm.
goes to Village Arsonist's point. We don't prioritize these kind of institutions for our children, and that's what
Hmm.
happened with BMT's school over there where he's at, where he didn't
Hmm.
have enough support to keep a school open for all black children. So this is
Right.
where we at. I
But
mean, we got all these
hence,
boom quishas, we got all this
right.
weave manias and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
That's a bigger thing than the schools, I think, because that's psychological.
Yeah.
I
But
think
Um, but for
hence I say that these baby mamas, they need parental counseling because you're going to have to emphasize and push to them that, hey, listen, those children, okay, education is compulsory. Those children are going to have to go to school and they're going to have to learn the 3 R's. Okay, you got an opportunity because you got a system where this brother's got an all black school in the middle of the hood and it's working. And it's working because the parents are putting their children in the school. They trust this brother to run this system and it's working.
you know what they do
Okay,
though?
so
You know what they
what's
do?
that?
They take
What's
them
that?
away from that school and put them in a public school, and they have to worry about it. Matter of fact,
right.
it's free, and they get their weave done. I'm
And
But
just
you
I'm
know
just
think
what?
I'm just
about
keeping
it.
it real. That's what they do.
But I think you have you. But what I'm saying is this.
I
What I'm
mean, he's
saying is
being
this.
real. Like
Yeah.
it's true.
But yeah. But
But
what I'm saying is this.
but
You have to use coercive efforts. I mean, coercive programming when in fact logical programming is not going to help because, as you said, Art, these children need education now. They need schools to go to now.
right.
There's another way to
Yeah.
go here. Instead of coercive programs, how about you just stop giving bitches shit? So simple.
Like
That's good. That
But
ends
y'all
up
don't
being
understand,
coercive.
man. I mean,
you see what I'm
I
saying?
have to
Like
because I have to be
We
the
got
advocate
to
for the
get
children.
Negroes to
Hold on,
stop
y'all.
voting Democrat first.
I
We
have
got
to
to
be
get
the
them to stop
advocate.
voting
Hold on,
Democrat.
y'all. I have to
what
be the advocate for the children, though. Is because a lot
Hmm.
of children have. I mean, why you think gangster rap came out? It didn't come out for the chicks that they dated. Gangster rap was usually birth based on their dysfunctional mothers. They didn't
right.
want to call them to their face, so they just put in a rap song. I mean, look at
Hmm.
the what was it? Straight Outta Compton movie.
Um,
Dr. Dre's mom
Hmm.
was off the chain, right? So I mean, you see where this stuff comes from. So
But
therefore, while they in this situation, because you know these kids when they're in these schools, you got to find a way to make sure they don't repeat the cycle. You know what I'm saying? So while they're able to figure out how great they are, they're not like their Boom Quisha moms or whatever it is, or Ray Ray dad, whatever. They start understanding they got a purpose. I mean, that's the key thing about these institutions of learning for these children. You got to make sure they get them all the fair advantages so they'll be able to find out how great they are and move out this BS. That's the whole key, man.
The thing
New
about it, I
Star.
want to say,
Here's
I
my
hold on,
question. New
What I'm
Star.
saying is
How
this.
do these
Wait.
African
May I
immigrants
say
kids
something,
come
please?
over here and exceed us so well?
Say that one
before
more
you ask a
time.
question,
You have to
How
take
do
them
these
out of the control
African immigrants kids come over here and exceed us so well? Then when they
because they
have the
get money.
same,
because they're
they have
No, they don't.
less,
No, they don't.
because they're
access to
No, they
because
don't.
they're
resources.
succeeding on
No,
the
they
Yes,
continent.
don't.
they
That's
do.
That's a
why.
lie.
They come over here and
No,
exceed white kids. What are
that's
you
a
talking
lie.
about? This is
That's a lie.
statistics. Africans come over here and exceed whites and Asians. What are you talking about?
Why?
Yeah,
This
We were
is
Africans
just
this is
talking
do.
about
proven,
this
bro.
last night.
Dude, why
The
why do
Nigerian
y'all keep saying
community alone is just leaps and bounds over plenty of other ethnic communities. So like he's not wrong.
Again,
In the
they have
word.
access to even arguably less resources than we do, and they exceed even whites and Asians academically. So I'm
they have
asking,
a
how
culture.
does that happen?
But they
How does
still
that happen?
because that was emphasized
I
in the
mean,
home country
that's an easy
first,
answer to
and it was
that.
brought with them.
Hold on.
That ideology was
It's an
brought
easy
with them.
answer.
How you doing?
Fine.
I get
So
tired of
Your Honor, it's an ideology. Great, thank you.
No, it's
I
an
get
easy answer.
I get tired of this disingenuous bullshit about the Africans come over here and all this stuff. Y'all do know they have a culture, and also they have pools of money and different help and resources that Black African Americans don't have no
Brother, that's
access
not
to.
true. A
So
lot of those
yes,
Africans come over
dude,
here and they live in poor neighborhoods. That's not true.
And
stop it, dude.
money not
Stop
gonna
it,
do
dude.
your homework for you,
Stop it,
bro.
dude. No, listen, this is the problem. This is the problem about it. Like, I hate when y'all be using these doggone talking points and y'all don't know jack shit about y'all not in the schools, y'all not taking part of anything socially with Black people, but y'all make
Bro,
these
what do you mean?
YouTube
I
damn
know
arguments.
Africans. I've
No,
been
dude,
around
you
Africans.
don't.
I've been in the
Yeah,
house
I'm
with
There
them.
saying
I've
is
been to
Okay.
church with
there
them.
is
you're
I
making
have
there
even
excuses.
I
data
Stop
have
it,
to
dude.
certificates.
state
So like,
You're
yes.
making these
there is
fallacies.
data to state that for over the last couple of decades they're suffering from a brain drain and on the continent of Africa. You're talking about doctors and you talk about doctors and school teachers and professors like that. They have those degrees, they got the skills. Guess what? They can't earn a living. Guess what they do? They leave the continent and they come to America where they have the opportunity
Okay,
to
Uh-oh.
utilize their skills and education.
so what
Those
about the
types of
kid?
things that take advantage of
Explain
us.
why their children exceed ours and even whites and Asians.
Okay.
Not
So
them, their
Look, man,
kids.
I'm gonna give
man,
Uh,
y'all
pretend
the
this is not happening.
hurtful
a
truth on
child
this one.
coming from a doctor's house versus a child coming from an impoverished house that has
For
been grain
again,
fed
first
with
off, that's not
entertainment.
true.
There's a
That's not
big
true. If you
difference.
go to a
That's
lot
what
of these
no.
African
Oh my God.
enclaves, they're not rich, dude. If you go to
No,
Tennessee
Enclave.
and you go to those
he didn't
African
Nigga,
understand.
areas, they're not
vampires?
rich
Hold
over
on.
there, bro. Those guys are
Hold on, you
truck
guys.
drivers.
Hold
They're
on.
not rich.
What's going on with some of these people that come here with different expertise, whether from Africa, their doctorals are not recognized. So they would have to still wait on tables and work for the garbage companies and stuff and still be an African doctor. So that's what's happening with a lot of them. They're not being recognized as doctors. So you do have children that's coming from the African affluent class, but they're kind of poor over here. So you do have a lot of that. And then going back to supporting what you were saying, I'm not conservative, village arsonists. That goes into the part is where when I kept saying before about uh, as far as higher learning, when you were going into the part about black folks don't take education serious, part of that component is encouraging children to go to college. Now the thing is, it's one thing to not even say that I'm not what do you call it? I'm not good enough to go to college. But the thing is that they're not even applying. They're not even applying for the scholarships. You got students that are like 3.5, 4.0 being told you're wasting time. We're talking about males, while the women or the girls are told you need to go to college so you don't have to depend on a man. Now, while this boy is listening to the OG or Boom Quisha or whoever that's saying, "Hey, you don't need to go to college. Go ahead and learn this right here on the side." These Africans that you're talking about, they say, "Hey, I'm black." They apply. They get the scholarships. they get in. That's how a poor African can get into a college and kick ass with his feet coming out of his shoes. That does happen. So everybody has a valid point of this panel, but the key thing is, what do you want to do to make sure that your boys are in this place? That's my issue.
The thing about it, Art, and the thing about it is, we should, like you talked about earlier, culture. Feel me? Culture. Like, what has our Black African American culture been overwashed with? All these social media talking points, all this, hey, Black kid, you don't need to go to college. You can go dribble a basketball. You can go rap. You can go do all this entertainment and stuff where you're just a worker or you're just a plant, versus that of learning how to be a skill or asset for your community. You see, we will put up the rapper or the so-called entertainer before we put up a lawyer or a doctor or a phlebotomist or a nurse. See, the people, like, it amazes me. You have more entertainers talking about the medical field when COVID hit than you had actual Black medical people talking to Black people. That blew my mind. I'm like, why the hell is a rapper talking to me about COVID?
Because we ain't educated, fam. We're not educated.
But did that not strike you interesting? I'm like,
yeah,
why the hell is a
and
rapper
they know
talking?
it. They know we're not educated. They know we're not educated. That's why it's so easy. We don't even know how to vote. We don't even know how politics work. You know what I'm saying? We just see a president and say, okay, I'm going to vote. But we don't know what's going on within the mayor, the governor, the council. I mean, any of those, the assemblymen. We don't know any of that stuff. And that's the sad part, is that, our ignorance feeds people. At first, I used to say our suffering and our misery feeds people, but our ignorance feeds people. It puts money in their pocket. And other people that are not white but not Black, they figured out the game. They're like, shit, if all I have to do is get a few Black folks to do A, B, and C. They don't know nothing. I'll just go ahead and do this and keep it pushing. And
As opposed to when you give a Black child a chance. Now, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna jump off. I appreciate it, Art, but the African point that I brought up proves, it's a huge point. It's one of my main points against this IQ bullshit. Shout out to certain people in the manosphere that want to give credit to the bell curve and these other white supremacist theories that other groups are intellectually inherently more intelligent than us. Is bullshit. Because these racially pure Africans ain't mixed with shit. Straight out of West Africa. Ain't got none of this mixing, none of that shit. It's racially pure come over here, and they exceed every other group academically. So we have no fucking excuse. We are not inherently stupid as a race. When you give our children a chance, this has been proven time and time again. You give a Black child fertile ground, hey man, he's exceeding every other child. There is no equal. There is no equal. As opposed to when you put a Black child in dysfunction, like you see in these inner cities, these single mother homes, we see the results. So we have a choice to make. We need to either make more fertile ground for our babies ourselves, or suffer the consequences. But as far as this inherent bullshit, I'm not buying that. I don't buy that. When you give Black people fertile ground, we exceed everyone else. This is quantifiable. It cannot be argued. Again, African immigrants come over here and they don't all come over here making doctors' money. Shout out to Brother Newstall. What? These people come over here working as janitors and shit a lot of time. What are you guys talking about? But somehow their kids exceed ours. And these are racially pure babies. African Black baby. I'm talking parents still got the accent, eating food and all that shit. So what is our excuse? That's my question. What's our excuse? We need to give our babies more fertile ground. We can't wait on the government or white people or white liberals or white conservatives to do that bullshit. It is our fucking responsibility, period. This is a racial contest. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. This is a racial contest. Tribalism is real. If we want Black to come out first, we got to do that. It ain't nobody else's responsibility. Salute, brother Newstall, brother Mike, man, hood conservative, everybody.
All
Semper
right,
Fi
fam.
Dallas BMT, man. I salute everybody. Shout out to everybody. Good panel, man.
Thanks for coming through, fam. Yeah, man, it's a tough issue, man. Because I'm looking at all the data in this area, and it's kind of, I mean, put it this way, man, like especially in the West Coast, I'm just tell you straight up, the top priority of improving excuse me, just children in general in schools is English language learners, not black children. Even though there's money available to improve black children learning, this is where we at. I don't know what's going on in the East Coast, or in Chicago, or in these areas, but do our black children have a chance? Uh-oh.
We
Some
hear
of
you,
us.
Art.
Oh, okay. I said, I was always, because I'm just wondering, do black children have a chance? Because you already know the agenda of what they're trying to insert. In addition to race, they're trying to insert, um,
You know,
what's the word?
you know what I think,
Orientation.
Art? I'm going to say off rip, Art. What I think is this: yes, black children have a chance because black children are able to learn, provided that they are put in a stable environment to learn. They can learn just as readily as any other race of people, but you have to get them out of the dysfunctional environment, which prevents them from learning because the parents don't emphasize education. And the fact of the matter is, they need this.
I don't
Okay.
know if
And the
I
baby mamas are not going to do anything. And the baby mamas are not going to do anything until they're coerced into doing it. They're so used to doing things the way they want. They're so used to delaying the educational progress of their children because they don't emphasize education, but because they don't give a damn. You have to make them give a damn, which means you got to put them in a coercive situation. They say, hey, listen, this just been going on too long. You're a permanent underclass. Why are we a permanent underclass in US of A? Because our kids are not learning. Our boys are not in school. Our boys don't read it at at grade level. You know, they can't write, they can't read, they can't do arithmetic.
the system
Okay.
was designed to put black.
If you can't learn, if you don't have a stable environment for learning those basic skills from K, from, but wait a minute, man, stop that, man, because there are people who are learning every day, man. Stop that.
What are you talking about?
Okay. You got
But
black kids that are going to Bronx High School of Science in New York. You got
No,
black
what?
kids that are going to Brooklyn Tech.
I'm
You
not. I'm
got
not
kids
sure
that
what.
are going to good, they're put in an environment where they can learn and their parents give a damn.
I'm not.
That's
I'm
the
not
point.
sure. I'm not sure
but
what you're disagreeing
Come
with. I'm
on,
not sure what
man.
you're
You act as
disagreeing with.
though you act as though black people have never excelled, even though they face adversity.
But
Black folks are
here's the
always
thing,
going to
man.
face adversity in the USA. You know that.
Yeah, but you said
Here's the
that black people would be a permanent underclass, right? That's what you said, right?
Well, that's what they are right now, aren't they?
That's. I'm
no,
saying
And you're gonna be
that's a
that way.
byproduct.
And you're gonna be that way if your children can't go to school and learn. If they're not in a stable environment to learn, okay?
I'm saying the system was designed to keep them in that area.
Okay,
You
hold
understand
on,
that, right?
okay, all right, fine. If that's the case, if that's the case, then every African American, okay, since even since the emancipation of slavery, right? Every black American would be a pauper, okay, if that's the case.
No,
what's
but
happening?
that's
But
the systematic makeup of putting things in place, is to make sure. And the thing is, see, people are expecting people to admit it. You think there's some people that come out of nowhere. Yeah, that's right. I made sure that your people are not going to make it, and these are the plans to make sure that you're going to make sure that these kids don't learn this way, learn that way. I mean, the whole thing about systematic racism. Sometimes people just know what to do that's on that side, and it's been proven that way.
I get what you're
So
saying.
that whole
I
solidarity,
get
even
that.
at my job, is the whole thing is that what I'm trying to tell you is that, let me give you an example. Um, Say for example, I'm a white dude, and I'm from like a very affluent area, and I want to be a
Mm-hmm.
teacher. And all I wanted to do was really
Right.
make a difference in my neighborhood, and I want to teach them all the things that I've learned or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
that um, every school and district I applied for, they turned me down. They didn't hire me, probably 5 or 6 ones. But the only one that accepted me was the predominantly black area or black and Latino one. And it's kind of dangerous, kind of volatile, but yet I saw enough Lean on Me and Colors movies to get an idea of what
Mm-hmm.
that experience is. The question to you is, every morning, I gotta pass by every place that turned me down and get to this black and brown uh neighborhood at this school that only would accept me. Do I give my best? Do I give my all?
You know, do you give your all? Do you give your best? You damn straight you give your all and give your best if you want your people to rise. If you want your people to excel, if you want them to come out of the permanent underclass, yes, you have to give your best for the sake of the children that are growing up
Okay.
now. Okay,
So
the
that's
grown
tech that's
folks, I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried
so
about the grown
that's
folks. I'm worried
textbook.
about
That's
the children
textbook.
who are growing up under those grown folks.
So
That's
you
what
gave
I'm
me the
worried
text
about,
you
Art.
gave me the textbook answer, but let me give you the systematic answer. No, you don't give your best. Because the basic thing is, one, I mean, the personal part is I'm not happy where I am, and guess what? I ran into more white teachers that have the same ideology or the same experience. So therefore, I started looking at the part as far as, I'm trying to let you know what's going on. This is 24 years of experience here, fam. And the issue is that, you never been around black folks in your life, and you're 35, hardly. But this is your first time that you come in here. You're really upset that you're not able to teach people like you, and your own people reject you. But at the same time, any chance that they tap you on the shoulder, you get up out of there. But for some reason, you're so incompetent, you stuck with these people, right? But at the same time, you feel that you're better than them still. And you know that even in the hood, your white privilege still speaks volumes. I'm just letting you know. So those scenarios it is part of the systematic issues that children are facing. But the problem is they can't. You have to really catch them like red-handed. And then the thing is, like me as a teacher, an administrator, and shout out to Information Man, welcome,
Mm-hmm.
and Brandon or Bitcoin. The issue is, as an administrator or a teacher, you see what's going on, but you can't call it out because it's all perfectly legal.
To
But,
add
but,
to your
but, but,
point,
but wait a minute though. See, but wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Stop. Okay, wait a minute. So wait a minute. Okay, so what happens? What happens to the children that are growing up now? They need to go to school now. Okay. Um, why is it that that brother you were telling me about, okay, who's running this successful school in the middle of the hood? You mean to tell me that there are not other school administrators or teachers that are willing to make that at least that same effort
Well,
towards the same goal?
you keep going. I mean,
Can
that
I?
was just one school out
Can
of
I?
like, God, ain't that many
But
schools
what
like
I'm
that here.
saying, if you get one school up and going, you surely you can get another one up and going.
No, it's not that simple,
Can you
it's not
fam.
that
And
not?
easy. No,
that
I
school
mean,
I'm
was
not
we
saying.
can.
Listen. You're not listening to me. I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm sure it wasn't easy for that brother to get his one school up
I'm
and
not even
going.
going as far as easy either. I'm saying that the way that the system is damn near. It has to be another route. That's what I'm saying. I
Okay,
mean,
all right then. I'll put it this way, Art. Art. Okay, you got me on this. You got me on this. Okay, you're a teacher. You're an administrator. You know this way better than I do. I can see to you on that.
because
Okay.
that school was grandfathered in, fam. Because the
Okay.
stuff that he was able to do to get that school, you got to
Uh
run through hoops now. He was blessed.
huh.
He got
Okay.
that school done in the
All
'70s.
right.
Okay, that's when that whole Black
Oh,
Power
okay.
stuff was
All right.
going
All
on.
right. Okay. Yeah.
So right
Okay, well,
now,
see, you didn't say that from the beginning, Art.
I mean, I didn't
You,
say
you
that it
didn't
was
say that
made
from the
last
beginning,
like
though, Art.
yesterday. but the thing is
Yeah,
that
but
it has staying
you, but
power.
you
It
didn't
has
say,
staying
but you
power.
didn't say the 70s, man. That's five
Yeah,
decades
yeah,
ago, man.
yeah. That school was founded in the
Yeah, okay.
70s.
But
So
okay,
it, you
but my
know,
point,
Let me
no, my question is this though. No, I don't want to play semantics. My question is this, okay? What do you propose? What do you think might work?
as far as what I'm talking about, as far as the issue about
Yeah,
black education, black children, I mean the
yes,
issue.
yes.
My main issue is always to insert African centered education into schools, and that is a system that's allowed to
Mm,
use black children's cultural experiences to solve English and math problems, and using different African principles and African American experiences
mm,
to make sure that it becomes more of a reality versus them shutting off their whole personality to try to fit into a classroom of a oppression school system.
mm.
That is the answer.
Hey,
But go ahead, info.
Okay.
let
Who do
me
you go
let me let
to?
me
Who
just
do you
say
go?
this because we try to get on panels and we try to philosophize what we should be doing. Art, you are in the field. There are those of us on this panel who have had our foot to ground, who have been working with youth. And I got to say, I agree with Art. I think the only way we can educate our kids we got to do it outside of the system, because I think someone wrote in the chat room, what about black educators, how they get sort of swooped up to the suburbs and they're not going sometimes to the urban settings. And like Art said, sometimes you're in a school where your skill set, you're not working with groups or youth or a system that is in your best effort of what you're trying to do. And sometimes you get driven out because you're trying to work within a system that was never designed or developed to educate our kids. So you got to think out the box. For example, you got my brother Q Butter. I'm going to be supporting his what he's doing with his educational center that he has. He's working with kids with the consent of the family that he's got involved, giving an Afrocentric point of view education. You got George Macon, who's got an educational program where he's working with youth, getting them out of their community. So it takes black men to think out the box and create programs that are outside of the setting of the traditional educational system that's really controlled by white people. If you do that, now you've got say, almost like a private program where nobody can come in and tell you what to do. I did this. This is why there's no excuses. Excuses are tools of the incompetent, and those that use themselves succeed. You're looking at a man here who was 19 years old in a housing project of Saindale Housing Project in San Francisco, where me, my fraternity brothers, we created such a program that was after school. We worked out of a vacant building, which we eventually created into a boys and girls club. We worked with San Francisco educational centers to get job opportunities for the community when we begin to move this program and progress it. But in the beginning, we did it without any help. It was just us working with the youth. And when people say, well, the community doesn't give a damn, we had gangbangers, people that were saying, don't fuck with the alphas, because we were doing work with their youth, because deep down inside, they didn't want their cousins, their sisters, their brothers to become gang members. So there was a all out alert. Don't mess with us. Don't mess with our cars, because we didn't come into the community preaching. We simply came into the community, did the work, did some mentorship and some tutoring of the kids. And a lot of those black kids to this very day, had we not gotten involved and did the things that maybe their families weren't prepared, but their families actually praised what we were doing, and we didn't ask for praise. These kids are adults now. These kids have gone on to skilled trades. These kids have gone on to college, completed college. They got their own families. And when I've had time to engage with these kids over the years, they said, thank you for what you did, because you made a difference in our life. And now those kids are transforming it forward. So there are programs out there. We don't hear about them on YouTube, because oftentimes on YouTube, we like to talk about the negative and make it the maximum. And then we don't talk about the maximum, which we make the minimum. When there are programs, but people don't talk about them. So you got to think outside the box. And that is, what are you as a black man willing to do? Are you willing to support an organization if you can't get your hands dirty because you don't want to? Are you willing to donate to an organization like a Q Butter, like what George Makem is doing, and many brothers out there we haven't heard of? Are you willing to do that? My question is, if you're not willing to do that, or you're not willing to either get your hands dirty physically or donate or support an organization or a brother that's doing these things, then you really have no place to be complaining about that which you're not willing to get your hands dirty in. I've gotten my hands dirty in these programs, and I support a brother's program from afar. So therefore, you can't talk. You're so concerned about when me and BMT did a damn live stream together about his school, and we called upon black men to come on over and support. Oh, many calls were put out, but many of y'all Negroes didn't come over and support or put your money where your mouth is. When that school had to get shut down, only black male run school in the country. Where was you at? We've made me and BMT have done many videos together about these kind of programs, and nobody comes along. That's why I get tired of these goddamn panels. Talk but no action.
I hit.
I'm sorry if I'm being disrespectful to any of you brothers, but I'm just sick of it.
No, listen, man. Listen, you're saying what you need to say. You're saying what you need to say. You're there. You're in the trenches. You know what it's about because you're doing it. Art knows what it's about because he's doing it. You know? And this is what I'm saying. You know, okay, you could talk about white supremacy and racism will never end. Well, you know that struggle's not going to end. So don't focus on that. Focus on educating your people. You got two people up here who got the expertise. They got the knowledge. They in the trenches. They getting their hands dirty. They doing the grind. Okay? So don't tell me that black folks can't excel because of racism. Okay? No, it's a hindrance. Yeah, it's adverse to their acceleration and their excellence in learning. Of course it is. But it's always going to be there. Okay?
Well, the thing is acknowledgement. But I want to bring in Bitcoin L, Clarence Thomas, the coke can and the pubic hair. Go ahead, fam.
Hey, what's happening, y'all? What's happening, brother?
Damn.
Hey, I just want to say shout out to Info Man, BMT, you know, guys like Q Butter, you know, doing things for the children out in the community. Much respect. But I also want to say this too. The ones, you know, black men and black women that's out there probably ain't out there reaching out to the kids, but you know, they ain't causing no troubles. They not committing no crimes. They just living their life, you know, working a 9 to 5, whether going to college and want to do what they want to do for their life. Right. Even if they want to, you know, maybe want to deal with other races, you know, other communities. That's on them. They ain't bothering me. So, but, you know, I hear people say they can't talk about what their issue is with the black community because they ain't out there helping. But this is my thing. You guys will allow motherfuckers that did crime, that hurt people, that scam their own people, to allow them to get on panels to talk whatever they want to say, or ex dope boys or whatever. Let them speak their mind, but you can't allow the person that you might disagree with, like a Clarence Thompson. He can't say nothing because he don't want to help his people. No, he ain't bothering me. He ain't take no money from me. He ain't robbed my mama. He ain't robbed my brothers and my sisters. So I could be more cool with him than the person who was out there in the streets doing wrong. Another thing is this also, when we have these conversations about black children, you know, when I hear about a black child being killed, it's not by a KKK member. It's not by a racist cop. It's by black men and black women. A black mother in Memphis killed her own child. Another black woman killed her own her twins, and somewhere in New York somewhere. Nobody really speaks out about this. But but we do hear it a lot of time when it's you know what? When it comes to the single mother thing, when you hear about a black child being killed, it's usually by a single mother or her boyfriend. You rarely hear about a black father killing his own child. It happens, don't get me wrong, but you rarely hear about that. That's why when TVA was saying we need to bring back the black family, that's what's more important to me right now. The black man, the black woman getting married and raising a child, because I rarely hear about a black child being killed or harmed in a black black mother and a black father married. I rarely hear that.
You do know, brother Bighorn, that statistically, and you can look at the FBI statistics on this, and you're right about what you're saying. We do have this happening in these communities where the black mother may kill a child or the boyfriend has killed the child. But just for your information, brother, you do know when it comes to domestic violence in a community that white people outnumber and outbeat us numerically in domestic crimes, specifically with using guns. They lead the country in violent crime overall. And when it comes to killing of one's family, wife, and children, white men in particular lead in this type of domestic crime, specifically using guns, since they always like to say, hey, what about black on black crime, when you have actually white on white crime in which white people commit criminal activity upon each other at a higher number numerically than black people. But that's FBI statistics. What do I know?
Yeah, you can go to New Hampshire and you can see the same exact thing. What Information Man is saying, you know, a state that is 98% white has a huge violence rate up there amongst white people. So, and they're conservative.
Right. The problem is, Brother Mike, they don't report the violence of white America in the same way they report the violence in black America. Therefore, he who controls the media, the message controls the mind. And therefore, it trickled down to us saying, well, you know, black people got this problem with killing each other. Yes, we do. But every other group. And I'm also expert to know this because I work in the prison environment as a therapist and I look at the criminal records. I know y'all get tired of me saying this, but it's just the facts. The majority of the white men that I deal with in prison, they've got murder on their record. Who did they murder? Oh, their wife, their child. They're in there for molesting children. I look at black men. And I'm in California. We incarcerate more than any other state. Oh, black men. Oh, he's in here for petty theft, or he had drugs. He escalated from his parole because they found marijuana on him, or maybe some cocaine. It doesn't make it right. But a lot of brothers are in prison, not jail, prison, because of those types of crimes. It wasn't necessary because they shot their brother, they shot their mother, or their fellow brother in the street. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but it does happen. But we're not doing it at the numbers that people think we're doing it, because when we do anything, it's plastered all over media and they sort of only give you so much of what white people are doing. If you look at what's that cable channel on TV where they reenact stories of crime, the majority of the stories are white people who have killed their family, rich people plotting against killing the wife. The wife gets involved with another guy, plots to kill the rich white man so she can get his money. That goes on all day in white America and nobody talks about it.
See, that's my thing though. We're talking about as black folks. I mean, why would we care about what they're doing?
Well, the reason why I bring it up, good brother, is because yes, we're doing things and we got to clean our communities up. But I bring it up simply to say, we're not doing at a level of crime level that we speak about in comparison to our white counterpart who are doing more of the same crime, but it's not being promoted as such. The only reason why you can say what you just said to us, brother, is because that story is being promoted to you by way of media. So therefore you can say these many black women did this, because the media, like I said, he who controls the media controls the mind. They put it out there and project it, and they don't project white crime in the same way. They just want you to think that black people are the criminals of America. That's why I brought it up, good brother.
No. I'm saying, why should we care about them? Because this is my thing. We here to talk about the black children. That's why I brought up,
yes, sir.
Single mothers and all that. So that's a big issue. That's why I said the black family is the most important thing to work on. If we don't get it together, ain't nothing gonna happen. Like, I understand you guys want to bring up schools and education, but it starts with the parents. It starts home.
Right.
So let me touch on that a little bit, and let me address a shout out to BMT for the super chat. Said it's hard to say crime doesn't pay when those of us who have walked the line go unnoticed or been slain. This country built on cheating the system. See, the thing that I keep hearing on this kind of stuff, when the whole what about black on black crime type stuff. Last time I checked, for almost every black person that's been caught, they've been thrown in jail and been prosecuted to the law.
That's right.
Whereas when white folks have done something, there's always this head scratching, like, well, maybe he's having a bad day, or maybe this dude had attitude. There's always some maybe, when basically the same standards that you want to be done, that you want done to you, it should be done to somebody else. So I don't think it's an issue. Hold on, fam. I don't think that it's an issue about as far as who's killing who, because killing is killing. and it's wrong, and then what's wrong is wrong. The issue is, people that's paying the price for that. I think that's when you start getting all of the protests or whatever. So, I mean, people going to complain about whatever, but if you want people to abide by the rules and all that kind of stuff, then we need to get that done from our government as well. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was just saying, like you just said. Well, first of all, there's some crimes out there that where a black person get killed by another black. Some of them don't be solved. Some it's still cases out there that haven't been solved out there. So I just want to say that. Another thing is, as far as you saying, like, let's just say a black mother or whatever killed their child, it's going to continue happening. It's never going to stop. That's why I never understood this whole thing about.
She gets prosecuted.
Right. I understand it, but it's still going to be another. Who the next black child going to be killed though? It's still going to happen. Just like
is that the focus of the discussion though?
What you mean? No, I was responding to what he said about they get arrested, but it's still another black child going to be killed. The next tomorrow. I mean, hopefully it don't happen, but we all know it's going to happen. So nothing's going to stop. Racism not going to stop. White supremacy. I don't really say white supremacy, but that's the thing a lot of people like to say because I don't look at them as superior to my people.
But it's not about whether or not you look at them as being superior. It's an ideology based on that, right? That's what the ideology is based on.
That's something I don't believe. I just believe these motherfuckers have cheated our people. As far as
you don't have. Yeah, but you don't have to believe in it. They believe in it. That's really all that matters.
Saying the King's English.
Yeah.
The King's English. Everybody agree with that.
Yeah, nobody. Most Arabs don't. If I don't know any Arab Muslim who agrees with Zionism, but as long as Jewish people in Israel believe in that, that is their version of white supremacy, and they will inflict it on everybody else. That's pretty much what's going on right now. So the idea, and they studied the United States. That's how they were able to implement their policies. Just like in apartheid South Africa, they came to the South, specifically Georgia, to study Jim Crow to understand how to implement it on Africans. This is not something that's just made up. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, I hear a lot of black people who say, well, I don't believe in white supremacy. Well, they do. As long as they do,
exactly.
That has to be countered.
Right. It has nothing because that's a misunderstanding again. It's not an individual act. Shout out to Dollar Will for the super chat. He says his comments are being filtered. I don't know. Maybe you're saying the N word or whatever. I don't know.
I want to say
this. It's just saying that whole white supremacy thing is going to make, like, you keep preaching that to other kids, they're going to keep on thinking like white folks is more powerful than us. They're going to keep on thinking we're going to be conquered. We ain't going to go nowhere. If you keep putting that in their mind, in their head, they're going to always be thinking, oh, the white man, the boogeyman always set me back. I can't do nothing. I can't be a president. I can't be a mayor because this white man always going to be behind me, holding me back, man.
So I'm curious. Go ahead, Phil.
I think the thing about it is
also with this whole, like I was bringing up the education part, intelligence, like it starts with the parents to put that in their kids' head every time. Take them to the library. You go to your local library in the hood, ain't nobody over there at the books. They over there on the computer doing the whole Instagram, Facebook. That's what they're more in tune with the whole TikTok. That's it.
But here's the thing about I want to say to that a little bit was when it comes to seeing, when you think
they worry about clout. These kids worry about clout, not education more. And you know what? I'm just gonna say this: we don't even need education. We got the whole Google.
I don't think Bitcoin L can hear BMT.
I don't think he can hear me.
Can you hear BMT? Bitcoin.
I hear him now.
No, when it comes to black imagery, when you say lawyer, you think of a white man. When you say doctor, you think of a white man. If you say bioengineer, you don't think black, you think white. But if you say entertainer, black. If you say rapper, black. If you say basketball player, black. Like certain things or certain words have been stuck to us. Like notice that whenever certain things on the media are put out there, like white kid shoots up a school, he was just a troubled, misunderstood child. Black kid gets caught with a dime bag. This was a kid from a bad home, bad seed. I'm like, God dang, like, hold up, bro. Like, he got caught with a dime bag. He probably either just tried it or he just wanted, but it's amazing me how they pinpoint certain narrative. Like, look at how it was for Makaya when she got shot. They done railroad that girl. They done railroad Breonna Taylor. They done our people who die. It amazes me how they set us up how we look. It amazes me you can have a white kid or a white person shoot up and do a whole massacre. Somehow they always make it back alive. Somehow the police are very more compliant to want to hear them out, sit down and talk to them. I'm like, yo, bro, who gets that favoritism in this country? But when it comes to black people, we don't get that same. You and I both know when that cop pulls us over, put your hands on that steering wheel and don't you damn move. White person will get out of that damn car and talk back, talk all type of shit, and not give a damn. We can't do. It's a narrative that we think we can do the same thing that they can do. I know. Listen, as we start to climb the ladder of success, you start seeing less and less of your own people and more of them. And you know what they'll say? You speak well. You don't act like the others. Y'all ever seen that art? You ever seen that, Mike? Y'all ever seen that, brothers? When you start climbing up into these real rooms where they know they
Yeah,
got that pull, they
you're
start letting you know,
different.
like, you're different. Oh, you don't talk like the rest of them. You don't act like them. Why
But
do they say that?
let me
Go ahead, bro.
surmise. Like Bitcoin L. I think his whole thing is he does not want to have children learn from a defeatist mindset, and to make sure that they have to know that they can conquer anything they come across or whatever. That's all well and good. Um, but the whole thing is acknowledgement of what's happening around them. See, because the other side of that is that you can make them oblivious and make them run into a lot of things to make them more pro-black out of resentment rather than sense of pride. So that's the other side of that. So if you talk to a lot of the some of the black hippie movement type people from the 60s, they have a lot to show you. They have a lot to tell you because a lot of them they were trying to get into this whole white ideal of peace and love and ain't no, racism is not really an issue, blah blah blah, just love everybody, that type of thing. I'm not saying that that's where you're coming from. I'm saying that they're trying to wipe away the whole issue that race is an issue, right? And so what happened later on, they've been done pretty bad to where they took so much to chin they couldn't take it anymore. So all of a sudden I'm blackety black and I'm blackety black, 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 black. And I'm like, if you're gonna you have a sense of pride in being who you are as far as black or what have you, it should be confrontational. It's not supposed to be finger pointing. It's supposed to be the fact that you recognize the greatness about you and your people. That was, that's the things that's been handed down to you, not just slavery, but just from all the other things, that achievements that our people have done. So when you focus on that and then understand that you have these obstacles that you're going to defeat rather than using the obstacles to say I'm not going to do anything, then bam. I mean, you got it from there, but just to try to deny the things that's happening around you, I'm not sure if that's a good thing, fam, as far as raising your children.
I mean, but people will still listen to a person. Let's just say, okay, I'm pro-black, I'm this, I'm that. I'm always going to be here for my people. I'm going to build schools. A person can say that for 10 years straight and don't build nothing, but people just want to hear him speak on white supremacy, make us feel like we're victims all the time, because that's what a lot of us thrive on.
Is that Black America or Umar Johnson?
I was going to say no name, but yeah, we'll listen to
Because you're
people like
using a
him.
figure. You're using a figure. That's what I'm
Because
saying.
remember,
His
that
followers
figure that you're speaking
don't listen
upon
to him.
is someone who pushes Pan-Africanism. And there's a lot of black people who don't subscribe to being Pan-African. They may have a respect for the continent, but they don't subscribe. When you hear Umar speak, he's speaking from that point of view. So you got those that's going to follow him, and those who don't follow him don't want to support what he's doing because it's like you said, it's been 10, whatever many years, and the school hasn't been built. So not every black person has that mindset, and not every black person has a mindset of defeatist. I understand where art is coming from, where you teach your kids that they can be anything that they want to be. You nurture them, you guide them, You give them the steps to get there, but you never deny them the understanding of what white supremacy or racism is, that it is a barrier that's there, but you just got to do what they always say from my neck of the woods: take the ball, run with it, and get it the fuck out of your way. So you go forward in what you want to do. If you want to be a scientist, teacher, whatever, you go forward to knock those obstacles down. You're talking all of us as black men on this panel. I think I can make the statement that all of us have had to deal with these issues, but we didn't let it stop us. We just kept moving forward. Some of us on this panel might have gotten another black man who helped us along the way. There might have been an organization that helped us along the way. It might have been our father, mother, whatever, but we're still here and we still been doing what we've been doing. I had many things that were in my way that I had to get over as it related to racism. But you don't sit back and say, well, I can't do anything because of racism. You know it's there. You know that you got to deal with it. You got to tighten your chin strap up on your helmet, and you got to break through that goddamn defensive line. You know, take that ball and run with it. We know that. So as long I have a child, Art is a father, brothers on here are fathers. We know what we need to do. We got to lead by example. I get where you're coming from, Bitcoin. We can't have a self-defeated attitude. We can't use that as crutches to say why we didn't achieve A, B, and C. I get it. There's a lot of black folks who have that mindset, and I don't have a problem with that mindset. But I just think that don't forget, you've got Clarence Thomas as an avatar. You know damn well that Clarence Thomas got where he got, not only because of him pulling his bootstraps up, but there were certain programs that were put in place that helped Terrence Thomas to get where he got. And Terrence Thomas, what he done is once he got up to the mountaintop, he pulled up the ladder and said, oh, the rest of y'all Negroes need to just pull up your bootstraps, as if he didn't get any goddamn assistance coming from South Carolina. Come on now. Racism was strong and big during his time. So that's the only problem I have with the Clarence Thomas types, is that they got theirs and they did benefit from some social programs. And then now they want to pull it all up on the rest of us and say, we don't need them, but they got theirs that same way. That to me is the problem with black conservatives that think that way. After they got theirs, well, the hell with the rest of you, because I made it by my bootstraps. No, you didn't. There was affirmative action programs that were put in place during the civil rights movement that helped your black ass. And affirmative action programs are only designed to get to the black people who are most qualified anyway, who otherwise wouldn't have got the opportunity, because we got this thing called institutionalized racism, whether you want to believe it is real or not. It is real. I'll stop right there. Good brothers.
Well, I'll say this, for me, like, I always come back to my community, always help out whoever helped me. I'm gonna help them regardless. But when it comes to, like you said, Clarence Thompson, like for instance, I shouldn't look at Information Man or Art to help me. Look, it should have been my parents. They should have been there for me. I don't have to look at Info or Art. I got to look at my father and my mother. Them the first ones that should have been there to teach me, to help me to where I'm at today. But most of the time, I had to go to my grandfather. My grandfather, if it was for my grandfather, I wouldn't be alive right now. Thank God for him.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my point, though. That's why I said the family is more important. Like, I understand, like, look for strangers to help me. Hey, I'm hearing a lot of noise in the back. I don't know, somebody making some noise in the back.
I know. Somebody working on his Fred Sanford truck.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, but yeah. So, like I said, I shouldn't look for strangers to help me, man. It starts with the family. My family should be there. They're more important to help me than anybody else. Now, Clarence Thompson don't want to help the black community. Hey, I'm fine with it. He ain't hurt me. It's dope boys out there, pimps out there that's doing wrong to our people, but we still celebrate them. Look at what T.I. going on. T.I. claiming he's so pro-black. He's here to help the black woman. But look what he's going through right now. 30 women out there claiming that he had raped them or sold them to other rappers or something, making them sell themselves for money for him and Tiny. But nobody's calling it out. DJ Envy want to call out the dude, Kevin Samuels, but he ain't calling out his buddy. So what's up with this? Like, we ain't keeping that same energy with everybody. We seem to just want to go after people like Clarence Thompson or the Ben Carsons in the world.
Because the people who helped build the system, or at least fought for Clarence Thomas's pathway, he's actually crapping on them. That's the difference.
Well, I'm gonna go toward. Yeah. I'm gonna
But
go to what that brother said about family, because my family was the ones who emphasized educational excellence for me to the point that, can you hear me?
yeah,
Or am I bargaining?
you good.
We
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you,
me?
sir.
I don't think you hear us.
Okay. No, what I was
Oh,
saying was that I emphasize with the brother who's talking about that it starts in the family, because that's where it started with me. My mother and father, they put me through private school all the way up to my last 2 years of high school, and the only reason why I didn't go to private school all the way up through my last years of high school was because I'm the one who screwed up. I got with the wrong crowd. That was on me, so I took the military route out of the mess that I put myself in, so that I could remake myself, if you will. But I can't say that my family wasn't there for me, because they were.
hey, that's respect. That's respect right there. That's where it starts, you know. But like I said, I always will appreciate brothers like Info Man and Art that's going out there reaching out to kids that's not theirs. They don't have to, but they did.
Mm-hmm.
Salute to that. Most definitely, they need to
Right?
be celebrated.
Indeed, they do.
Yes, sir. And shout out to George Macon too with the Urban Nerds League. I see that.
Let's welcome BGS to the panel. Agnostic, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, folks? Just
What's going
listening
on,
in.
bro?
Nothing much.
Yeah,
Good
but I was
conversation we're having today.
yeah, couldn't get in earlier because grandson is testing. We're actually testing, so I'm sitting in on his third grade class.
Somebody say if
There you
people
go.
parents don't want. I mean, that's who we should be going after. The parents. I don't understand why we got so much energy towards strangers that didn't create this life.
Because it's systemic. Okay, it's this whole thing is systemic. It always has been. You can't your system or your society actually basically outlines what you can and cannot do in a particular system. Okay, there's no such thing as individualism. We think it is because it's preached, but nothing is done individualistic. Never has been.
I'd agree with that. I can
It's
see
Okay,
systemic.
that.
but I agree with that. I'm saying, why is it so much anger towards the strangers who didn't create their life?
The strangers. What are you talking about?
Okay, like I said with Info Man, like he's out there reaching out to kids that don't belong to him.
Uh-huh.
But people will get mad at strangers that say, "No, I don't want to come back to the community. I don't want to help out. I just want to live my life. I just want to do what I want to do."
That's
I don't think
fine.
it's any anger towards brothers like yourself. That's why I said earlier, there's some
Not
people
me.
who
I'm
don't
just
physically
get that
get
Well, let
example.
him
involved. So
finish.
maybe
Let him
they
finish the
support an
thought.
organization like Urban Worldwide. It's whatever you can do, but it's no anger towards you. It's just that brothers like yourself will say the things that you're saying, and some of the things that you're saying have to be rebutted in some cases.
Well, the thing is, if people don't want to help, if people want to be individualistic, that's fine. But then you can't come back and complain about the society. It doesn't work.
Right. That's
Then
what I was trying to say earlier, BGS.
you get what you get what you get. You get what you get, and you adapt to the environment that you're in, and that's the way it is.
Okay, but this my thing. For a person that was out there doing crime, hurting their own kind, or was an ex-con, you allow them to come back and speak their mind, or give their solutions to situations. But a person that said, "I don't want to help out," but hey, something might have happened to that person. Okay, he finally woke up. Now he needs help from his people. Now it's like, no, you didn't want to help us out. You didn't want to reach back. Now we gonna turn it back on you.
A person that's a dope dealer, a person that does crime, is held accountable for what he did. Freeway Ricky Ross will always be known as a dope king. He can never escape that. Okay, he will always be questioned. He will always be pointed at. You have to make amends for what you did. You just can't come back in, walk in, and says, "Okay, I'm gonna help the community." No, nigga, you sold dope. Jay-Z still got that follow. Even though Jay-Z's a billionaire, Jay-Z sold dope on the block. He can never escape that. He'll always
No,
be
it's
known as a dope dealer.
but those guys are more celebrated. Yeah, they might get a little criticism here and there, but a guy like Clarence Thompson or Jesse Lee Peterson, for example, if he want to come back, ain't nobody gonna allow him back in the community. They're gonna keep on bringing up the things he said on his show.
Well, of course you're going to, because that's history. You recorded it. You have to be held accountable for what you said. If you put it down there, even on YouTube, man, nobody. I'm not that important. I'm just a regular dude. I'm held accountable for what I say. Everybody is. You're held accountable for your past. Clarence Thomas included. And I will tell you, Clarence Thomas will do way more damage than 100 Jay-Z's. Okay, as a Supreme Court justice, because the decisions that he sits in and makes will last 150 years. There's a big difference between a Clarence Thomas and a Jay-Z. Jay-Z is an effect. He's not a cause. When you get up that high to sit on Supreme Court justice, you're a cause, bro.
Yeah, more young people want to be like a Jay-Z, though. More of our black youth want to be like a Jigga. They don't want to be like a Clarence Thompson. They don't want to know who Clarence Thompson is.
They want to be a Jigga, the Jigga that got out of the game and made some money. They don't want to be a Jigga that's doing 20 years behind bars.
I don't believe that one. They want to be both. They want to be both.
Dude, I came up. Basically, I came up in that shit, man. Free Ricky Ross grew up like half a mile from where I grew up, man. If I had went to middle school, we would have went to the same middle school. Okay, I grew up in this stuff. I saw this stuff. I saw the crack era from the ground up.
You grew up, but it's still going on right now. Okay, we ain't got to use. You can say
they don't say the same. They don't say the same thing for the white boys and the opioids, do they? It's a systemic. Why they go after you and not after them?
They call it a medical problem for the white boys, and they call it us a criminal when it come to us.
They did basically. You know the history behind how this dope got this crack and all this stuff got into America, right, through the black community. You know the history, right?
Oh yeah, I know.
Okay, so riddle me this, Batman. How did the price of a kilo of cocaine drop from $50,000 to $5,000? How did it happen?
I mean, because it ain't it's not viable no more. That drug.
No. In other words, is the United States government supported that drop. They sold chemicals to the Colombians. They made sure that they flew that stuff in, so the bypass all the stuff would make it high. It's systemic, man. It didn't just this stuff does not come out of nowhere, man.
Yeah. BGS. Remember when I think it was Maxine Waters? She got the guy who was leading the CIA to come out to South Central and admit that they were putting drugs in South Central.
I remember it because you know why that happened, man? Because my partner on KJLH basically went to number one, he visited Free Ricky Ross, and the next, he actually went to the guy that wrote the Dark Alliance, actually wrote the story, and brought him down to LA to actually speak. Okay, Gary Webb. Gary Webb, and after that made so much of a fuss amongst the black community in Los Angeles that Maxine Waters and I forget the other lady's name, actually the congressman from Los Angeles went onto the hall of the Senate and demanded that the CIA answer for what happened in Los Angeles. That's what happened. I remember that because I was actually there when.
Hey, Art, you need to turn your camera off, Art, please.
Yeah, I was actually. Art can tell you. I don't know if Art was there, but we were actually there at the middle school when the CIA director was there. So I know this stuff from the ground up. I remember Clarence Thomas's hand. I have no problem with Clarence Thomas. Okay, they want to replace a liberal black person. The thing is, the thing is, Thurgood Marshall. Basically, you would not have half of your stuff that black people have if it wasn't for Thurgood Marshall sitting on that court.
Facts.
So telling me that Clarence, the Jay-Z or T.I. or even 100 of them is equal to Clarence Thomas, man, you're out your mind.
See, that's my thing. We want our black youth to follow a Thurgood Marshall, not a Jay-Z. How can we do that? How could we put that image in their head instead of wanting to be the next?
It's real simple. All you got, real simple. They basically it's right in front of you. If you have single sex education for your boys and girls, Monahan laid that out in 1965. Okay, you need to get your women on code. It's real easy. It's not that hard.
That
It's
I
laid
think
out.
that's impossible. That's
It's not.
impossible in
It's not. It's
2021,
not
in my opinion.
impossible. No, it's not impossible. If you had the will to do it, it's not impossible. Chinese do it all the time, man. There'd be whole fucking cities, man, in less than 10 years. It is possible. You have the will to do it. There should be no homelessness in the
I mean,
United States.
I don't feel like I feel like they have to do it themselves, as they should know. Hey, I got to follow.
There is no they. There's only a we. If there was a they, we would have never been enslaved, would we?
But the women need to know to get on code and get what it comes to the black man.
Because I have to say,
what it comes to the black brothers.
That means there's a we.
Well, I know this. Yep, I know this, that in the 1970s, I went to an Episcopalian school. All my teachers were West Indian, women, predominantly women. And there were some men teachers, but predominantly women. Those women were about the kids learning. They were about them excelling in academics. I had one teacher, I'll never forget her. I love this lady, Miss Jackman. She said that when parents took their children out of that school and sent them to other school, she said, you know what they're doing? They're sending their children to schools where they get all the answers right. They don't fail. They don't they don't make mistakes. Therefore, they can't excel. They can't build their character and their wit.
Okay. The thing is, it's proven, man. Okay, I've done this before. Go look at. There's a book called The Boy Problem.
I had people when I grew up in the 70s in my building.
I understand, but the thing is, in 1912, they proved if you give the boys a single-sex education, within a male-dominated sphere, the boys would do better. How many black boys' schools do we have in Harlem, in Washington D.C., in Baltimore, in Chicago, in Dallas? Okay, that's proven. And they go basically the graduation rate goes from like 30% to 84 to 90%. Okay, how much more proof do we need?
I went to an all-boys school in Harlem.
Yeah, Dr. Steve Perry in Connecticut.
You can Monahan said
I went to an all-boys school in Harlem.
Monahan said back in 1965, the vast majority of the problem in the black community.
I went to Rice High School in Harlem.
Can you hear us, bro?
I think he needs to log off and log back on.
It was a.
They can't hear. I mean, can you hear us, Semper, Eric? Eric, can you hear us?
He's delayed.
Are you delayed?
He's gone.
No, he's still up here. Well, I see him.
Eric.
Cool.
Can you hear us? He can't hear us.
Oh, it's his phone.
But yeah, I'm definitely agreeing with that.
Eric.
No, I can't hear you.
Okay, but you seem to be talking.
But I can hear you all.
You're not responding.
Hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us in real time?
Yes, I can hear you right now.
Because you're responding to us like it's delayed.
He's still delayed.
The only thing that I'm saying.
See, he's listening to us on YouTube. He can't hear us.
But yeah, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. But this is my thing, though. Okay, I'm hearing this study and that brothers in college, they are dating out more. I believe it's like 30% of brothers in college are dating out more. So if you don't get the women in line, who are they going to be able to get with? Who are they going to raise a family with if you don't get the women in line?
And if they're going to raise the family with the women that they can find, with the women in our group.
And how do you get the women in line? I'm curious. I want to hear this plan.
No, that's what I was asking. Okay, so you're saying single sex for the girls too? They go to school,
it is better for the girls. But the thing is, who are we trying to help? Is it the boys, or are we trying to help the girls? Who's worse?
Of course, the boys.
So basically, where's the problem at?
Go the boys.
So in other words, you're a man, you're logical, right? If you're going to start with a problem, do you start with the problem that's best? You start with the problem that's worse.
Yeah, but you also could help the other problems too. with that.
Which
Now,
where do you? That's not the question I asked you.
if you just focus on,
where do you start?
Yeah, I agree with the boys, but I'm saying you just don't stop there and just help.
I didn't say
fix
stop.
that problem.
I didn't say
Okay,
stop.
good.
I
Okay,
didn't say
yeah.
stop. What? So we gonna have a school for the boys and girls not gonna go to school? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said both. School for the boys and school for the girls.
Where? So in other words, what should we focus on first?
I
Who's
said
causing who's causing the problems in the black community for the most part?
Well, if you want to go there, I'll say the girls is the women.
Why is that?
Majority of boys are raised by women, right?
No, in other words, the majority of boys are raised by women. When the boys get out on the street, who causes the problems?
Yeah, the boys, but they get that mind state from the women.
So in other words,
in other words, they get the women in line to get with a competent man. It's going to continue happening.
If you can't, since you're not going to, since that's a big ass societal problem, and that's going to take a long time to function. You do the simplest simplest method possible to actually get the more bang for your buck. What is that? That's been proven.
I'm sorry, who's kind of.
In other words, what the most effective minimum dose that you can actually put into this problem and get done like tomorrow?
Yeah, I would go to the boys first to get the problem.
In other words, you put the boys in the single sex education, you could get done tomorrow. Okay. The thing is, is that that's if the women want to correct the black culture. If they don't, guess what? Black culture needs to go away.
Exactly. That's my point. That's what I was saying. If we want black men and black women to be together, stick together, and raise a family together, we got to. I just said, like you said, the girls got to have their school. They need good women out there teaching them about being womanhood, being there for the black community, being there for the black man, and the black boys need to understand that they need to build so we could get this thing going, get this thing moving, like you said. But if we don't, then we're going to have everybody just scattered doing whatever they want.
If you get single sex education for the boys, guess what the girls are going to get? Single sex education. So the women can teach the women, which has been happening in native societies for 100,000 years. Okay. The women don't teach the boys, right? At the age of 7 or 8, guess where the boys go? They go with the men.
Right.
Which is something
That's if the mother allows that nowadays. That's if the mother allows
it. If basically the biggest impact on a society, and it's been proven, is what? The Prussian school system. Biggest impact, the biggest brainwashing system. So if you make the system work for you, which is single sex education, with men like Art teaching boys without the interference of women. Because Art can tell you his biggest interference is the women, is the females in the school system.
Facts.
If Art can get all males and all male administrators where he can teach what he wanted to as logically as he wanted to, Art probably could do 10 times as much.
Facts. I agree with that. Yes, sir.
It's already been proven. It's not that it's been proven. The thing is that feminists know, especially black feminists know, that boys will improve. Boys will go ahead of them.
Team effort.
Say what?
Team effort. Yep.
Yeah, it seemed like
You're bored again, Art.
But he was saying it's a team effort. I definitely agree with that.
I get back. Yeah, it seemed like it's a team effort for these boys to not succeed, whether it's coming from women.
Yeah, it is.
Asian, Latino, it's like everywhere.
It is.
I'm looking at it like in real time.
It is.
And every now and then I have to step in.
Even and me and Dr. T actually proved this. At every level, men, even with all the restrictions and all the stuff that's been held back, black men still outperform black women at every level. They still do, even with the restrictions. What happens? What happens if 70% of the black boys that make it to college don't flunk out the first year? What'll happen if they make it all the way through to get their bachelor's degree? Where we reverse those numbers, where 70% of your black boys actually graduate from college with a bachelor's degree. What's going to happen then? How will that shake up the world? How will that shake up black society?
Or in a big way, in a major way.
In other words, black women would not have control of this society anymore, right?
Yes, sir.
And so what do black women really want to maintain amongst the black community?
Oh, control of the black man.
Control of the black man. So basically, if you don't suppress him, you're not going to control him. It's not rocket science, folks.
Hey, you said it better than I ever heard it right now. You just said it. This is like one of the best solutions I ever heard.
Not rocket science, man. I've been because I've been studying this shit for 25 years. It's not rocket science.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
I appreciate it, man. I gotta head out real quick, but I appreciate this talk though.
All right.
Yeah, it'll be a complete wrap. It would be a complete wrap. You know, once you have a substantial amount of brothers, young brothers, with a not just a degree but a bachelor's in an expertise, it's a wrap. Agents figured it out.
Yeah. Well, China figured that out, man, 40 years ago as a society.
Lifted 500 million people out of poverty in 40 years. Unheard of.
Every and they said every kid that's possible to be educated should be educated. Period. That's what they said to the greatest extent, right? Every kid. Okay, we can't even get the black woman to get on code to actually educate every boy to the greatest extent. Because what happened in Baltimore, man, that should have been a travesty. It should have been a national travesty. Basically everything should have stopped. And then basically that black boy basically failing, 90% of his classes, that wasn't even a blip on the radar. It's like, okay, so it's Tuesday. So what?
Yeah, because they look at it as competition. Even your own son is competition.
Yes.
And they're not admitting it. That's the part they really need to admit.
Because they're not going to admit it. That's how come they don't like the manosphere, because we bring this stuff out. That's how come somebody like Dr. T is not liked, because he's on the other side of the wall. He tells what's going on from the elite. Okay, this is not accidental. This is not benign neglect. This is on purpose. He tells me stories of chicks with 2 masters and a PhD, and her son is failing high school. How's that happen?
Yeah.
Now, there's one thing if they're not valedictorian, but how does your son, when you have 2 masters and a PhD, how does your son fail high school, and you're trying to set up a girls program?
And they've made us do a lot of data or a lot of research and data.
Did everybody get off because I got on?
No, I think it's just the middle of the day. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think Eric was trying to get in. He told me to put the link in the chat.
Okay.
It's an overwhelming amount of black boys in general are in special ed. People are not paying attention to that.
And guess who pays extra money to keep those black boys in special ed?
The state.
The state and the feds.
Yep.
Is
part of your LCAP.
So wow, really?
So that's money there.
Really? All the money that we don't have that could go other places, and you're paying double the amount to keep these black boys in special ed. So what do you think the school is going to do to get more money?
Don't forget, mom get a paycheck.
Well,
I wasn't even going to go there.
Yeah,
I don't even want to go there.
To your point, BGS, that's what we were kind of discussing earlier before you got on. Some of these people were saying, well, it's not about the system, it's about the parents. And I'm saying you have to look at the system from the top down and not try to fix everything from the bottom up. Because if you can correct the institutional aspect of public education, you can solve a whole lot of other issues. Because we see a lot of black boys who do come from single mother homes, who do go to these boys' schools, like these charter schools that you mentioned in Chicago and DC and these other places, and they do exceptionally well.
Yep.
So you can't just say, well, it's just single mothers and that's just the end of the story, and we're not doing anything until we control these women. No, it's a 2-factor issue that should be controlled, that should be addressed from the top down.
If you can't correct the single mother problem, right? Okay. Just like any other problem, if you can't correct the single mother problem, how do you kind of ameliorate the problem to make it better so it's not as bad? Okay,
right.
You can't get rid of single mothers. Okay, you can't take their kids away, But the thing is, what can you do to actually get these kids to where they need to go, so you can lessen the effect of them growing up in single parent household? There's always going to be an effect, but how can you lessen the impact?
Yeah.
You give them a quality education. I mean, that's straight up Carter G. Woodson.
Yeah,
Quality education. That's it.
yeah, and that's the thing that I was trying to get the
But it's got
conservatives earlier. I was trying to get the conservatives earlier to understand was that their own guy Tim Scott said 2 weeks ago that he came from a single mother himself, and he's a senator. So how can you argue that we need to do something just about the single mothers, and that from a conservative standpoint, and we have to focus on the family, when in reality the very people you're trying to uphold came from single mothers?
Yeah, basically the whole system incentivizes single mother. If you want single mothers, basically all you have to do is not support them. It would take a generation, but it will stop. Because why do you think Greece has Greece is Europe's single mother problem is like 50%, but Greece is less than 10 because Greece doesn't support them.
Yeah.
Whatever you incentivize will grow. Whatever you don't won't grow.
Yeah, here it's an industrial complex. The food, Kellogg's and Kraft and all these other agricultural companies, get subsidies from the government to actually, help facilitate a lot of these SNAP programs and things like that. There's a whole, all of the landlords who get, 80% or 90%, pay, for rent, for single mothers and broken. There's a whole industrial complex behind this that a lot of these guys don't understand, that you're trying to, you think that fixing black women is going to solve the issue. There's a whole, corporate industrial complex behind this.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, it's a systemic problem. Anything in society is a systemic problem. Go ahead.
And I always said that if they fix these black women, a lot of
gotta start somewhere, don't you?
Huh? So where do you start?
I was saying is, yeah. Oh, go ahead, man.
You still delayed?
Well, well, see, that's my question. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you're still. Yeah, but you're delayed because I said,
can you hear
where
me?
do you start?
Yeah, he's in Finland.
Oh, he's in Finland. Okay.
Yeah,
all
right. And that's what I'm saying.
He's like 20 seconds behind.
Yeah.
That's like, it reminds me of Muhammad Ali. When you ask him a question, it took him a while to answer after Parkinson.
I would say that.
He's not
Eric, if you get a chance, please update your Chrome browser to the latest version. I think it's 90.
Oh, really? Because I'm over here. I'm using my phone. I guess I'll update my phone a little later.
Yeah, it's one thing if it's a few seconds lag, but he's like 10, 15 seconds behind us.
Wow. And shout out to Kareem Austin for the Cash App. And shout out to DE Raptor for the Cash App as well.
Yeah, basically, Eric should understand, in Finland, basically, it's a whole society. It's not one person. Nobody in Finland is going to say, I'm an individual. Basically, they're a whole society. They're not individualistic. The whole society comes in and determines the future of society.
Finland, between Finland and Korea.
It was easier. Korea is a much bigger country. Finland
I'm talking about the education. I'm talking about the educational system.
Yeah,
they are the top 2 educational system in the world.
Yeah,
Finland and Korea.
Yeah, because the society decided this is the direction they wanted to go in. At one time, the United States did too.
Yeah,
but they made a decision that they're only going to focus on the top 10% in 1980 when they wanted to deindustrialize.
And Fareed Zakard, I believe, he was saying that the biggest problem with that decline was that a lot of women left the classroom.
Left the classroom.
And went to corporate America. He was saying that was one of it. I'm gonna find that editorial he put out, but he was saying is that you did have a lot of women that were elementary school teachers and all that, and they left. A lot of women left at fast rates between the 50s and 60s,
Between the
and they
50s,
started doing
between the
other things.
between the 50s and 60s. Basically, your decline really
Starting
start. Yeah. Well, your decline really when you deindustrialized after 1971. Um, you still had a decent education.
right. Because he was saying he was mentioning the start. I'm gonna find because what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna find that and
Hmm.
start taking points out of it and have a discussion about it. Because that was kind of interesting. I saw that back in probably I would give it about 5 or 6 years ago when he came out with that.
Okay. Well, the thing is, basically, women started leaving the house and going corporate in the 40s under World War II.
Yeah, because we were the leading factors in education.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he mentioned. That was a very important because usually I don't watch him, but that one
Okay.
there I was glued.
Yeah.
I was like, dang, that's deep, real deep. So, but yeah, like I said, the most important thing that I think that we keep dropping the ball, I guess probably in some of the conversations, is focusing on the women as far as them making the changes. I'm like, well, if they were, if I mean, just the fact that they change their lifestyle, yes, that's a dream. That's a pipe dream right
Well, the
there.
thing is you get the women at the top, the elite women, they're actually blocking all this stuff to get out of the way. And instead of trying to, purposely holding black men back and competing against them, um, basically allow black men to flourish, allow black boys to flourish. Because I
Yeah.
was just reading an article. Somebody sent me about Detroit in 1991 was setting up on all boys system to actually get help with the with the drug problem and the gang problem, right? Basically, give boys a single sex education. They started one school, right?
Mhm.
Guess who took them to federal court? Black women.
They're black women, yeah.
Yeah.
And now
You
we
know,
have another
with
factor.
Obama. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said, and I keep trying to warn people because if you notice, they throwing that whole critical race theory out there. Not too
Mm-hmm.
many people talk about that. I remember that, but that is from the administrative, uh, course or part, and then sometimes it goes to teacher workshops and
You're Borgen.
natural. What is, what, are you there?
Yeah, you're Borgen. Yeah, well, I'm here. You're Borgen.
Morgan?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
It's,
Uh, I
so
don't know what's
what is
going
it
on.
about what is it about critical race theory that that's so important in your mind?
I don't think it.
Have you,
Okay, I think it serves as a Trojan horse because
okay.
if you listen to Mark Lamont Harris, you already
Mm-hmm.
know that race. They try to make race synonymous with orientation, and so
Mm-hmm.
Mark
that's
Lamont
where they're
Hill.
going to be. Mark Lamont Hill. There you go. Like
Okay.
they look like they're trying to find a way to insert that in there because I was listening to
Oh.
my professor.
Mm-hmm.
She
Mm-hmm.
was saying the same stuff he said. She was
Mm-hmm.
saying the same exact stuff. You got to walk out for these what do you call it,
Mm-hmm.
discrimination, and 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 then that was part of the critical race theory,
Mm-hmm.
and what's happening is critical race theory. They try to put that alongside with ed code and law. So they would use critical race theory to try to find any kind of way to prosecute or to even punish somebody for doing something that's perceived discrimination.
Mm-hmm.
So that would even go into calling a guy that that kind you can
Yeah.
lose your job
Mm-hmm.
if a dude was trans or they've got even if he didn't have a full assignment, but if he wants to be called a girl, and you slip and say
Mm-hmm.
guy, that's like saying, that's like calling him a nigga.
Okay, so in other words, they're trying to make trans a race,
They
Yes,
can't do
sir.
that.
a class of people.
That's what they're trying to do. Tell you,
Okay,
they're trying to
much
put in the
like
same.
much like they did with the basically Johnson did with the white females in 1968 by changing his executive order and including sex
The classification.
is a classification. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, okay,
So
all
they're
right,
trying to
yeah.
do the same thing according to what I'm hearing. So you're
Mm-hmm.
going to hear more about that because it's quite funny how this Republican. So that's the thing. I'm not sure who put that guy up to it, but he
Mm-hmm.
couldn't say what he probably couldn't say what he really wanted to say,
Okay.
you know. But the only thing that guy that was going back and forth for Lamont Hill,
Mm-hmm.
um, but the way it's structured, I think it can be very tricky, once you even put your hand in there,
Mm.
because it's all, like I said, it's already at the top already, but once it start to hit, um, like teachers to where it's more aggressively to where you have to follow it and abide by it, it's
Mm-hmm.
going to be quite interesting when people start trying to test it out and see whether or
They,
not.
they, they're trying to follow the feminist playbook by
Yes, sir.
force
Yeah,
basically indoctrinating the children. Yeah.
yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
is. So, yeah, so those people that got little children going to school,
Mm-hmm.
you might want to go more than just birds and the bees.
Yeah.
Indeed.
They've been trying to do that over the past 10, 15 years. But this is following the same track that Rome did. Because Rome was castrating little boys and selling them off his wives. So this is not new. So
Yep. If y'all don't believe BGS, look at them sculptures.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
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 indeed.
yeah. They were selling him off his wife, and Caesar Augustus had to stop the practice. Yeah,
Yeah.
as a Caesar, he had to shut down the practice. That you couldn't do it anymore because it was too profitable selling off little boys, his wives. I mean, castrating them at 10, 11 years old before they hit puberty.
Yep.
So this is not new.
So this is where we at, and for some reason they get a bigger joy out of black boys in this society.
Yeah, well, this is, the thing is if you look back at it, and hell, if you just look at the black women, basically, the biggest concubines have always been black males. Black males have always been desired by all groups in society as far as a sex partner. What are we basically? What are black men known as all over the world? Right, as a sexual creature,
True enough. Yeah.
all over the world.
Yeah,
So
with the
so
big
who- so
with the big fan and the
yeah,
feathers.
yeah. Go remember the movie Drum back in the 70s.
Yep, Ken Norton.
Ken Norton when that French dude wanted to buy Drum to have sex with him.
Yep.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's in the 70s. It's not new.
Mm.
Yep. I remember that. Tried to
Hmm.
kiss him and everything. I was like,
Yeah,
oh shit.
yeah,
I remember that movie.
yeah.
Mm.
And they let that bad boy through, didn't they?
They sure did.
Hmm. You go to Atlanta where you see white gay men trying to pick up little boys in Atlanta. It's not new.
All
Boy,
over. Remember
put
the
him on the
beginning
wall.
of Goodbye Uncle Tom. Remember those little boys under the table?
Hmm.
That was sad as yeah, they were
Mm.
under the table.
Yeah. Look at what is it? The movie that they made with I forget the little series they made about John Brown, right? Where they have a young boy in a
Yeah.
dress. You have a young boy in a dress.
Nobody talked about that. I mean, why people was? I mean, how come anybody didn't even comment about that?
Dr. Johnson did, but it was so offensive. People they kind of like swept it under the rug. I think they went a little bit too far, and people kind of reacted to it.
Mm.
And I was like, wow. So my whole thing is, was that a true part of the story? The boy wearing the
No,
dress, cause that.
no.
Oh, that's even
It was
bigger.
it was a novel that somebody wrote, and they made a screenplay out of it.
That's even bigger. I mean, if
Hmm.
that's not agenda based, I don't know what else is.
Yes, well, yeah, but this has been coming for a long time. Once I said this like almost 20 years ago because they were pushing for gay marriage. I said, okay, if they said you guys are outside the normal circle, right? You're trying to get in, okay? If you guys get in, become normal, who else is going to try to get in? How many other people? How many other groups are
Right.
behind you?
Well, they
Right.
got Mambler going.
Say who?
They got Mambler going.
Well, NAMBLA's been trying to. I think NAMBLA's
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
last step. They're trying to lower the age of consent back down to 12.
You know what? Check this out now. I was in the Boy Scouts, right? In
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn, New York, and the Boy Scout troop was run out of a church, right? Out of a
Mm-hmm.
Baptist church. Now
Mm-hmm.
we went on a trip, right? We went to Niagara Falls, right? Up in
Mm-hmm.
Canada there. I saw some shit that shocked me. You hear what I'm saying? Shocked me. I
Mm-hmm.
see all black boys, okay? It
Mm-hmm.
was how many of us? It was like 8 of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we shared this one room, and it had two like queen size beds in it, right? Or 2 double beds in it actually.
Mm-hmm.
And the shit I saw these boys doing with each other, man, you talking about scary,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, if I had a knife or a gun, I'd have stabbed every one of them, or I'd have shot every one of them. These motherfuckers was all on fours,
Mm-hmm.
on the fucking floor, man,
Mm-hmm.
going at each other
Okay.
and enjoying that shit. After that trip was over, I quit. I never joined the Boy Scouts again.
Yeah, this is Western culture, man, going on back 3,000 years now.
Mm-hmm.
That sound like the Boy Scouts to me.
But then, of course, I mean, Boy Scouts have been doing this. I mean, they've got records now,
Mm-hmm.
showing how these scoutmasters, how they were taking advantage of these young boys, when they were on these field trips, these hiking trips and camping trips and shit,
Mm-hmm.
because the parents trusted them,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this is a feature of Western culture. They try to suppress it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's always gonna one is always there. It's always gonna rise to the top, and it's not just the boy. This, go look at the was it the Page Boy scandal back in the 80s, man, where
Mm.
they were actually bringing in the Page Boys and other boys who would do so that the elite could enjoy.
Well, hell, look at the Catholic Church
Yeah, yeah.
in New York City alone, let alone throughout the country, man. I mean, you got men who are like 40 years old, damn near 50 years of age, and they're still traumatized to tears when they tell their stories
Mm-hmm.
about what was done to them when they were altar boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, and that's Catholic Church been doing that for
Oh yeah, I
God,
know. But the thing
thousands of
about
years.
it, when I saw that though, I didn't realize it was that bad. I'd always heard stories about it, but because
Mm-hmm.
my mother and father, they were not religious like that. Okay, I mean, they believed in God, and they would study the Bible here and there on their own, but they weren't in the church, and they certainly were not Catholics. So I mean,
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, my parents, they sheltered me from a lot of stuff, but they couldn't
Mm-hmm.
stop me from seeing things especially once I became an adolescent, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go for example, I'd go from Harlem, where in the summertime I would go out on the fire escape like they used to do in the '70s and whatnot, and chill out
Mm-hmm.
there.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, when I was a younger child, I used to sleep on our fire escape. in the building that I lived in.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Well, hell, try being a a black boy that that coming in, coming into puberty at a Baptist church or a black church. Okay, you can get the
yeah,
same pressures because because gays are in the church, and
yeah,
they do try to recruit what we call them boys, but young men at the age of
mm,
13. They do.
yeah.
Because they try to
Because
recruit me. They try to recruit me at the age of 13.
wow.
Yeah.
Because I remember going to my mother's church in Kernersville, North Carolina, and well, fortunately, at least from what I saw, they weren't on that there at that particular church. But the
Hmm.
big divide was, I would hear them talking, when they have revival meetings or
Hmm.
meetings, and they was
Hmm.
talking about, well, if they really wanted to unify with us, they would come to our church. So they're talking about the white Baptists,
Hmm.
in North Carolina. That was the divide there, the racial divide between
Hmm.
devotees of the same sect of the same faith.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. The color line, it still exists, man. Always has.
Hmm. Yeah,
Still today. Okay.
yeah, yeah. But again, it's certain things I can't relate to because, for example, like I said, the building that I grew up in,
Hmm.
okay, as a child, right?
Hmm.
Okay, as I said before, I knew all my neighbors. I emphasize this because this is what I experienced. I knew all my neighbors. I went to visit, their sons. I didn't go visit anybody's daughter. They wouldn't allow for that. That's another thing. They didn't allow for that.
Hmm.
Okay. As far as boys were concerned, they can go and hang out. I had one guy I was helping him do, basic mathematics because, he was having a problem with it, he
Hmm.
asked me, straight up and down, hey, Eric, can you help me out with this? I looked at him, saw what he was doing, and I helped him out with it.
Hmm.
But the thing about it was, when you went in there, okay, there was no privacy. The doors were open,
Hmm.
okay, because the parents or the grandparents or the aunties who were taking care of these boys, um, they demanded, yeah, you keep the door open, you
Hmm.
know, keep it down to a low roar, you know what I'm saying, and don't be doing a whole lot of horseplay and wrestling and stuff like that because we ain't having it, not in here. That's the structure that I had. That's the structure that I grew up with.
Hmm.
One of my friends, I went to his crib, and his father happened to be at home. His mom wasn't there, and brother Keith, I sat down with him. His father sat us down at the table and brought out two sheets of paper from a legal pad, gave
Hmm.
us both pencils, and said, "This
Hmm.
is what you do. Write from 1 to 100 right now. Start
Hmm.
now."
Hmm.
you know. And I was frustrated with that because it was the first time that I had that type of structure. But of course, hey, Mr. Edwards was there. Mr. Edwards is the man, and I'm at Mr. Edwards' crib, with his son. So what Mr. Edwards says goes straight up and down. My parents taught me, hey, you respect your elders, and when you go in somebody's apartment,
Hmm.
don't embarrass us. Don't you ruin the Ingram name, because you'll catch it when you get home. You know, these people know us, we know them. We've known them for years.
Hmm.
You know, so that was the atmosphere. That was the it takes a village cocoon that I grew
Hmm.
up in. That building was my sanctuary.
Hmm.
Really,
Mm.
I know the
Yeah, we
kids. I
got
knew their
Wheezy in the
parents.
building.
What's
I
up,
mean,
Wezzy?
Not much, just
What's
working right now. How y'all doing?
Pretty good.
all right? All
pretty
right.
What's
good.
up?
Where you at now, Wezzy?
Oh, I'm still in Minneapolis. I went from home, so
Okay.
just jumping in here.
Well, at this
So,
And going back to when we talked about the gay marriage thing, I had a big debate. He's a large YouTube personality, and that's when it first came out. When was that out? 2008, was it, y'all? Do y'all remember? Or is it
Mm.
seven? It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a good while back. Yeah.
It was Prop 187, something like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's funny as 187, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
yeah, exactly. 187 for an undercover cop. Yeah, I remember that.
but my whole issue was, why do black people have to be pressured? Just it's almost like the shot. It's like, just because you black, we supposed to go for it. That's what got me. And then when they
Yeah.
lost that first time around, remember they were protesting in front of black churches,
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't go
Yeah.
to the Mormon churches. Weren't the Mormons the ones that put that thing together? Y'all remember? I think it was the Mormons that put that proposition together.
The Prop 187
One,
together. Could be.
187.
Was the Mormons.
against gay marriage.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it was
because I
them.
mean, yeah, because they were about that big love thing, man. They were about that polygamy, man. And even though they outlawed it in their official doctrine, they were still doing it, man. That's why I say you can't legislate attitude, man. That tradition was strong and deep in the Mormon church community, and they kept
So
that
I'm
shit
like,
going.
my whole thing is, how come they didn't protest the Mormons?
This is the thing, man. When this was going on, right? It's
Mhm.
because the black gay people refused to ride with them. In other words, we do what we do. We're not for all the stuff that you guys, that the white gays are for. That's how come they did it.
Because it did definitely reveal the
The Mormons are
the
protested against.
separation.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mormons are protested against, and a lot of them. That's why when it comes to Mormons, they stay on encampments, or they stay on camps. Like they have,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying, like they have their own little campgrounds that they stay on. So what they do behind them gated doors, that's
Yeah,
not part of it.
they got a
When
big
they
church
come
here in
in,
Helsinki.
but when they have to go on their pilgrimage. And I got a friend that's a Mormon. And when they go on their pilgrimage and do X, Y, and Z, that's when you see them on the pairs or the bicycle, or you'll see the girls. They'll try to get at pairs, spreading their gospel. But after that's said and done, and they finish it's like they're right towards, before they can start talking about having a mate and all that. They have to go see the world for what it is.
Yeah,
You get what
rite
I'm
of
saying?
passage.
And then when it's right, and that, no, when it's all said and done after that year, and they come back and they realize their said truth. He didn't tell me everything, but he's like BMT, I see the world for what it is. And after that, when they take back to their elders, that's when they're allowed to start building a family, because they see it for what it is, and they go back to their campment. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But they're not allowed to have, by U.S. law, they're not allowed to. So they can marry on paper one wife, but what they do amongst their people is
That's
totally
right.
different.
Yeah, the
And I
Muslims.
think that's something of a page, right? Yeah,
The black Muslims
do
do
it
the
too.
same thing. Yeah.
Right, like the black Muslims, they have a pilgrimage. Different groups have a pilgrimage, and that's the thing about it that I think, you know what I'm saying. Black people, we did have a pilgrimage. Okay, y'all, listen, go to the school, get what you got to get out of that community, and what are you supposed to do? Come back. Come
Yeah.
back. Tell us what you saw. Show us what you learned, and teach us. So that way, guess what will happen to the community? We will grow. So the next person that goes out, guess what? They've been updated up to task on what they're going to encounter. But the people would come back. The problem is they leave the camp, they don't come back to the camp. But we keep sending other people keep trying to come into the camp.
Yeah.
So that's where we have the issue at, where the Mormons and the Muslims and the Jews and all them, they'll send people into the black camp, learn you, study you, and they'll leave and take it back to their people and say, yo, that's why everybody can use the black movement or the black plight struggle. Everybody likes the black struggle, but nobody wants to go through the black struggle. They just
Of
like to
course
use
not.
it to get through, so they use it to get through their struggle.
They
That's just
exploit
the
your
thing about it.
misery.
Go ahead.
They exploit your misery as an example. You don't want to be like this. I mean, I've
So
had,
that was that was what we
That's a
feel.
good point. That's a
mhm.
good. Remember, there are certain workshops or whatever when they ask people
Art.
to
All right.
put their head down.
Okay.
Mm, yeah.
But yet we
Listen,
all,
man.
intersectionality rules, right? But you ain't gonna change places with a black man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Boy, the
I
white
mean,
women didn't either. So
mhm. Indeed. I mean,
they, they
I've
they
met
took all the
Mormons
best
here.
parts. Hmm.
Yeah, I met Mormons here. When I first met two young guys, right? Of course, they were both white. You know, I guess they were probably right around their early 20s. They were like, I think, like what, 21, 22 years old when they came over here on that mission. You know, actually, I went to the church. I even played basketball in the basement area of the church. They got a big church over here in Helsinki, man. He said, "Yo, man, um, you can come on down, man. Bring your gear, man, and we can shoot some hoops.
Hmm.
At the temple." Really? Yeah. All right. Cool.
Oh, they love
Yeah.
basketball. Yeah.
Yeah. We went and shot hoops for a couple of hours, man.
Hmm.
I've talked with these guys. I've sat in the coffee shop and talked with these guys, man.
Hmm.
I mean, and they're dead on that mission, man. That's what they're about.
And that's why, that's why, like I said, like I get frustrated because everybody always like to keep saying get over it, get over it, and get over it, and get over it. But I'm like, dog, every time they keep saying get over it, but
Hmm.
the same people, they keep doing the same play or reciting the same verbiage that those people that they say get over it, they're using the same playbook on us over and over. But oh right, when you tell them to get over it and forget about it, don't worry about it. What happens when you forget your past? You're doing to repeat it.
Yes,
So
indeed.
they'll tell you as a black man, forget your past, don't worry about that stuff. So that you know why? So they can redo it to you again. And then you're like, dang, how do we fall for that same trick?
Well,
But see, other groups are never told to do that.
because the black intelligentsia of the Ivy League tells the same thing. Do they not?
But my go-to, I do have
You know,
Jewish friends who know not to tell me don't get over a thing. Especially them. I'm like, wait a minute, you told me to what? And then later on, I'm like, okay, do you say that to your grandparents or your grandparents when it comes to the situation in the 1940s?
Mm.
And then they just sit there and stare.
Well, you see,
You know,
those black professors who were in the Ivy League, I mean, they started out in the 70s, in the 60s. These guys have been around there for a long time. They benefited from, affirmative action to get people who qualified to go to the university and study. So, they pushed that quota system. You got a few up in there, and and I mean, and you get a trick. I mean, you get a trickle in there. From time to
Now,
time,
question.
yeah.
But I would ask you a question. How
Hmm.
many black people died, been lynched, beat, raped, shot, killed, or
Hmm.
blackballed for affirmative action? How many of us been holocausted out for that affirmative action piece of paper that we still don't get?
Yeah.
they're still digging up the bodies.
Hmm.
Just think about that, BJS. So when they say, "Why y'all complaining? Y'all got affirmative action," but then what's the body count? We
Yeah.
don't even know.
Yeah.
We're still looking for that.
You
So
you
I'm
lost
like,
Hmm.
yo, bro, go ahead,
you
bro.
lost you lost a third of your males, man, just after Reconstruction. Okay, because of Jim Crow
Hmm.
laws. Third of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You,
So that you basically this whole, the women. That's what the women don't want to actually admit. Uh, the road to our liberations is basically paved with a lot of black male skeletons.
yeah,
Indeed.
that that's why. Listen, that's why when people say, "Well, black," this is the thing about it, and this is something that my grandma said. She stopped telling my father to go to school because the route to school, the black boys would get jumped and killed
Hmm.
to go to school. While they were going to school, you would be jumped and killed. So all the black scholars that could read or speak, or you speaking, and the white man feels like you talking down on him, you know he could shoot you right dead in your face. All because he felt like you were who you boy. Well, excuse me, sir. Well, I'm just articulating my words. So it's denounced to me that you can't comply with me. Oh, so you know they're gonna come. They'll come and drag you out and beat you and lynch you and castrate you, all because you, as an articulated brother, will be killed. So you know what the black mothers started telling their children? Don't talk like that.
Yeah,
don't go into that school.
Well, Frederick Douglass didn't heed the warning. I'm glad he didn't.
So it's not. It was more so. It was implied fear into us because all the black educated people were either slaughtered or killed off or separated from us. So it was like, if you step out of line, and I just finished watching the Mandingo. I was watching the Mandingo movie where the man got caught reading. He said, "Who taught you how to read?" Well, I just watched you. Oh, well, come on outside and I'll tie you up. And then they started beating him. So that implies in front of the other slaves, what did that say? Don't read. If I read,
you know what though? Some of the most well-read black men were black men who served in the military.
But what was what was the cost of that? At what cost?
Oh yeah, it was a hell of a cost. Now, hey, listen, but you know, obviously they were willing to pay that price, though. Were they not?
But there were
listen. I pay that price right now. I just came from the VA. I'm blackballed by the federal government. I get paid, but I'm also blackballed where they don't want a black man like me having a gun. So wait, I'm good enough to shoot for the white man, but let me talk about protecting my black man. Now I'm a psychotic to society.
You're
See, that's the story that vets don't tell you. Right. That's the story that they don't tell you. Black men that go serve. Right. Go ahead. I didn't mean to get too hyped. My bad.
In other words, that's why when black veterans came back from World War I and World War II, they lynched you in your goddamn uniforms because you're dangerous to them. And veterans actually started the civil rights movement, man, because they got tired of serving for this goddamn country and coming back and basically be treated like an underling. They got tired of that. That's why they forced Truman and Eisenhower. That was enough. They said, how much do we have to sacrifice for this country and not get any kind of respect? That's why it started. The veterans actually started civil rights. It wasn't the people on the ground, because they weren't listening to you. That's the whole thing. Basically, that's why I respect vets, man. I respect vets because if it wasn't for basically slavery wouldn't have ended if it wasn't for the black vets. Going to signing up and sacrificing their bodies, man, to go fight for the doggone freedom because Civil War was not about slavery. Civil War was about money. It was about collecting, about Lincoln collecting taxes. That's what it was about. And basically, the black vets coming in the Civil War, they were not wanted. Okay, they weren't wanted.
Oh no, they weren't. Indeed,
they weren't wanted. But things you had to give them something. Same thing with the race war of the Red Summer of 1919. People don't tell you it was about servicemen getting lynched. That's what it was about. It wasn't about basically socialism. About servicemen getting lynched. Okay, civil rights in 1945 is about servicemen getting lynched. They got tired of it. In other words, if you don't stop doing this, we're gonna actually pick up guns and actually fight back. They had to settle that. That's why it decided to assimilate you.
Yeah.
Could you highlight that point what Mike V put out there that a lot of people don't even know about, that happened to a lot of black people that will go overseas, about a lot of them, a lot of veterans getting left in Europe, getting left in Vietnam, getting left in the Middle East and stuff. Like, bro, there was a reason why the black NCOs would say, "Yo, you better have your ass at that boat, boy. You better be at that plane. You don't think your black ass won't get left in that goddamn country.
Yeah, because you're a problem. You guys, they trained you, and when you come back, you're a problem to be managed.
You better get your ass to that plane. That's what I'll tell you. Let you know that right now. Like I said, I know I butt hard with black men, but I also said we gonna have to fight. And they said, "Well, why you want to fight?" I said, "Listen, man, that white man will do whatever it takes to keep his power. He will kill his own people. He will do whatever it takes."
But we don't deserve respect. Remember, we don't deserve respect. Remember that last week.
I remember. I was watching. That's why I said,
you was
like,
watching that one.
I listen. Sometimes I just be sitting in the bushes in my camouflage, just be watching y'all from the bushes, like, because some things we can't. We gotta have a focus. We have to have a focus on what is it like. Whenever you go before the mass, the one thing it says, "What do you want?" You can't just start yelling out a bunch of answers. Just send one and say, "Hey, this is what we want." You think they send a bunch of people into the White House, them rabbis? No. They go in there, they send only 5 men in there saying the same thing 5 times over. That's what they do. And when they say that, that's what they want. Now look at the look at the Latino community. What do they want? Education, the right to vote, and they want proper wages. Wait a second. Education, the right to vote, and proper wages. Hold up, isn't that what black people were saying? But it's a more concentrated, exactly, for years. But it's a more concentrated voice. They're concentrating the voice, and they're not going nationally about it. No. They're hitting it district by district to district, and then they're pinpointing and putting their people. Notice the people that are pushing for it are Latinos in positions of power.
Yeah.
They have a lot of
go ahead, brother.
They have a lot of white advocates for them as well.
Well, they see, they understand. They pay. See, we ask. They pay backdoor stuff. Hey, don't forget, we gave you that $10,000. Don't forget. They put their own in positions of power. I would pay for BGS to go be the next school district first district leader. But then we also can say, BGS, we paid for you to be here, bro. Do not forget why you're here. You owe that to us.
Like when you guys brought up that stuff about leaving soldiers in Vietnam.
We can barely hear you, Wesley.
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, so when you guys were talking about Vietnam leaving soldiers behind, basically in the middle of the jungle, my only recollection of that is that they were denied benefits when they came back, but I didn't know when they came back they were getting lynched automatically.
In other words, you're probably too young to remember this, but basically there was BMT might know this. He might be old enough to know this. Okay, in Vietnam, there was a rumor going around that they would put black soldiers on the front line to be killed on purpose, so they couldn't come back.
Yep. Purposely.
This society really hates black people that much.
It was suicide. It was a suicide run. It was suicidal runs.
It's not hatred. Black men have always been dangerous to the United States, even before the United States was a country. Okay, because they enslaved black men, and there was constant slave uprising. So there was always a fear of black men uprising and taking over the country, right, or causing problems in the country, right. And it got worse after Haiti. Basically, Haiti made white men piss in their pants.
Yeah.
So black men have always been dangerous to this society. So the thing is, to think that it's going to go away anytime soon, isn't. That's like I'm a black man. That's like any black man that carries a gun, especially around anywhere near police. Okay, you have to make a decision. Do you want to care for protection, or are you going to leave it at home? Because if you get caught, the cops catch you with a gun, there's a very good chance that you could get killed by that cop. And what's he gonna say? Well, he had a gun.
Yeah.
That's like I'm alive.
I fear for my life.
Yeah. like the guy in Minnesota. Okay,
Larry
he
Castillo.
got pulled over, and he showed the guy. He said he did everything he was supposed to do. He said I'm gonna let you know that I have a weapon on me. I'm gonna show you my license and my permit for the gun.
Mm-hmm.
And he got shot anyway. He did everything he was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
He still got shot.
Yep.
Because because there was the presence of a gun and he's black.
And a cop
I'll never tell a cop I got a gun. I'm dead at y'all think I'm joking. Listen,
I don't blame you.
I would never tell a cop I got a gun. I don't give a damn if I got papers or not. Hell with that.
I know.
You tell them or you show them a card. Oh snap, nigga with a gun.
With
bang,
a gun,
bang, bang.
Also the guns come out. You know that you in a in a deadly situation just because you have a gun.
Well, I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because they just try to search your vehicle.
Yeah,
you know, and they discovered the weapon, even though you got a license for it. They'll say you hit it.
Yeah, so it's all basically that's how come people say how come more black men are armed, and that's the reason, because it's a 50-50 proposition. And you got to think about that, because you know, even in LA, man, you know, I've carried because I've carried, so that's a 50-50. I'm serious. Yeah. I'll tell you, man. I'm not. You know, I'll tell you, I'm not a nice guy. Okay. You know, I play one on YouTube. I play one on YouTube, but I'm not a nice guy. Okay. I've got my faults just like everybody else. I'm a regular dude.
It's the presence. It's the presence. The presence, like my father told me, the presence of the black man is the weapon. That is the weapon.
Yeah.
When you raise your voice or you say something, that's the primer before the trigger. So to them, see, this is why I loved it when COVID hit. Because you really got to see truly how America is. When all these people say, well, country went to shit, what's the first thing white people want to go do? Riot, loot, and goddamn grab guns. God bless America. Black people say, well, let's participate too. Oh my God, these goddamn animals. Look how they act. I was like, what? Ain't that hold up, these people running up on the on that, not before they did the Capitol, they were getting ready. They're running up on state buildings and all up in them buildings with the guns.
Yeah.
And then the black people say, well, that's their right. So okay, black man, go Negro, go do that. You go run up on the goddamn state building. Y'all asses will get mowed down like it's a goddamn Planet of the Apes. They will mow your ass down.
Yeah, look at Antifa, man. I mean,
you don't get that same I know a lot of us who are older. We were told that don't do what that white boy doing. You know you can't. Every one of us was told you can't do that. Say it's 20. I don't give a damn what year it is. You cannot get away with what that white man or that white girl do. Play them games if you want. Fine. You win that prize. You'll win that prize. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. It hasn't changed. It's got nicer, but it hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Like COVID showed you, it ain't changed. That white boy went in a riot area. 17-year-olds with a freaking rifle, right by the police. Come on now, let there have been a black man walking around, a group of black men walking around with rifles in a riot area. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's why my parents put me in school with the little white boys, little white girls from kindergarten. I mean, I went to a Lutheran kindergarten and started my elementary school education in a Lutheran school. You know, uniforms and all. You know, went from there. Went to another parochial school, the Episcopalian school that I was mentioning earlier. You know, again in uniform. But what I have to say is this: me myself, I can't knock them because those teachers did educate you, you know. I mean, they emphasized educational excellence, whether I was in the Lutheran school or in the Episcopalian school. I mean, they had the same ideology.
That's a private school system. That's not the public school system.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Well, this is what I'm saying though. I mean, my parents, they sheltered me from a lot of shit. in the public education system. As a matter of fact, my mother threatened me one time with sending me to PS 138, which is right around the corner from us when we were living in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You know, she said, you don't want to go to school, huh? You don't want to study, huh?
Yeah,
You want to go to Ruckus in school? She said, yeah, why would I pay my money? I'll send you right around the corner to the PS 138. See how you like that. See how you like having to fight every day.
Yeah.
But we made history today, boy. We had two people that claimed to be conservative and, and Republican really go at it. I haven't seen that before.
It does happen.
Wait until you bring your boy back, Marcus Quiet.
No, but see, the thing, I think that's the thing about it, because mind you, and I can put that on my life. Before all these conservative talking, all this crazy stuff.
Oh yeah.
Now y'all know about me talking about family, but I never talked about it in this kind of fashion. What this type of ideology is, because I want my children and all our kids to go to good school. I want us to have good health care. They're like, damn, BMT, are you sure you are Republican or conservative? I'm like, well, are you sure you for black family? Maybe we
Exactly.
You know,
it all starts with the family. Yeah.
But see, the thing about it is, here's the thing about it, brother. But I always hear about the family. But if I have good teachers, right, that can educate my children to, instead of dribbling a basketball or a football, or they got to be some type of get a scholarship for some entertainment, but they are, hey, I'm going to school. Because here's the thing. If I go to school, I'm there for medical practice, and my girlfriend is going to go be a nurse, we're naturally going to click up because we're both in two economic positions. And so those kind of black
is that me or y'all?
Because you're
no, that's him. That's BMT.
BMT, your Borgen fam. Your Borgen brother.
Borgen?
Yeah, Borgen.
Yeah, you Borgen.
Yeah.
I thought you gonna say Mark calling also.
Yeah, you better hope Biden's infrastructure bill goes through, man. You sure use it down there.
We all know.
Mike, don't
but
do
can't
that,
can we all use that?
Right. But see, here's the thing about black power takes time to build. Yeah. Black power takes time to build. Black chaos, that's only a drop of a second, just pushing out babies. But black power and wealth, for BGS to raise his son and educate him and get him into a position to go to medical school, that's going to be like at least 4 to 6 years, plus 10 years. Then after that, Mike might have a daughter. She's going there into law. So for them two families to meet, that's going to at least be about 12 years for them to actually impact the black dollar. Versus my child might be a little ratchet and our child might be a little ratchet. Guess what? I like you. You like me. Let's fuck and make babies. That only took a few seconds to a few days. Power takes time, especially in our community, to swell up and build.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. Like, you go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that over here in Finland, do you know that compulsory education only consists officially of 9 years? 9.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the time though? Like, what's the time per day though?
That shocked me. I mean, they go. I mean, they don't spend long. They don't spend long days in school. I mean, they
like, what is it? 6 hours, 7? What?
I would say between 6 and 7, and that depends on what school you go to.
Yeah, that's it. And they probably have smaller class sizes too, because it's smaller.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
smaller population. So it's more. It's closer to. I think Finland, because of small class size, is closer to what we get in a private school.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Go ahead.
What happens after the 9th grade?
I mean, yeah, that's the question I asked. That's the question I asked my wife. What happens after the 9th grade? Because you don't qualify for shit. You don't qualify to do shit after 9 years of education. Most of the kids, of course, they are going to they are going to go on to Lukio, which is high school. So they're going from 9 through 12, and a lot
Oh,
of them
so it's
do go.
so it's still K through 12.
Damn, they
Okay.
have a choice.
They still have K through 12, but officially, okay.
In other words, you have to go through the first 9 years, but you can drop out if you want to.
Yeah, right.
After,
yes.
and it's not compulsory. What he said, it's optional. In other words, it's not saying that it's not public. The thing is, it's optional after
right.
After
Yeah.
middle school. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So your higher achievers would pretty much opt into doing the 9 through 12, where the working class would probably get the K through 9.
And
so that's how it goes.
What percentage actually go on to high school?
That's a good question.
Kids.
Again, it depends on where you live, and it depends on how.
I'm talking about overall the whole country. I'm not talking about individually. I'm talking about the whole country. What percentage of kids?
The percentage is higher in favor of those kids that go on from 9 from.
Okay, it's compulsory till middle school. Okay. What percentage of those kids actually go on and finish high school? That's what I'm asking.
I can't give you precise numbers.
Okay.
But I would say, but what I'm saying though is, in general, most kids do go beyond that compulsory. Yeah. They take the option because their parents are pushing the option for them to go, from 9 to 12, and then go into university or go into a polytechnic, a trade school or whatever. Mm-hmm. And those ones who do decide not to go on from 9 to 12, they're the ones that are the maintenance men for the apartment blocks.
Okay.
They're the ones that clean up the snow. They're the ones that mow the lawns around these apartment complexes and stuff like that.
But everybody has a place.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Indeed. Yeah. It's not.
But you have a big social society, so the impact on the individual is probably not as harsh as it would be in the United States. If you don't finish, then you have an issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. No, it's not like that, because they just started curbing the social welfare system, so it has been moderated. Okay, it's not as it's how can I say, it's not as bountiful as it was when I first came here in '91 to live here. But they did that after Finland joined the European Union, though.
Okay.
That's when they started cutting back.
Oh yeah, because they had to go by EU standards.
Yeah, exactly.
Austerity kicks in the EU.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's why it's that way now.
I wanted to ask a question. Why is it that successful, or more so successful people, they have less children versus people who are not as successful have an abundance of children?
Time.
Like, you know what I'm saying? There you go.
Time. Okay. If you got if you have people that are less successful, they don't put as much time into actually doing other stuff, right? So they have more time to actually raise kids.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you see that a lot in industrialized societies, BGS. I mean, I think we talked about that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I think when the further up you go, the less children there's going to be.
Yeah, because exactly. There's two factors. Okay, one is do you incentivize people to have children, because, like I said, children are there for hands or for labor. Okay. If you don't need children for labor, then you don't need 12 kids or 6 kids. They become a liability rather than an asset. When you turn anything from an asset to a liability, you're gonna have less of it.
Yeah.
Right.
I know here in Finland, usually what happens is that I would say that the family of 4 is typical now. I mean, and that's considered to be, like a medium to large family here.
Yeah.
Now, because
that's replacement level, right?
Yeah, because they went from agrarian to the technological age, and I mean they did it quickly. I mean they were in the works doing it. When I first came here to live in '91, And by the late 90s, man, you had internet cafes, man, all over the place downtown Helsinki.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
I think because wasn't Linus Torvald that invented Linux? Didn't he come out of
Yeah.
Finland? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And then the Nokia phones and whatnot, you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
the ones that you had to carry damn near like a battery and whatnot. The battery
Mhm.
was had to be
Yeah,
carried by a handle, you know, and then you had the receiver. You know,
yeah.
I remember seeing my brother-in-law carrying one of those in the 90s and whatnot. Then of course then Nokia, they made the smaller handheld phone, but shit, it was like the size of a walkie-talkie, you know.
Hmm.
And then over time, of course, it got smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
But but the thing about the problem over here is they use technology so much that
Hmm.
the city officials and whatnot, they don't
Hmm.
want to see you. Those people who work in the office, they don't want to see you. You can fill out your forms for
Yeah.
just about any damn thing on your computer.
Yeah.
You
It's a
know?
lot easier. It's such a small country that it's a lot easier to do.
Yeah.
They're very
You know?
technocratic in Europe, extremely
Hmm.
technocratic.
Yeah.
Especially Germany. Germany is extremely technocratic society.
Yeah.
And I mean, here here it's crazy, man, because you know once people got the phones small enough that it was convenient enough for them to carry, and you got you got the smartphones and shit, you know, whether you go Apple or you go Android, you know these people they're constantly on their phones, man.
Hmm. Yeah.
I, you know, I mean, if you want to silence the crowd, here, for example, in Helsinki, say
Hmm.
on the metro or something like that, give them a
Hmm.
phone,
Hmm.
and they'll be dead. Their heads will be dead down into it. You
Yeah.
know?
That's human nature.
Yeah. Mm. I mean,
That's what.
I mean, it's crazy when I'm because for me, for example, you know, when I went on
Hmm.
the metro, like in the 90s and whatnot, I had Newsweek, Time magazine, or
Hmm.
Foreign Affairs magazine in my hand because I just didn't feel like staring people in the face, you know,
Hmm.
because a lot of those faces were not friendly towards me. You know, they
Hmm.
tolerated me because by law they had to,
Hmm.
but you know, but I didn't want to stare in their faces, so I figured, okay, well, I'll read. I learned to read on the metro, the bus, the damn streetcars, because we got trams over here. We got streetcars over here
Hmm.
still. You know, they've been modified, you know, and modernized and whatnot, but we got them. So, you know, when I'm sitting down there and I got anywhere from, if I'm going from here in Melomäki, where I live, down to Central Helsinki, okay, that's a 21-minute trip. So I grab a book, you know, a book or two, you know, and I read all the way down, all the way across town, you know. It's what I do, you know, and I see everybody else with their phone. They're reading ebooks on their phone, or their text messaging on their phone, or listen to music on their phone, you know.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's easier to do in a smaller, more socialized society like Finland, whereas
Hmm.
United States we're all over the place. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Well.
thing about it here, I mean, you talk about timetables and systematic way of organizing public transportation.
Uh-huh.
This shit is amazing over here, man. When the
Yeah.
bus said when the schedule says the bus is leaving at
Mm-hmm.
9:15 from this bus stop at this place, you
Mm-hmm.
better be there before 9:15 because if
Mm-hmm.
you're there at 9:16, guess what? The bus just passed by you.
Mm.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean, the system is tight here, the metro and everything. I mean, everything it's
Mm-hmm.
scheduled, but like you say, BGS, because you got a smaller society and they
Yeah.
use public
S-
transportation in the
s-
cities, you
Smaller
know.
society, and I would tell you to read what's his name? Malcolm Gladwell's Outliers. Okay,
Ah,
talked about different societies, in different societies and growing seasons like that. Okay,
yeah,
basically, the Europeans only have one grow, especially that far north. You only have one growing season. You have to be precise. If you're
yeah,
wrong, you're dead. So,
yeah,
the Germans and the Nordics actually have a more um, they actually thrive on repeatability. Okay, does this
yeah.
work? When something works, they keep with it. So they really
Hmm.
that's like your best like your best watchmakers.
Yeah.
either Japanese or they're either Northern Europeans, because
Yeah.
they thrive on precision, because that's their culture. Okay, being on time. You go further south, you go to the continent closer to the equator.
Mm-hmm.
It's in South America they call it mañana time.
Yeah,
In
it's
Africa
vastly
they
different.
call
Yeah.
it CP
Also,
time.
colorful time's not alone, huh?
And
Okay.
no, you're socialized, because down south you have 5 growing seasons. If one crop
That's true.
fails, so what? You wait a few weeks,
Yeah.
you got another crop coming in. In Europe, you got one.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh
got
yeah.
one. You miss that
You got.
growing season, that's a long ass winter that you're gonna have to starve through.
Yeah, and the thing about it is you got 2 seasons. They name them, by 4 seasons, but you only got 2 here, and that's or maybe 2.5. You got a short spring, it goes into summer, and it goes into winter, and winter lasts a long time.
And a long
Winter's like
time.
6 months here. You know
Or
what I'm
more.
saying?
Or more.
Yeah, yeah. And then on top of that, you do have one thing I had to get acclimatized to and used to is that you do have during the wintertime, that period, I would say between November and February, where the day, where the night season, it's long. It's longer than the day season. It's dark when you go to work in the morning, and it's dark in the afternoon when you come home.
Yeah.
That's some shit I had to get used to, man.
Yeah. You're so far north.
Yeah. And the Finns and the Finns themselves that have been living here for generations, they're not used to that shit. That shit depresses the hell out. Winter season depresses the hell out of Finns here.
Yeah.
They have more suicides, they drink more booze, they probably do more drugs, to cope with that.
The environment, the environment shakes people up. Black people especially go nuts, man, when in environments like that. Because there's not enough sun.
I mean, the thing about it is that for me, because I served over here as a Marine security guard for 1.5 years, I managed to acclimatize. So it really doesn't bother me because of course I've been in different places and different climates. But if you talk about long term, I mean, the longest I've been in one place at one time outside of the U.S. was in Kuwait. I was there for 1.5 years as a Marine security guard there. I had to get used to. When we got there in August, it was 40 degrees with 90% humidity. That shit's crazy, man. That's why we had to wake up at 0400 in the morning to go do PT 3 times a week, because our detachment commander was a gunnery sergeant and he was into physical fitness. So he wasn't no big dude, but he carried out that plan. He carried out the mandate. And so he said, sometimes depending on the weather and the season, Reveille will go at 0400 hours. Will be done by at the latest 0600 hours. Matter of fact, by 0600 hours, you in the shower washing up, getting in uniform if you're going on post. If not, you put your civvies on. But that's how it was. But I mean, but of course, doing the PT though, it helps you get acclimatized to it though. You do get acclimatized to it, and I mean, it's just like when you go to Okinawa, Japan. When I went there for the first time, they said, that heat will hit you when you step out of the plane. Because you usually, they got the stairwell and you walk into the airport. That heat, man. Ooh. When he first hit me in the face, I'm like, damn, where the fuck am I at? What am I doing here? And they have a drier heat in Okinawa and in southern Japan than they do, in Kuwait. The humidity level is high because the embassy was built like right across the street from the Persian Gulf. Okay, the beach area there, that was the Persian Gulf. So that's why you had the high humidity, here. For example, okay, let's say in the wintertime, the temperature between here in Melamaki, where I live, and down in central Helsinki, okay, where you have the sea there, you got the Baltic Sea there, okay, the temperature varies between anywhere from 5 to 10 degrees in the wintertime in particular. It gets colder the closer you get to the sea, because the sea freezes. Okay, in the wintertime over here. The surface of it does anyhow. And I've seen people every year that I've been here. I ride the metro and I see where the sea is frozen over, and you actually see people out there doing ice fishing. You see people walking across it. They had to put warnings up, because the temperature, the winter temperature has gotten warmer every year. I've noticed that every year that I've been here, it's gotten warmer. But I do remember standing out at the bus stop, and it's minus 26 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure exactly what that is in Fahrenheit, but I'm pretty sure it's single digits in Fahrenheit. So it gets cold and that wind blows, and when you got snow and shit, and it ain't no fun. But it's
It ain't no fun. Yeah. Man, I just because I had the garage door open, the repair guy come by, and I thought it was my garage door opener. It happens to be the garage door spring.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
So now I had to make another call. Jeez, because I had to leave work early to get this done. I left for nothing. But yeah, I hope this discussion was very conducive to those people that are concerned about the title.
Oh, indeed.
Because people using I think people use the wrong motivation to make their decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And we made history.
Mm-hmm. The thing about it is I usually learn something. Yeah, I consider myself a student of life, therefore a lifelong learner, because you can always learn something. I don't care how old you get. There's always something you don't know.
No, we made history. I don't think people understood what went on because you don't normally see these on panels. Two people that that said that they're coming from the conservative or Republican persuasion were really going at each other like hardcore.
Yeah, they were.
And I'm like, I had that sideways look like. I had this look right here like, ooh.
Mm-hmm. Then they're like a verbal civil war and shit.
Yeah, because usually it's Republican.
Hey, Art, I missed it. I was making a video.
Oh, you were? Okay.
I missed it. I was making a video.
This was one of my.
When Hood Server was up there, he was pissing you off too. I noticed.
Not really. No, I love to listen to Hood Servative when he's on opposing panels. Because the thing is, it keeps you on your toes. It keeps you because if he didn't question it, you wouldn't even know why you're doing what you're doing.
Right.
He's important. He's the I wouldn't say the opposition, but he'll just let you know that okay, since there's darkness, there's light. Since there's hot, there's cold. He keeps that part, and I call Village Arsonist. I call him a Martin Luther King Republican. He's an old school type Republican conservative. Yeah. So, and then shout out to Brandon L. Brandon, you gotta do some you gotta do some more research if you're gonna be an opposer, okay?
Yeah.
You got because you said Clarence Thompson one time.
He did say Clarence Thompson. I was like, who's Clarence Thompson? You talking about Clarence Thomas?
Yeah. Yeah. So you got
because we said like who?
Yeah. You got to be ready on some of these panels. Mine is lightweight, so I get it.
No, it's not. Not in comparison to some of the Black manosphere. No, it's not. Don't sell yourself short, Art. Okay, because listen. Okay, I've been listening to the Black manosphere for a little bit now, and and a lot of times I just listen because I'm not hip to everything that they're talking about because they tend to generalize stuff and then they personalize it. They talk about their own experiences and whatnot, particularly with Black men with Black women, the baby mama drama, the baby mama baby daddy drama, that type of thing.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. I had an important call, so I'm gonna go ahead and meet you guys another time. But I appreciate everybody for coming out. I gotta handle this business. I get some good news at this call.
All right, appreciate you letting me out, man.
Yeah, appreciate you coming through. All right, take care, everybody.
All right, peace. Salute.
Salute.